Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 3, Arliu Jian Jian Jian. We make it to a clearing in the dungeon where the grass-covered, rocky ground flattens out, and a small source of demonic energy can be sensed nearby. It is releasing E or R units every few minutes, and the raw energy is floating high into the dungeon sky. Some are dissolving into the open air, and other portions are floating toward the exit portal, still over a kilometer away from the source. I'm confident the natural output will be enough to begin my training. I look toward Ember and whisper under my breath. Body double. A second copy is created to look exactly like myself. The only difference is one is slightly weaker, and if killed won't affect my main body at all. Last time I did this, my main body was unconscious moments later. This time around, it does feel a bit odd looking myself in the eyes. To make things even weirder, I can't simultaneously see what my double sees. The copy of myself in front of me opens his status, opens his eyes wide, and looks up to me to speak with my own voice. It looks like the body double has a different ranked Zan Up perk. I'm going to test it out. Before I reply, the doubled version of myself, Air Zan, steps away nearly by me, eaters before glowing in a bright white light. The double's movement speed increases drastically for a matter of seconds. Then, a flash of mana and a loud twang erupts from where they once were, blowing an enormous hole in the side of a nearby rocky hill. A blue text notification pops up in my vision. You have died. A flood of memories from the last Senshimelth econs fills my mind, as I feel as if I myself lived them. The vision of opening my status and seeing a brand new ranked perk on the double status screen labeled Instant Finale. The sensation of every ounce of mana being used up in a matter of seconds, propelling the double's movement speed faster and faster until it explodes in a devastating self-destruct attack, is fascinating and unexpected. This adds an interesting move to my arsenal, but also confirms my theory that ranked Zan Up rewards are very dependent on the user's current circumstances and state of mind. The fact that my double's rank Zan Up process occurred during a similar attack can't be a mere coincidence. On another note, the notification will allow me to be notified and send another body double every time my current double fails in its process. At the same time, every failed attempt will fill my mind with the exact memories of what happened just like I was there doing it myself. I smirk and look up to Ember. Perfect. Are you ready to train? Of course. I create another double, then leave the Midnight Dagger behind before Erdzan stepping off into the dungeon to start my Minotaur farming. There were a few possible monster targets I saw on the way here, and luckily, flying on Ember's back, I've already set Dungeon Walker points all over. I teleport to my first target and cut them down in a single slash. A blue text box appears in front of my vision. Use Absorption CP. 7281 yes. No, I grin, accepting the 0.001Anna control. From defeating a mob below 0.8% of my level, and carry on. If it weren't for my new legendary perk that absorbs small amounts of all opponents' mana control, I wouldn't bother fighting anything in here that isn't a mutant. However, if I'll have to sift through hundreds of monsters, possibly thousands to farm what I'm looking for, there is no reason not to kill and absorb everything in sight. It will be great practice for farming higher Zan tier mobs later. I look down at nearly a dozen Minotaur Zan-related quests, asking between Idao Sensausher Orns each, and get to work. Use Absorption May P 7986. Yes, no. Use Absorption CP 8006. Yes, no. Use Absorption Make P 7490. Yes, no. Dan. Meanwhile, back with Ember, another stream of consciousness is beginning training. I've only met a few archdemons that could wield demonic energy flawlessly through their cores, while producing Mana-Zan-based attacks simultaneously. It is possible at your level, but will be difficult. So don't expect things to work out on the first try, or even the Shu Te try, or even Yell by TH this. May be a long process. First things first, I'd like to witness the proficiency of your attack. I sit down and take in a few units of energy from the air before showing off a few of my attacks. The first few are just basic control from my fingertips, like I used to free myself from the underground prison. And the second style is imbuing the black dagger, as well as powering up my movements and steps to access more speed while running and lunging to practice moves. Afterward, I recall the events of each and every time I've used demonic energy. From training in the Abyss to defeating the sector leader, I account for everything, not leaving a single detail out. Ember gives a nod of approval. Very good. You've mastered the basic demonic energy techniques on your own in a short amount of time. Even with a manipulation skill, your speed and precision are impressive for a Mana Zanborn user. I raise an eyebrow at the use of that term again. A Mana Zanborn user? I've heard someone say this before. What does it even mean? Are all monsters not born from mana? Are the monsters in the Abyss really that different? Ember replies, yes, there is a very big difference. Those born from mana can only wield mana until they're proficient enough to feel and wield the energy around them, with pristine focus down to the individual particles. Most Mana Zanborn users hit this breakthrough point, somewhere around level Senbaiwu to Wuwulin. Once someone can wield mana, technically they're able to wield demonic energy too if they can perceive it. The same goes for demonic monsters and beings born from that realm. Not until they're proficient enough in their own domain are they possibly able to wield more than one energy source. I nod, tightening my lips. Okay, so then once someone like me hits this threshold, how can they possibly learn to wield both at once? Every time I try, well, Zan, you've seen what happens. Ember nods slowly, but I continue to speak. Demonic energy is a great weapon against Mana Zan-based opponents, but my speed and power are very lacking when I can't use my Mana Zan-based buffs and gear. I'm sure mana would also be an excellent attack against demonic monsters too, but when wielding mana, I can't even perceive demonic beasts. Ember finally replies, yes, this is a common problem in the beginner stages. One of the reasons demons are chosen to protect labyrinths is that they're the most likely creature to wield both mana and demonic energy with the help of their cores. Other high Zan tier beasts are capable or manipulating demonic energy. But even one slips Zan up while practicing, and the one wielding is dead. So, it's very rare to see anything other than a demon wield both at once. The black Zan-scaled dragon closes his eyes and glows red. His entire body shimmers in a crimson aura. Then he raises a single clawed hand. The aura around it completely changes, shifting to a dark red, then finally jet black. I activate my demonic energy skill to witness many units from the source fly toward us, and they all begin swirling right above the claws of the dragon. He turns his head, letting out a pillar of flames on a nearby tree, then shooting a black ball of energy in the same direction. They collide and both erupt into an incredible display of sparks and flames, decimating the tree, not leaving a single flame or piece of wood remaining. My eyes stay open wide, and I look back and forth at the scene I just witnessed. Ember powers down his skills. By the time we finish training, I believe you'll be able to do something just like this. Zan Zan Zan, Chapter Sen, Artsy Zan Zan Zan. As you know, there is a large difference between raw demonic energy and refined demonic energy. Raw demonic energy is similar to the ambient mana around us in the air. It has the potential to be used as an attack, but won't react or be easily manipulated unless compacted and filtered by the caster. I nod slowly as Ember continues to talk. There are two ways of doing this. Two that you're already capable of, but only one that you use. The first is filtering energy through a demon's core, and the second is naturally refining energy in your body. Demonic monsters refine energy since the day they're spawned. This is why you most likely sense their raw energy from a distance, unless this energy is refined. It is as harmless as being struck by a gust of wind filled with thick mana. The air may feel heavy, but no harm is done. I finally reply, understood. Now how exactly is this related to the training? Ember starts to glow red again, raising one talon Zan-covered claw in the air, shifting it to jet black in an instant. I'm telling you this because for some beasts, it may be instinctual, but you will have to learn the process of splitting your energy focus manually, considering the events where you switched your control back and forth to defeat a sector leader. You're on the right track. I raise an eyebrow. It can't just be as simple as swapping back and forth faster than the eye can see. That would be pointless and dangerous to try with my main body. Ember chuckles, releasing another plume of flames from his mouth, and throwing the ball of darkness with it to display another explosion of sparks. Following this, he sends out another plume of flames and ball of darkness seconds later. Then, once the second barrage hits, he sends another, then another. He sends balls of darkness and pillars of flames back and forth at the same charred tree until it is completely gone, and he has made his point. No, of course, it is not that simple, but it is a good start. The act of switching back and forth needs to be second nature, closer to instinctual muscle memory, before we can begin to concentrate on wielding it on a concentrated specific body part. I scrunch my eyebrows, beginning to grasp the odd training method. Ember's words make sense. Every time I swap back and forth, I do have to adjust my body and mind each time. It is far from being ingrained as muscle memory. Got it. Let's begin. Ember points to a fresh tree nearby. To start off, we'll just be using energy. No swords or special moves. Demonic energy from your left hand and pure mana from your right. I want to see censure attacks from each hand in under a minute, similar to the attack I just performed. You have Sensaushur Rs to complete this portion of training. There is no secret tricks or specific techniques to use. You just have to practice and get used to it before we get to the hard part. I nod and begin taking in the demonic energy from the source to build up enough for this first trial. Jian, meanwhile, use absorption, max CP. 7014. Yes, no. Use absorption, max C. 7756. Yes, no. Use absorption CP 11685. Yes, no. It only took me just over 15分钟. You tease to find a mutant that drops a horn. One down, a few dozen to go. In total, the available quests for Minotaur horns are asking for about Arshawusaushir orns. Outside, the sun is setting, and there aren't any other hunters in this dungeon with me. If I hand everything in tomorrow morning, all of the quests are as good as mine. While I'm at it, Arshawu Minotaur horns mean I'll be farming thousands of mobs. I'm absorbing minimal MP from the crystals I gather from drops. And the more I teleport around in Erdzan's steppe to new monsters, the more vast my dungeon walker range becomes. I collect these crystals in my item storage too. The time lag between the mobs dissolving and the actual kill is a bit of a time suck. But I go around and collect all of the drops after defeating every few dozen mobs to make it as optimized as possible. There are quite a few quests for raw mana crystals, although the price varies per quest and is far below the usual market price. I'll be able to get a similar amount of gold from the mana as I do the horns. On top of all of this, every few defeated opponents give me a minuscule boost in mana control. Each individual monster may not give me much, but they will make a fairly noticeable difference over time. Zan, you have died. You have died. You have died. You have died. Every Shur to Arshafinjong Utes. I absorb enough demonic energy to attempt Ember's test, but switching Lucia times in just Lucia Mouth econs is much harder than it seems. I push through the pain and allow the sparks that build up in my wrists, shoulders, and chest to grow across my body to engulf me every attempt, continuing to switch back and forth through the certain demise. You have died. You have died. You have died, you have died. Each time, new memories of my attempts flood back to my main body, and my understanding of the training becomes clearer. Each time, I spawn a new body double, and they teleport back to where Ember is waiting to continue, as well as the swaps between demonic energy and mana control becoming a bit more natural. The fact that my body doubles are being destroyed in front of my eyes is not much of a big deal either. At first, it was jarring to die and trust that it is not really the end. Something in the back of my mind questioned it the first few times. However, as I carry on, the ease of destroying a body double of the sake of progression gets easier and easier. You have died. You have died. You have died by the sure TH attempt. I've learned to use less demonic energy per attack, limiting the output to fractions of a unit for the sake of the exercise. It allows me to retry every few minutes. At first, the constant swap back and forth felt more tiring and disorienting than anything else. But now, after a few hundred swaps and almost a dozen body double deaths, the transition is feeling much smoother. Unfortunately, every time I use a Manadzan-based attack, my whole body flares up with energy, so no matter where I push the demonic energy, it still reacts every time while I'm switching back and forth at such fast speeds. However, not starting the reaction is not part of this training exercise. Just speed and usability is what I'm aiming for. So, this is what I focus on. Jian, just under Sensaushire, hours pass, and I've conquered the entire Minotaur dungeon. About halfway through my farming, I collect more than enough crystals to fulfill the mana quests, so I focused on mutants only for the remaining hour. Every sure or so drop a Minotaur horn, so I only have to farm Ibai Wushimi ore to complete all the Minotaur quests as well. Along with all of these drops, a few hundred swords and axes drop too. They're all Liangbites and Sibites at additional strength buffs. Worthless to me, but it won't hurt to ask if anyone wants to buy them while handing in my other quests. After placing all these items in my storage, I take a look at a handful of other quests. There is only 2 other dungeons of comparable rewards, the Steel Tortoise Dungeon and the Giant Rats. There is half a dozen quests for tortoise shells and asks of Ardzian Shears Senshirlu are needed in total and pay out similarly to the Minotaur horns. Apparently, they're high defensive buffs used for crafting. The drop rate is about Yi in every Wushir, and it is a very stable dungeon. There aren't usually any mutants, so this ask is just for the normal mobs. This is a new type of dungeon, with a monster I've never fought before. I'm looking forward to seeing if they have any interesting skills for me to absorb while farming. The giant rat quests ask for their claws. The drop rate is E in Arshimi OBS. And there are Sen quests asking for Liangbai Dian Sibai Wushi claws each. Each pays out just under a dozen gold per Arbite's claws. Rats are low Dian level mobs, usually below LVI Wushi, and they travel in packs. This should be a breeze. I do not walk back to Ember to let him know the plan. Once inside these other dungeons, I'll be able to move freely between all Sens simultaneously. My body double dies on a nearby hill in a flash of white and golden light. I form another to replace it, and Ember replies, "Perfect timing. Your Sensaushire. Ours are up. Let's see how well the practice is going so far." Jian. Chapter Sen. Arba. Jian. I stand back with Ember to watch my body double attempt to complete the Sensha demonic energy attacks and Sensha mana Jian-based attacks in just 6 秒 seconds. With a minute on the clock, I watch the small streams of dark black demonic energy as well as pure pink mana both collide to erupt into sparks against a nearby tree. Just fractions of a unit are used in each projectile and a few dozen MP at most per mana Jian-based attack. The swaps back and forth are almost seamless. From an outside perspective, it almost looks as if the 2 attacks are being thrown simultaneously. But of course, at closer inspection, I can tell there is a switch being made every second. The gold and white lights engulf my double expanding from the arms and chest until it takes over entirely. You have died. The memories of the test fill my mind, and I smirk while turning to Ember. Liu Shilu Miao swaps. That was Sensha-sen attacks from each hand. I passed. Ember nods slowly. Very good. Now we'll move on to the next portion of training, concentrating your energy to a single portion of the body. Once this is mastered, you'll be able to launch multiple attacks without even having to switch. Both mana and demonic energy will be able to be wielded at once. This shouldn't take more than Sensaushire hours at your rate of improvement. With enough practice, it'll click. I acknowledge this claim, and make another body double before leaving the dungeon to go farm the other quests. After paying a guard and asking around, I enter a LVI Li Ninzin Ibai Wushi dungeon and a level Senbai Jin Senbai Wushi dungeon to make dungeon walker points on both of them and begin my hunting. One of them is a giant rat dungeon, while the other one is a steel tortoise dungeon. The rat dungeon is similar to the other old rat dungeons I've been in before, with rolling hills of dark tan-colored dirt and eerie gray skies above. It feels very familiar. The scratching sounds of dozens of claws come over the hills in packs, and the horrific odor comes along with it too. In the past, I'd be disgusted, but right now, it just sounds and smells like money to me. With a grin across my face, I begin obliterating packs of rats with advanced fire magic slashes, while Erdzin stepping and teleporting across the dungeon. Use absorption, make P. Yi Cenning Yi Shiliu. Yes, no. Use absorption may p. Basets sershin. Yes. No. Use absorption. Make p. 909. Yes. No. The mana control, absorption, is incredibly low. But the pure crystals they leave behind I collect to put in my storage for an emergency later. Having extra mana in my storage left over for potential fights outside of the mana-rich dungeons is a smart thing to stock up on while I have the chance. Each group of rats drops Eidzanar claws on average. It will be a slow grind, but a profitable one. Zanzan after creating a few body doubles to send back to Ember and collecting a few hundred rat claws. I decide to take a breather and test out the tortoise dungeon too. The landscape inside is very different than any dungeons I've been to before. The ground consists of chalky red Zen-colored dirt and similarly crimson Zen-colored shrubbery growing from it. Above these, there are short but thick trees every few dozen meters that go on as far as the eye can see. Large rock formations and boulders obstruct the flat land. But other than that, it looks like a flat clay desert. I Erdzan step in to explore and set more dungeon walker points, soon finding the native monster, a steel tortoise. It looks like a normal tortoise, just enormous in size. Standing on Seth's turdy legs, it is almost Woomy Eater's long nose to tail. The only thing that gives away why the locals may call it this is its single skill at the bottom of its status, body hardening legendary grade, as I get closer. Its shell shifts from the desert Zen-colored reddish, Zen-brown, to a shimmering silver, producing a slight white aura around it, almost as if the creatures are on the verge of unlocking their potential to wield mana control. Nevertheless, I swing my blade across my body to let out a single fiery strike and cut the monster in two. I'm not using my full power, but the slash leaves a deep slit in the rocky ground. After the mana crescent goes all the way through, use absorption APT. Yuan Wuten Senbai Senshilu. Yes? No? Use absorption skill, body hardening upgrade, legendary grade yes. No? I choose yes on both before moving on deeper into the dungeon. In the past few hours, after upgrading my absorption skill, I've already obtained our new legendary grade skills, stealth and body hardening. On top of that, millions of meek CP are being absorbed with ease. By the time morning hits, I may even be proficient in demonic energy manipulation. However, a thought resurfaces in the back of my mind as I Erdzan step across the desert sky while looking for another tortoise to defeat. My new crafting skill. I wonder how exactly it works. The moment my mind thinks of the skill, a blue text window pops up in my vision. Use craftsmanship, mythic grade, new, or upgrade. I raise an eyebrow and click new just for the sake of my own curiosity. Raw base material, none item type, non-raw imbuement material, none skill or special attribute imbuement. See available bonding ingredients, none stat bonus, known name, input name complete. Yes, no. My eyes shift up and down the menus provided. I even take out a few old items from my spatial magic to begin testing to see what all of the labels mean. I'm able to place all kinds of raw dungeon materials into the raw base materials slot. This includes the horn of the behemoth I've been saving, the minotaur horns I just farmed, and even old weapons and item drops. They can be repurposed into base materials to begin a new craft. All of the possible options for a craft show up in the item type menu once a single base material is added. Next, the imbuement materials. I'm able to put the leftover firestones from the volcanic salamander break in my inventory into this slot, and can even stack multiple of them. I already have a sword with a fire aspect, so there is no reason to waste these on a new craft. Once I click into skill or special attribute imbuement, my entire skill list pops up, allowing me to attach the properties of my skills into whatever item I'm crafting. I choose one, and all of the other attributes become grayed out. So it seems only one attribute can be imbued at a time. Even a mythic grade skill has its limits. Then, for bonding ingredients, the only thing that shows once clicked in is Wuschafingerlinin ML. In my previous crafts, Bryback in the Vice region always needed a portion of my blood. This makes sense. Nothing shows up in the stat bonus section. This may only show results once the crafting process begins. Lastly, name is self-explanatory. I can name whatever I craft anything I'd like. With a tightened gaze, I switch over to upgrade. Instead, a similar status shows up. Upgrade item. None additional raw imbuement material. None additional skill or special attribute imbuement. See available stat bonus. None complete. Yes. No immediately. This gives me an idea as I place my Flame Emperor's sword into the upgrade item slot. The moment I do, the additional skill or special attribute imbuement goes from lit up to dull. So if an item already has a special attribute like the fire aspect, and I can't add any additional ones. With a nod, I start sifting through my items to see what can be placed in the soul slot remaining. My eyes widen once I attempt adding a firestone to the sword. The slot changes to additional raw imbuement material, Firestone EX, but it continues to glow, signaling there is more room for additional items. The more I place in, the higher the number climbs. I add over half a dozen stones, even the larger boss's stone, before looking down at the stat bonus tab with wide eyes. Before thinking twice, I choose yes to complete the transaction, and a series of notifications fill my vision. The firestones dissolve into the sword in a flash of white light, and I'm left in awe. The Flame Emperor's sword has been upgraded. Fire aspect, Zantum. Advanced fire aspect, additional 20% strength buff added. Additional 20% mental strength boo. Ha, ta, fatted new. Stat bonus added. 500 by defense, 500 by speed, 500 by agility. The long black sword in my hands glows red hot as a black and deep red aura slowly fades. It and the blue text notifications leave my vision. All I see are its improved stats. The Flame Emperor's sword, advanced fire aspect, 288% strength, 252%, mental strength, 200 by defense, 200 by speed, 200 by agility. Another steel tortoise comes into my line of sight moments later, and I cut it down with ease from the sky. However, still using the same powered Zandown strength I was using before to hunt these low Zan level mobs. The size of the black crescent that erupts from my blade is over 3 times its normal size. This leaves a crater in the ground, larger than anything my full Zan-powered attacks have ever produced previously. Black flames flicker, burning away dungeon mass, slowly making the crater even wider even after the attack. Grinning while collecting the MACP and twirling the blade in my hand, I continue Airzen, stepping forward to find more mobs to farm. One of the top things on my mind are the possibilities of new items I can craft if I find even better materials in the future. I'll definitely have to go farming in a labyrinth or hire Zan-grade dungeons once I find my team and get the chance. Meanwhile, after a few hours of farming and training passed back in the Minotaur dungeon, I throw a line of demonic energy out from my fingertips while the pink light of a pure mana blade comes from my right hand. Ember speaks up to my body double once they collide and erupt into an explosion similar to the one he showed me earlier as a reference. You catch on quick. Over Shimao's successful attacks in a row without a single negative reaction. Pick up that dagger and one of your swords. This will be the last stage of training, imbuing weapons and fighting real monsters. I think it is time you test this new ability on a few fast and moving targets. If you can manage to fight the Minotaurs here with ease, I say we venture out to the demonic energy source. You may be surprised at what you find. Jian. Chapter Sen, Ardio Jian, the next Sensaushi, hours of training pass, bringing this session deep into the middle of the night. My real body has just finished up the Steel Tortoise and Giant Rat quests, and has moved on to some of the lower Zan level dungeons with easier tasks for lower rewards. There aren't many left now, so I might as well try to speed Zan run the rest of the quest papers I took with me before the sun comes up. Each one will net me a few more gold, so even if it seems like mindless farming, in the end, it is worth the effort. Back in the Minotaur dungeon, I get ready to test out my technique with a dagger in my left hand and a copy of my newly powered Zanup Flame Emperor's sword in the other. Ember speaks up as we begin venturing further into the dungeon to find a group of Minotaurs to hunt. I'd like to see Yobai kills in a row. Then we can go check out the rift. Ember's wording of a Sodian called Rift, instead of just the source he called it before, does raise some interest in my mind. But I decide to focus on the task he has given me first. With a tight grip on both weapons, my mind is absorbed in the mission ahead. Over the last Lu Saoshirars, the process of using both demonic energy and mana has become much different than before. Previously, trying to activate both at once would be as impossible as attempting to ride a bike for the first time balancing on a thin tightrope across a kilometer-wide canyon. Although it was possible for me to brute force my way across this canyon with the metaphorical bike in my hands and disregarding the tightrope entirely, learning how to systematically succeed in this task by mastering each step drastically improved my capabilities. Learning to ride the bike is the first step. That is just like the action of switching the energy sources back and forth. Then, focusing these sources of energy in certain portions of my body is like balancing atop a wire. It took lots of focus, but with my manipulation skills in both mana and demonic energy, this process was expedited. Putting both together is the final step. It is like moving forward while balancing on that thin wire. With enough practice, it will be as easy as breathing, as long as I leave the process to my subconscious mind and only focus on the energy itself. It is possible to feel and separate the sources. My left eye, arm, and singular pathway leading from my demon's core are able to focus on channeling and visualizing demonic energy, while the rest of my body continues to wield mana. This keeps my buffs active, while allowing me to wield the Midnight Dagger and see both sources in split vision. It took many failures before it was possible to not accidentally intertwine the two. Isolating the demonic energy to just a portion of my body and a fraction of my mind is the key. The less I think about it and let the energy flow just like it did while training, the more successful each attempt becomes. Putting these two talents of focus and balance together, it is now time to put it into action. Let's go fight some monsters. I air-step forward with my black dagger coated in purple and black aura, while my sword glows dark red with flickering black flames glistening around its sides. Even though it is not the real version of the Flame Emperor's sword, the upgraded power still emanates from it at 500 Joshur of its base stats. The first Minotaur comes into sight, and I swing my sword from a distance. A wave of flames splits it in two. Use absorption. Make P T 10 929. Yes, no, a window to absorb the monster's P shows up following its demise. But once I accept it, the notifications that follow are surprising. Attempting Make P transfer to main body. Make P transfer to main body. Failed. Still, the usual mana crystal drops once its body dissolves. Moments later, I turn to air Zan step toward another, as the commotion makes nearby mobs charge in my direction. I air Zan step up close and slash the beast with the Midnight Dagger, and it tears through the mana Zan-based flesh like butter. A violent explosion of sparks from the wound, and it is annihilated in an instant. Unlike the previous mob, not a single crystal or item drops once it is defeated. However, the MCP absorption window still shows up. Use absorption, May P T 10 C. Yes, no. After choosing yes, I'm struck with the same messages. Attempting Meiki transfer to main body. Meiki transfer to main body failed. My thoughts begin to race as I continue practicing with my dagger and sword for a few hours all throughout the Minotaur dungeon. It seems training in my body double comes with its own set of odd rules and boundaries. As tested previously multiple times, I'm able to kill monsters at a higher level than myself, and the levels gain transfer to my main body. Skills and buffs gained in my body double form are able to transfer over as well. But after the tests carried out here, it seems like mana control is not transferred over. There may be more conditions I need to meet, but for right now it seems to be impossible. The last thing I've noticed is that every time I take out a monster using demonic energy, I'm still able to use my absorption skills on them post-Jan death, even if the body is completely gone. But there is a near Jan 0 chance of them dropping any mana crystals or physical items. They all seem to be eaten up in the reaction of sparks and destroyed with the body itself. This has been a very enlightening training session so far. I only had a few slips and ups where a new body double had to be sent over and continue the training. But now, it is starting to feel very natural. I'm still not confident enough to try this method with my main body, but a lot of progress has been made. I grin and yell out to Ember as I slice the final Minotaur in 2 Yeldinin. There we go. Yeldinin a row without messing up. The black, Dan-scaled dragon comes over, flapping his wings with a grin across his face, then points back in the direction to where we started training. Very nice. Then I think we have one last thing to do before leaving this dungeon. It is time to get rid of that rift. Although it is a great source of energy for training, I don't think leaving one around in a dungeon without any guardians nearby is a safe idea. This could cause quite the incident. I raise an eyebrow at this, being the second time I've heard the word rift today, this time with a much clearer and focused mind. The rift? My gaze points toward Ember, then up to the sky as I try to think about when other than today I've heard this term being used before. I murmur under my breath. The rift? Where have I? Oh, Dan. An ominous feeling washes over me as I realize exactly when I've heard this term before. Titans? Are there titans in this dungeon? Or Dan Void Creepers? Whatever you call them. My heart skips a beat as I remember back to my experience in the Great Plains. We never actually went to the source, so I'm not sure where these beings came from. Although, the one thing I do remember is Ember telling me that titans were the weakest of all these creatures. Ember chuckles at my paranoia and replies, No, I doubt there are any of those manads and hungry void creepers around here. Although, the rift we'll be checking out works in a similar way. I immediately let out a sigh of relief at these words, then raise an eyebrow moments later. A similar way? How so? Explain. Rifts are the term used for gates to other worlds, just like the Titans come from their own small pocket of manads and dense space. Many demonic creatures spawn from pockets of demonic energy in the demonic world. My eyes widen, but Ember continues. It is like a dungeon portal, but into a demonic realm. The demon you defeated that ran the labyrinth around this city must have opened it up for some reason. It takes an immense amount of demonic energy and permission from the king to do so. Ember shrugs, thinking to himself for a moment before finishing his thought. Or not. This rift could be a coincidence. With all the demonic energy nearby from the abyss, there is a chance it could be a natural phenomenon. It is hard to tell. All I know is if it is not dealt with, this could end very poorly. Demonic rifts are far more unstable than dungeons. So if left to its own means, a break will surely take over this dungeon given enough time. I nod slowly to myself, then power down all my buffs and place a hand on Ember's back before dungeon walking back to the spot where we first started this training. A dungeon, but with demonic monsters? So like a pocket dimension with a landscape similar to the abyss? I'm interested to see what a demonic realm actually looks like. The two of us begin flying in the direction of the rift. Dian Dian Dian, chapter Sen Sen Qin Dian Dian. The closer I get to the rift, the more demonic energy fills the air nearby. It is all coming from a single area near the furthest point in the dungeon, where the guard previously warned me not to enter. Even the minotaurs steer clear of this area, and the lush green grass doesn't glow as bright. The closer we get to the source, the more dull the dungeon mass around us becomes. Less and less trees grow, and the mana in the air gets much thinner as well. Finally, as we fly over a small hill and look down, the rift comes into view. My eyes open wide at the sight of it. This isn't what I expected to see at all. What seems to be a large tear in space itself ominously floats right above the ground. It is jet and black in color, and looks like someone tore a hole in the open air with a massive knife. It is nearly semi-meters wide, and over meters tall. The top and bottom edges narrow in to make points, and the middle is the widest. Small amounts of raw demonic energy leak out from its edges, and it gives off a pressure unlike anything I've ever felt before. It is similar to the abyss, but sends chills down my spine with every step closer I take. Ember stops in place as he touches down about 6 or so meters away from the tear in space. He opens up his link. I won't be following you through the first time. It would be wise to leave that dagger behind as well. We don't know how strong the monsters in that rift are yet. Demonic realms can be very unpredictable and volatile, so it is best not to go in with anything you don't want to lose. The Midnight Dagger is the one item in my item storage that doesn't duplicate when I create a body double. It also isn't affected by the sparks produced from the mana on demonic energy reaction. I haven't done enough tests yet to understand why either of these phenomena occur, but now isn't the time to test it out. I reply while throwing the dagger into the dungeon floor by Ember's side. Understood. I'll leave it behind. While continuing to take steps forward closer to the rift, the pressure it gives off increases. It feels similar to the thickness in the air I felt while in the abyss, but with every step, it is becoming multiple times greater, like boulders are being stacked on my shoulders. Is there anything specific I should be looking for, or any important details I should know before entering this realm? Although this is just a test with a body double, all the information I can get would be a great help. Ember immediately replies through the link. Refrain from using any Mana Zan-based skills when you first enter. Depending on the rift strength, even the simple use of a buff could cause a problem. The first thing you should do is get a feel for the terrain and scope out the average level of monster inside. Once you do this, report back and I can give you more instructions on what to do and what kind of demonic realm we're dealing with. I take another step and the pressure intensifies even more. My heart rate increases, and a grin that only comes across my face in the heat of a life Zan or Zan death battle creeps upon my lips. Finally, something really interesting. I take another step forward, coming within shimi eaters of the black tier in the open air, with my eyes practically sparkling. I deactivate all my Mana Zan-based skills, just like Ember said to before taking a moment to stare into the darkness. Then, after taking a deep breath in and out, I sprint forward and take a leap through into the rift. My vision goes black, and the immense pressure around me increases even more. My head starts to ache with all the pressure, and I tighten both my fists while the feeling of weightlessness takes over. I float in a sea of darkness for a few seconds as the pressure continues to grow in my head and compress all parts of my body. Eventually, the weightless feeling turns into the sensation of falling, and my vision slowly returns. Purple and black energy swirls around, and I brace for impact as my feet hit the solid ground. A loud crunch follows, but surprisingly, it is the rock beneath my feet that breaks, not my bones. Although the invisible pressure that pushes down on me is intense, the raw demonic energy in the air is so abundant, it feels like mana in a regular dungeon. Without wasting even a second, I begin absorbing as much as I can, maxing out my core at just over whoosh units. With no reason to hold back, I let the energy flow through my pathways while constantly absorbing more. At full core and pathway saturation, letting the energy seep from my pores to power my footsteps and extra demonic senses feels like second nature. After doing this, my vision adjusts to the landscape, and I'm equally surprised at what I see. The raw energy in the air swirls around me in all directions, limiting my range of vision to a few dozen meters ahead. It is like a very foggy morning mist covering everything in sight. That mist just happens to be purple and black. The ground is made of what feels like hard, rugged stone, but it's covered with wet shrubbery that is tinted red and purple. The sound of light trickling and dripping water is nearby in every direction, and my footsteps echo, making it seem like I'm in some kind of vast cave system. The ground below my feet rises up and down in jagged and uneven pathways with awkward, sharp pillars of stone Zan-like stalactites, jutting up from the ground and down from a ceiling, far above me in random places. They range in size from my own height to the size of multiple Zan story buildings as the cave structure expands outward. Through the mist, I can make out small streams of what I can only assume to be water, and the smell of iron fills my nose and lungs. The surroundings are so odd and foreign that it is difficult to even walk straight. If I don't take careful steps, I could easily pierce myself with something sharp, step into a pool of mystery liquid, or fall headfirst into a ravine. Even with the odd environment, my curiosity of this new world has my eyes wide and senses on full alert. The only real goal of my venture in here is to find out as much information about this realm as possible before coming back to Ember. I'd also like to know what treasures it potentially hides. At the thought, I turn around and my heart skips a beat when the rift I entered to get here is completely gone. Boss rooms in Mana Zan-based dungeons work in a very specific way. Once a hunter enters, they need to kill the boss before the transfer magic activates. This is the only way to get out? My guess is this rift works in a similar fashion. Some kind of condition needs to be met before I can escape. I let out a sigh and begin walking forward, while expanding my demonic energy senses. The dense swirling energy in this cave makes it very hard to see what is in front of me, but I can tell there is an opening and a pocket of much less dense air nearby. I carefully walk forward to search for this opening. Although I'm able to feel every bit of raw energy around me for almost a kilometer on every side due to my skill, the atmosphere is so dense with it that it is difficult to tell if there are monsters nearby or if they're just thick pockets of energy. I continue up and down small hills and pathways within the cavern, dodging spiked pillars of jagged stone, and making sure not to touch the streams of running liquid to try and get a better view of what is at the end. Once I finally reach what feels like the exit, I step through a final layer of mist into the outside world and stare down into a valley while taking in a breath of fresh air. The exit of the cave leaves me stranded on the side of a tall mountain's cliffside, looking down into a shadowy world below. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen, Senyo Jian Jian Jian. As far as I can see, on both my left and right is the cliffside of other mountains, all sloping downward into the same deep valley. Although the air is less dense with demonic energy up here, I can sense there are large pockets of close to zero energy down below in the shadows of the ravine. Above me, dark clouds fill the sky, and the iron smell is even stronger out here than within the cave. After careful consideration, I've come to the conclusion that the water is what gives off this odd smell. With eyes full of curiosity, I start walking down a winding mountain path toward the bottom. My feet crunch against the uneven ground, and the soggy red and purple shrubbery that grew inside the cave becomes even denser the further down the mountain I climb. Every link between Ember and the outside world is completely severed right now. I don't dare activate any Mana Zen base skills until I'm sure it is safe to do so. But just feeling the pressure around me, all my senses are screaming not to. Almost senshvenjung. Utes pass as I slowly make my way down the mountain. The whole time I'm on high alert, but I've still yet to see a single monster in here. How odd. Usually, I'd be met with at least one monster mindlessly charging at me by now, but not a single one makes itself known. The swirling purple and black energy thins out more and more the further down I get until eventually, it is non-Zan existent. I step onto the flat ground to take in the world below with the ominous towering mountains I just left behind me. There are streams of water that smell of metal that twist off into the open plain Zan-like environment as far as I can see. The only plant life grows along the water's edge in small clumps. There are awkward, jagged mounds of dirt and rock that rise up tens of meters in the air with the occasional tree devoid of leaves. None of them grow much higher than Wumi eaters in height. An invisible pressure very similar to the one I felt when entering the portal returns as I continue taking steps forward to explore. The ground becomes softer the further in I travel, and the smell of iron starts to turn sour. The landscape stays exactly the same as I leave the dark mountains behind. The air is still, and the only noises I can hear are my own heartbeat, wet footsteps, and the trickling water of the streams that have separated off in many directions. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I finally see something out of place. A large tablet rests out in the open. It is made of a lighter gray tan-colored rock that contrasts the purple and black landscape. The closer I get to it, the more questions I have. 3 holes are chiseled out in the large stone, and once I'm close enough, its size is much more impressive. The tablet stands over 10 times as tall as me, and upon further inspection, each of the holes looks like they can fit a key. The closer I get, the louder my heart beats in my chest. I place a hand on the cool stone, then run my fingers up and down its smooth surface, but nothing happens. I'm left in silence and take my hand off the tablet with a disappointed expression. However, the moment I do, it immediately pulses light purple one time before going dormant again. It was so sudden and without warning or any consequence that if I blinked, I could have missed it. I start to circle it with a tightened gaze, questioning if that purple pulse was my imagination or not. My eyes scan the tablet again and again, looking for any other markings or clues, but come up with nothing. I let out a sigh and look off deeper into the open plain and talk aloud to myself. Is this place abandoned? I must be missing something. Less than half a minute later, I start to feel the ground rumble beneath my feet. At the same time, dozens of black figures appear on the horizon. I try to use my manipulation skill to tell how strong they are, but being so close together, it is nearly impossible to tell. Nevertheless, I step forward to meet the wave of incoming monsters. I was starting to think this place was really empty, so some signs of life inside is a good thing. Better late than never. The ground shakes more, and water that soaks the wetlands beneath my feet starts to ripple and splash around the closer the figures get. I stand in a fighting stance, channeling demonic energy through my body and squinting to get a closer look as they continue to approach at a steady speed. A stampede? Once within visual range, the black horns and the muscular bodies of dozens of bulls on all fours charge toward me. Their eyes are glowing red, and their minds are set on one task, attacking me. Now that they're within my manipulation range, I can feel that each of the charging bulls has around Senshur to Sishur units of energy inside them. So, they'll most likely have the average strength of a level Senbai Wushimi monster. Fighting without a dagger in hand is tough, but with opponents of this strength, I'm a bit more confident. I run forward with energy coursing through my body, leaving a faint trail of purple and black refined energy behind me. The bulls don't flinch at my sudden charge. They continue their rampage forward until we finally meet in the center of the wide Zan open wetlands. Now that we're closer, I count 6 of them in total. Let's do this, quickly and carefully. I bob and weave through the charging beasts. They have a very hard time changing directions. So as long as my movements are fast and unpredictable, I'm not worried about getting hit by their horns. A demonic energy Zan-imbued punch to the side is enough to knock one over, and even send blood flying. But surprisingly, it isn't enough to kill the first couple that I launch attacks at. Tough ones, aren't you? Seeing this fail, I resort to releasing streams of black energy from my hands in thin blades, just like I attempted the first time fighting against wolves. These monsters are much stronger, so I up the strength on my energy blades just a bit. Roughly Wu-concentrated units in a slash are just enough to cleanly cut a bull deep enough in a vital point to kill it. There is only one downside. I have to be within about Sendal-Simi Eaters of range for these attacks to be dense enough to do any damage. When further away, the refined energy disperses into ineffective mist before it hits the target. With my natural agility and speed advantage, this is not a crippling problem to have. The pack starts to grunt loudly and roar as their members are picked off one by one. Absorbing the fallen bull's demonic energy isn't a simple task while dozens are still charging at me. So, I resort to punching those that come near while I refill my core. Just Semvenjong Yutes pass, and the entire herd is dead on the damp floor, and the excess energy dissolves into the sky. I breathe heavily and stare down at my bloodied fists and wait for the monsters around me to completely disappear. As they do, small black glossy stones are left behind. I try to use all my senses to figure out what is so special about these stones. But just like the last few times, they appear to be just tiny obsidian Zan-colored pebbles with no unique attributes. Once I begin picking them up, a roar echoes through the wetlands, and the air pressure completely shifts. A single figure comes running toward me from the same direction as the bulls. It has the same black horns, bulky body, and red eyes. However, this one stands on 2 legs, wields a long sword, and around its neck, there is a glowing purple key. Zanzanzan Chapter Sen, Senar Zanzanzan, the silhouette of an enormous minotaur, draws closer on the horizon. Its skin and fur are jet black, and its horns glisten with their obsidian Zan-like gloss, reflecting the crimson light from the demonic creature's eyes back at me. My gaze is fixated on the glowing purple key around its neck. It is most likely linked to one of the conditions to unlocking whatever is behind this stone. I lunge forward with my fists ready, and every step trailing energy behind me as I pick up speed. As we draw closer to each other, I finally manage to get a good reading on the monster's strength as well. Wushu units. Looks like this one may not be that easy, although it is nowhere near the Goliath of a worm I ran from in the abyss a few days back. It is no mere wolf or raging bull. This time around, I'm in their domain, without a weapon and at a lower level as well. Fighting a monster this size and power could actually be quite the challenge. But It is one I'm ready for. The wind in my face picks up as we both accelerate, and once finally within range, I jump to my right side, narrowly avoiding its sword and hearing the roar of battle commence. I don't bother attacking, nor do I try after it turns to run at me again. For the first half a dozen exchanges, I'd like to gauge its speed and movement patterns. Just from the run over, I can tell our base speed stats are similar, and from the near miss of that sword swing, our agility seems to be nearly on par as well, though I have a slight edge. I land a single punch to its hind leg after dodging, and it feels like I'm hitting a brick wall layered with meat. The muscles and flesh ripple, but the monster hardly moves or reacts. The next exchange ends with a demonic energy leaving my right hand filled with double that of the bulls I fought earlier. Sure units of refined energy hit the demonic minotaur at point-blank range in the same place behind its left leg. A deep gash opens up, but it doesn't even hit bone, and it is not nearly enough to slow its movements. This only angers it more. While watching the beast turn around, getting ready for our next exchange, I channel my manipulation skill to absorb raw energy from the atmosphere above, but only manage a few units before I have to cut my concentration and dodge its next strike. This happens 3 more times before I'm back up to my full stores. But the slash on the back of my opponent's leg seems to have closed up while I've taken the time to restore my energy. A scar is left behind, but is quickly covered by a few wisps of purple and black energy, and the previously injured flesh looks as good as new. I smirk and run forward. Looks like you have some tricks of your own too. As time goes on, the grunts get louder and the movements get sloppier. I manage to land Sissausher. It's of sheer demonic energy strikes per full core, using up almost sure units to power my movements while dodging and building up enough speed to place attacks. Every time I take the time to restore all wuxi units of my own raw energy from the atmosphere, the wounds on the beast somehow heal on their own. However, every time it heals a wound, the energy in its body depletes further and further down. This is what gives me the spirit to continue my seemingly meaningless attacks. It may look like the battle is going nowhere from the outside view, but I know it is only a matter of time. 2 more full cycles of my wuxi Zian unit core get drained and used, and the Minotaur continues to get angrier and angrier, swinging its blade at me. The crimson eyes glow so bright with rage that the beast doesn't even realize its energy stores have nearly run to 0, and the slash marks stop healing. Its movements slow, and my barrage of attacks eventually bring it to its knees. I use 4 final Shuzian unit slashes on the same area at close range to slice its head clean off. It doesn't budge easily, but eventually I free the heavy chain necklace from its chest. The purple glowing key lands in my grasp before it can hit the muddy ground. Futhud, the corpse of the Minotaur, falls behind me and slowly starts to dissolve, letting out a satisfied sigh. I start to catch my breath and slowly recharge my core while twirling the key around through my fingers. It glows bright purple and gives off an intense pressure around it. My gaze switches from the key to the dissolving corpse and to the stone tablet off in the distance. The sound of something splashing into water sounds out as my eyes turn back to where the fallen Minotaur was before. In its place, a black stone remains. I step over to pick it up and examine it. Unlike all the other demonic stones I've collected before, this one has a light purple glow to it. Wisps of energy circle around it, and it gives off a pressure just like the key in my other hand. I grip both the stone and key tight, then start walking over to the tablet again. Once standing in front of it, my heart starts beating louder, but I don't hesitate to stick the glowing key in the bottom hole and twist. As I do, the tablet pulses purple just like before. Then, in an instant, turns dull along with the key. The same rumbling is felt beneath my feet just a few seconds later, just as I thought. I place the glowing stone from my last battle at the base of the tablet. I'll be back here with another one soon. I smirk and begin running toward a stampede of bulls. In a matter of minutes, every last one of them is defeated, and their small black gems are scattered across the wetlands floor. This wave had a few bulls that were pushing Sishuwu units, a bit more than I expected, but not more than I can handle. Once finished collecting all of these stones and restoring my demonic energy, the presence of another creature similar to the last boss enters my senses. The ground starts to vibrate, and I feel its footsteps approaching quickly. as I turn my head to see what direction it is coming from. The sight of it charging toward me at less than e-by-me-meters away gives me a bit of a shock. I put my hands up, ready to do a similar long Zan-lasting battle as the previous boss. But before I can even think of which direction to dodge in, it has already closed the gap. Too fast! A glossy double Zan-sided axe swings my way through the air, and the only thing that fills my vision are the glowing red eyes and another purple key dangling from the creature's neck as I use all my strength and demonic energy stores to jump out of the way to dodge. Jeej. I can feel the razored and sharp edge of the blade tear the back of my red robe as I roll to the floor out of the way, but am hit with a heavy fist in the stomach that is easily Wu times larger than my own. It came out of nowhere. The speed and power of this next boss are levels above the last one. I cough up blood while analyzing the monster before me to contain over Liu Shiwu demonic energy units. Then, I get struck in the back before my vision goes dark. You have died. Zan Zan Zan. My main body receives this chain of memories while burning a group of monsters in a far Zan-off dungeon to a crisp. I stop mid-Zan fight and let out a chuckle before creating a new body double to send back to Ember to report the news. After this, I aired Zan step downward to see if any more items have dropped while talking to myself under my breath. Looks like my training today isn't over just yet. There seems to be a few more things I need to learn. Zan Zan Zan, Chapter Sen Sen Sen, Zan 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 I. Teleport back to the Minotaur dungeon and recall the events inside the demonic realm to Ember, who replies with a sly grin and eyes full of interest. So, it is a trial realm. Once the 3 stages of tests are complete, the realm will collapse and bring you back here. I'm positive. I've seen these used before, many times, by newly ranked DNUP demons. They're usually used for combat training once you reach a certain point, passing level Wubai or so. I reply to this, training. For what? Don't demons naturally rank up and gain levels as they guard a labyrinth? Ember replies. Some do, some don't. Others practice with trials controlled by the king, preparing for a possible future when they're allowed back into the demonic world. This one is one of the Tier R trials. 3 stages of waves with increasing difficulty. Rewards for trials like this would be items like the dagger you already hold, or the special demonic stones you mentioned dropped from the first boss. I ponder to myself for a moment. So my dagger came from one of these realms? Ember shrugs and turns to the rift. It is impossible to know. There was nothing like the abyss in my previous knowledge, so the source could possibly be different. Times are changing. What I do know is, you'll need to use mana and demonic energy to take out the opponents ahead if they're as powerful as you say. Use the training we've gone through so far, but be mindful that contact with any outside demonic energy with your active skills will cause a reaction. You'll have to worry about other monsters' energy as well, not just your own. I stare down at the dagger still half-in sunken into the ground by Ember's side, then look up at the rift, deciding not to take the blade with me just yet. Got it. I need to do some more tests. Without another moment to think, I jump through the rift and start trekking through the dark cave again. The pathways and tunnels feel much more familiar this time around, and I make it out to the side of the mountain in a matter of minutes. The climb downward is much easier as well. Once the demonic energy sand-filled air clears up and the open field below comes into view, the stone tablet far off in the distance is visible to the naked eye. Not too far from it, a minotaur almost double the tablet's size begins running toward me. Good, the trials don't restart. The second boss is still here. It can sense me from here too. I run forward and attempt my first mana Zan imbued skill attempt, activating Berserker, Bloodlust, and Extreme Strength to boost my movement speed and many other stat points. The red and golden aura that forms around me manages to stay active while I reach into my item storage and pull out the duplicated Flame Emperor's sword. With each step closer I take, my anticipation grows. My recent increase in speed and ability to use buffs allows me to perceive the enormous black creature in front of me. My left eye continues to watch the demonic energy swirling around the massive monster that runs my way. I make it down the mountain entirely and begin charging my sword. I decide not to air Zan step right away unless necessary because there is no mana in the air. Previously, I tested absorbing duplicated mana crystals on a body double, and it didn't work as well as I hoped. The crystals dissolve upon absorption and don't add any MP to my body or status. My full bar is all I have to work with right now, so it is best not to waste anything. Eventually, I come within attacking range and let a low Zan-powered mana, Zan-based strike fly toward the demonic monster. It is initially just a test to see if I can even launch an attack like this in here, but also, I'm trying to gauge the new monster's real reflex speed and note down its movement patterns. As the flickering blade of fire soars toward the monster, it ducks and sidesteps with ease, hardly changing its forward momentum one bit. In reaction, I don't flinch either, and keep running forward at its incoming double Zan-bladed axe. Just like our last encounter, I dodge its downward strike, but with much more ease this time around because of my mana Zan buffs, and let out a slash of fire at its back. A smirk creeps across my face as I use a small pocket of air magic to propel myself away faster, and watch sparks begin to form where my mana makes contact. The loud roar of an injured beast rings out. In the end, you were no match, I whisper under my breath as I turn around. But the sight before me doesn't match the sound of the roar. A large gash is visible in the monster's hide. But the sparks are starting to fizzle out, and there is no sign of my fiery strike ever being there. No burns, nor excess residue is visible on the beast. All that remains is a wound that barely goes as deep as bone, and the light crackle of a few sparks remaining before the reaction goes out entirely. Devyut-Zan, wait, how? My mind doesn't register what happens at first, and I nearly get hit by the next charge by the beast, but use another few dozen MP of wind magic to jump up high enough in the air to dodge. I shake my head and get back into battle mode, releasing another mana blade with a few hundred MP worth of energy down at the Minotaur. I'll figure out your weakness soon enough. 5 more exchanges go by, and I continue to land hits on the beast's blind spots as it tries to attack me. The speed and power of this creature are quite frightening. Even when using my mana Zan-powered buffs, our speed and agility stats are nearly even. My only advantage is the use of wind magic to get out of its way in a bind. Pure strength and attack power, it has got me totally beat, as seen from our last exchange. One hit from that axe and I'm dead. So far, I've landed clean-fired and imbued mana blades on the creature's chest and back, and the same thing keeps happening. Upon impact, there is a huge explosion of sparks, but once all of the mana is disintegrated, the demonic energy swirling around the monster remains. Unlike how even a tiny bit of demonic energy hits mana, it destroys everything it touches. When mana hits demonic energy, it only destroys enough to get rid of the mana itself. This is going to be a lot tougher than I thought. With half a bar of MP remaining, I continue to wear the beast down. Its movements are getting much slower, but not at the same rate as me. I'm going to have to think of something new if I want to kill this beast in one shot. In between my next few attacks, I try a few demonic energy slashes at close range too. The amount of damage one sure Zan unit slash causes is minuscule when compared to the destructive force of Eibai Zan Liangbai MP Mana Blade. It is hard to get close enough for demonic energy to be effective, but I continue to try. The demonic energy in the air high above can replenish my core while I have no mana available to continuously charge the source. However, on my last demonic energy attempt, the Minotaur catches on and turns its gaze toward me mid-Zan stride. Before I can think twice about changing my trajectory, its axe has shifted directions and is coming straight at my right side. Thinking fast, I reflexively activate Dungeon Walker to teleport out of the way. Air Zan step would not be fast enough, and I haven't tested a demonic blade on mana blade contact yet. I'm not by confident in its ability to block an incoming attack. Dungeon Walker Zan. Dungeon Zan D Zan. The moment it activates. There aren't any points to warp to. This skill doesn't work in here. My mind is blank, and I grit my teeth. The second Zan best option will have to do. Reluctantly, I swing my sword up to block the axe before it comes crashing down on me while summoning a barrier of pink mana along its edges for extra support. A loud crackle, and twang ring out in the air as I drain my MP stores down to under 15%. The explosion of sparks and immense pressure released blasts me backward over Arshmi eaters, and I air step upward to get out of range from the mad monster's attack radius. My expression is filled with frustration and a hint of anger, but deep beneath my eyes, there is a glint of pure battle and hungry glee, though that shimmer in my eyes may just be the reflection of the sparks crackling off the tip of my shattered sword. Half of it has disintegrated in the blast and is slowly moving downward toward the handle. My gaze points down to the monster's weapon that has suffered a similar fate. A large chunk of the black axe blade is missing, as well as one of its long, glossy horns atop its head that got caught in the blast. I throw the blade to the ground as it crackles away into nothingness and reach into my item storage to grab my wind dagger. Using its special perk, I separate the weapon into two parts to grip one in each hand while quickly air Zan stepping back down to the ground to conserve the small amount of mana I have left. Zan Zin Zan, Chapter Sen. Senses Si Zin Zin Zan. With only a few hundred MP remaining, I rush at my opponent with two wind daggers in my grasp. The remaining raw energy inside the monster I run toward is just over a third of what it started with. If I continue using my mana at the same rate, with the same strategies, I'll surely lose. I need to get up close and try a more powerful technique, one that can finish it off in a single shot. With this in mind, the next time I narrowly avoid the Minotaur's axe and air step away, I continue my upward trajectory to position myself dangerously close to the beast. I haven't let my usual shot of energy off yet. I'm still charging everything I have into both my blades. This lack of attack notifies the monster that I'm doing something different. It instantly catches on. I hear a grunt as it quickly turns my way with an upward swing of its axe. With every last drop of MP going into my daggers, I swing down, pointing at the side of the demonic creature's neck while the sharp side of its axe slices me clean in two. The final thing I see is an explosion of sparks and the head of the beast topple off its neck. You have died. Zan Zin Zan, the memories all come back to me as I finish up farming another quest in one of the level Ibai, Zan Ibai Wushu dungeons. I chuckle to myself while making another body double. That is one way to do it. At the same time, I reach into my inventory and take out about Senshi KMP worth of crystals to give to my double before it teleports back to Ember in the Minotaur dungeon. That is over sure full recharges. If lack of MP is the issue, this should be enough for my next opponent. Then, I get back to farming. Only a third of the quests remain, and I already completed the hardest and highest paying ones. At this rate, I'll finish every one of them before the sun comes up. Zan Zin Zan, I carefully separate the real mana crystals in my item storage, not mixing them up with the duplicate copies. To the naked eye, the duplicates look exactly the same, but under any amount of mana control or perception skills, it is clear they're fakes. After reporting the events of my last fight to Ember, I jump back into the rift to see what exactly happened after the fight. Less than half an hour passes before I find the second glowing purple key on the ground. It glows even brighter, and right next to it on a path of crimsons and colored shrubbery is another demonic stone, the size of my entire palm. It glows the same purple color and gives off a similar invisible pressure. With a grin across my face, I walk over to the stone tablet and place my winnings from the second battle next to the other one on the ground below before twisting the next key into the middle hole. I have to hover about a meter off the ground to place the key inside, as it is fairly high up in the air. Once I do, the purple pulse repeats just like before. Then the entire tablet goes dull. A rumble immediately shakes the ground, and a herd of bulls comes charging my way. From here, it looks and feels like nearly 100 of them this time around. I run at them and start the third wave. No more than Wufenjong Utes pass before every last mob is dead on the floor. Every one of them was between Sishu and Wushu units. I decide to use my wind daggers to make things quicker. I don't need to use much MP at all, and one wind slash can take out multiple. The small black stones that drop to the floor, without even a hint of purple glow after they all dissolve, are disappointing. But at least I'm warmed up for the main event with over 500 Joshire of my MP stores remaining. As I turn around while catching my breath, The presence of a single beast fills my senses. It is here. With Tishuwu units of raw demonic energy swirling through its body, the outline of a shadowy minotaur appears on the horizon of the realm. Before I can even grip my blades and prepare myself to fight, its outline disappears from sight. I immediately turn on my mana senses and full buffs to jump in the air with my Erdzan steps. Then the overwhelming presence and pressure of a powerful being surges beneath me. It seemed to be using a teleport skill at first, but once I use all my senses to perceive it, the monster just ran at me too fast for my unaided eyes to see. It stands over sure times my height and wields two long black swords that reflect its glowing red eyes in their glossy shine. The final purple key rests around its neck. Two enormous twisting horns come off its head, and the entirety of its body is pouring out refined energy. The monster before me came in aggressive from the start, using demonic speed buffs and swinging its swords in an elegant display. If I didn't instinctively jump in the air with magic, once the Minotaur left my vision, I'd undoubtedly be defeated already. Gritting my teeth, I still let off two Hydzan-powered mana blades in its direction. But before they even make it halfway to its neck, the beast turns and makes eye contact with me before dodging and pointing its two blades in my direction. To my surprise, the swords in its hands begin to glow purple, the same color as the key around its neck. The next thing I witness is it swinging both blades across its body in synchronicity, and a purple crescent of light shrouded in darkness with black energy trailing behind it erupts from the Minotaur's weapons. An energy attack? It looks just like my mana blades, but is clearly made of demonic energy. It is charged to glow bright purple, unlike when I release dark black refined energy straight from my hands. I've seen a similar effect take place in my dagger, but have never been able to send it flying from the blade like this before. All I can think to do is send my own attack back and move out of the way. With a large amount of my remaining MP, I air step away from the blast and send a white crescent of my air magic back at it to further propels me out of the way as I watch an eruption of sparks destroy my full Zan-powered attack. In less than a second, my energy blade is completely destroyed, and over half of the demonic energy blade's size still remains as it rockets further into the sky. My gaze locks onto the Minotaur again, and I see it powering up another attack. I'm nowhere near its speed on the ground, and I'm a sitting duck in the sky. Taking a quick glance at my MP bar, it is already below half. I try to Erdzan step further away to catch my breath and come up with a strategy to take on this new opponent. But there is no time to think. The murderous roar of the final demonic boss echoes all throughout the realm, and another full Zan-powered slash comes flying my way. Zanzanzand, Chapter Sen, Senwu, Zanzanzand, thinking fast. I use up my remaining MP stores to combat the second incoming demonic energy blade. There is just enough time for me to use the propulsion of my strike to move myself out of the way, and a similar display of sparks erupts in the sky. Not good. My MP remaining is at less than Baifinger Wu, and using demonic energy against an opponent like this is pointless unless I can figure out how to charge my attacks like his swords do. Bringing my dagger into this realm has its own risks. If I lose it, I'm not sure I'll easily be able to find another one. I have to be absolutely sure I can defeat this monster before gambling with a weapon so unique. The only thing I should focus on right now is the monster's movements, and try to land an attack to gauge its strength and see how many it will take to defeat it. With this in mind, I air step into the air and open my item storage to pull out a few thousand MP worth of mana crystals to recharge my magic. The moment the pink gems touch my skin, and the absorption process begins. The crackle of sparks starting to form on my contact point makes my stomach drop. My gaze turns to witness my MP bar not budge even slightly. The roar of the Minotaur below me sounds for the incoming energy blade to finish me off in an instant. You have died. I make another double to send myself back to the rift. Ember greets me before I jump in. Back so soon? I take it the final boss is more difficult than you thought. My mind is moving in a million directions trying to come up with a way to actually harm the beast in that rift. I fill Ember in on what occurred and my list of potential battle strategies for the next few attempts. He thinks to himself for a moment before replying. That does sound like a good plan. have a few battles using every trick you've got to learn its attack patterns, and look for a weakness. A Qixi Wujian unit final boss is a difficult task, but I don't think it is impossible. Just be wary. Monsters of this tier, if left to their own means for long enough, will get stronger on their own. I wouldn't be surprised if it tried to cause a rift break by absorbing the demonic energy inside and focusing it on a single point to make a tier if you don't keep it busy. My eyes widen, but Ember keeps talking through our link. It shouldn't be a problem as long as you take care of it today. There is plenty of time. Just not an unlimited amount of it. I turn back to the rift, but ask a final question before stepping forward. How about my mana problem? Is there really no way to absorb it without setting off the reaction? It doesn't make any sense. Why am I able to use my buffs and regular skills without a problem? But the crystals I used immediately backfired on me, Ember replies. I, for one, have never attempted to absorb mana in a demonic realm. There has never been any need to do so. I have a theory as to why the realm can't handle mana in its purest form, and there is a way to mask it along with your aura. This may make the absorption process possible. However, there isn't enough time to teach you mana suppression before this rift breaks down. You'll need a much higher mana control to learn such techniques. I let out a sigh and jump through, so it looks like I'll just have to work with what I've got for now. Although this new technique of mana suppression sounds interesting, Ember knows my strength well. If I'm not strong enough to handle it yet, it can't help me for the time being. I make it through the cave in a matter of minutes and jump down the side of the mountain using up tiny amounts of mana to safely make my way to the bottom. It may be a small waste of magic, but time is of the essence here. Burning through a few MP is worth it if I get a few more fights in against the enormous beast that has been patiently waiting for me in the open field. The second I come into its view, the monster dashes over with blinding speed and glowing swords. I take out my wind daggers and attempt a few attacks. The next 2 hours go by in a flash. After Wu body double deaths and just over Arshamael lashes from the Minotaur, I've come to the conclusion that this is going to be close to impossible. Its speed and power are too overwhelming. Every single base stat of the monster in front of me is higher than my own, even with my buffs activated. It is not that it's using any unique skill I can't handle. It just has been outclassed on natural abilities in every category. I attempt to use my Red Hydra's Rage, but it doesn't even show up in my status. This is most likely because, as long as my main body is conscious, its mental strength stat will be higher, and therefore the holder of the buff. With an increase in stats like that, I may have a fighting chance. But as I am right now, it is starting to seem hopeless as I haven't even landed a single bit of damage, nor have I even fully destroyed one of its energy blades. Well, I might as well see if this will work. On my next attempt, I go in with one mission to land some damage by any means necessary. I want to see if I can make this monster bleed and possibly wear it down more and more one battle at a time. After running through the caves and jumping down the mountain, I aim straight for the boss with my instant finale ranked Dan Up buff ready to use. After narrowly dodging one slash, I don't duck for cover. I continue forward and activate all the remaining mana in my body to let out a flash of white, explosive light. I hear the monster roar, but everything goes black before I can see the aftermath. My memories are transferred back to my main body, and I make another double to repeat the process. Quickly, I run back into the rift to see if my attack landed and have my buff ready for another just in case I need to use it again. The burnt flesh and injured left side of the beast that I see once breaking through the demonic energy cloud line brings a smile to my face. Although, the wisps of black and purple energy coming from the clouds above down to the beast, and the slowly healing flesh is not at all what I wanted to witness following. Still, I charge forward and manage to pull off another instant finale, making the beast roar out in pain. It got very used to my old attack strategies, making it impossible to land a hit. After a few attempts, it catches on to what I'm doing here too. But it is clear the beast does not comprehend how I've managed to come back to fight it again and again. All it knows is it needs to avoid getting hit and heal as much as it can before the next energy blast comes to meet it. Nevertheless, I come running through the rift and back down the mountain again for a third time to witness the scarring and damaged flesh on its right side from my second attack This excites me. However, its left side from my first is almost healed entirely. I set off another self-destruct move again, aiming straight for its nearly healed side. It is a success, but in coming back for a fourth time, I find that now its right side has nearly healed too. Although I managed to land some hits, this endless cycle will only anger the beast more and won't end in its demise. I'm traveling as fast as I can and using my full power every time. There is no attack more powerful and mana efficient than this. The time lag between each of my deaths is too long. I'm going to have to risk more than just a body double to win this fight. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen, Sen Liu Jian Jian Jian. After being defeated a few more times, and even managing to land a few regular mana, hits on the monster to gauge its strength further, at the cost of valuable positioning that resulted in being defeated moments later. I've come to a conclusion. I stand outside the rift with my hands on my hips in my true form, not bothering to make another body double just yet. I've finished every quest and have all the item dropped stored away in my item storage, and the only thing left to do is clear this rift. I recall the events of my last few battles to Ember, then let out a sigh. I won't be able to beat this monster in my doubled form if I want to take it out by sunrise. I'm not fast enough, nor strong enough, and don't have the means to defeat it with this nerfed strength. My eyes wander down to my dagger stuck in the dungeon floor, and I hear a reply. Based on what you've told me so far, it seems like you just need a little boost. Your base form is much stronger and has access to the Red Hydra's buff. It may be a tougher battle, but I see you winning it, no question. I'll even join you inside the rift now that we know exactly what we're working with. I nod while bending down to grip the black dagger. Are you sure the buff won't react in the same way mana crystals did when I absorbed them? This is the only part of all this that I'm hesitant on. Soul energy cannot be destroyed by demonic energy. Whatever skills were safe before will be safe while using the buff as well. Plus, like I said, I'll come along and help if you need. We'll call this battle the grand finale of your training session today. I think you're going to be surprised at how far you've come. I twirl the black dagger through my fingers, then make a body double before walking through the rift. I'll need all the help I can get. I want to see what reward I'll receive for winning a final boss match like this. After this, I'm transported into the demonic realm with a body double on my left side and Ember on my right. We begin venturing through the cave to face the final boss. Maybe ever since this labyrinth run, I've been too dependent on my body double. It is a great tool to use for information gathering and help with some leveling and item farming in the future. But there are some opponents that need my full strength. I take my walk through the cave and down the mountain a bit slower this time around, and for the first time, properly channel demonic energy into my real body. The sensation feels exhilarating. Unlike my double, this body allows me to hold over Wushu units in my core. I can already feel the difference. As we get down to the bottom of the mountain and away from the dense clouds of raw energy, I begin to focus my own into just my left side, like in training. With the rest of my body, I activate the full force of my buffs and perception skills as the sound of the Minotaur's roars fills our ears. Ember flaps his wide black-scaled wings, flying in the direction of our enemy, while my double charges forward to be a distraction. My eyes stay locked on the beast as it comes forward. Even now, with a small boost in stats, its movements don't look as unbeatable as they once were. I take a deep breath in and out, then whisper under my breath. I only have one chance this time, so I have to make every strike count. As these words leave my lips, a black wave of fire leaves Ember's mouth, and I watch him send a ball of black demonic energy from his right front claws. I grin and activate my Red Hydra's rage buff, then run forward at the towering monster that begins throwing an energy attack at my body double. The glowing purple crescent of charged demonic energy cuts through the air, but as the crimson power of my buff envelops my entire body, it seems like everything around me has slowed down almost by 3 times. The blade soaring toward my double seems easy to dodge, but my copy releases an immense amount of MP to blast out of the way. As soon as this happens, the wave of fire from the dragon in the sky rains down on the Minotaur, burning off a layer of its flesh with sparks, and the demonic energy attacks that follow do a bit of damage too. Ember's attacks from the sky do a similar amount of damage as my body, double self-destruct move, strong, but it would still take over a dozen of them consecutively to put this beast in bad condition. Seeing this, I run forward. The demonic minotaur does the same, bursting through a wall of black flames and sparks. It has disregarded the small amount of damage from the flames to focus on the real enemy before it. Its glowing purple swords are both swung toward me. But it is now even a challenge for me to dodge. I easily change my trajectory with a sidestep and use a small amount of air magic to twist out of its way. In doing this, I see the monster's blind spot for a split second and release a wave of mana Zen-imbued fire wrapped in the red Hydra's aura straight toward the beast's back. It slices through the air without a sound and cuts cleanly through the monster's hide without a single spark. My eyebrows raise in confusion. Then the explosion of flesh, flames, and sparks that follow exhilarate me more. The soul energy covering the blade didn't react with the demonic energy one bit, slicing through the monster's flesh without causing a reaction at all. But once inside, the energies escaped, and an eruption of its full power could not be held within. Another murderous roar from the beast shakes the very floor we stand on. But my body double has already sent a few more attacks in as a distraction for the monster to easily block with its purple blades. As the residue clears, the creature turns to me. The look in its eyes tells me it won't underestimate me again. However, the demonic energy attempting to heal its wounded back will not be enough to heal it in time like our previous brawls. The attack it just took heads in on expelled over Bifenja Arshawul of the energy in its body. If the boss is anything like the previous few, that means send me or hits like this will end the fight. I grip my dagger in my left hand and flaming sword in my right and run forward again, releasing a wave of flames straight at it. Even with my stat buff advantage, at this distance, the monster has more than enough time to dodge and throw a counter. But that is exactly what I'm hoping for. A blade of its own energy comes my way, but I jump high in the air and move to the right side as I see Ember coming up behind it on my left. The dragon in the sky releases a wall of flames behind the beast so that when I come in close and dodge its next incoming swings, the creature has nowhere to hide. I land another perfect slash on its blind spot. However, this time around it pushes through the pain and throws around a counter with its swords alone at me. I could burn through MP to Erdzan step away, but I can sense its strength and decide to take it heads-on on. Raising my dagger in the air, I've had it charged to full saturation this entire time ready for a moment like this. I hold the Jet Zan black blade covered in a veil of red light above my head to block both of the enormous purple swords coming down toward me. The pulsing light from the key around its neck and its two blades are strong, much stronger than my own dagger. But with my vision tinted red by the buff covering my body, I let out a yell of my own to match its roar while pushing through and overpowering its slash raw strength, and the positioning of my blade outmaneuvers its counter. The beast stumbles backward, and I take this opportunity to release a mana Zan-based attack at its front side. A black blade of flames covered in an ominous red aura enters its chest and disappears entirely for a fraction of a second. Next, a golden glow comes from within, lighting up the slash mark like a crack in the earth, and the rapid explosion of mana and demonic energy follows outward. I Erdzan step back while sending out more attacks straight toward the source, adding to the intense flames, sparks, and growing cloud of red aura residue. Despite this barrage, the faint purple glow of its charged blades at the explosion's center still remains. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen, Senqi, Jian Jian Jian. My eyes dart back and forth, watching both my body double and Ember on either side of the beast. The growing explosion of sparks and red aura from my last barrage of attacks is getting larger, and I feel an ominous pressure emerge from the Minotaur, taking my hits heads end on. Gritting my teeth and looking down at my MP bar that has just fallen below Bifenja's censure of its remaining stores, I decide I need to finish this now. I don't know what kind of hidden ability or special ending move this boss has, and I don't plan to give it time to show me. I yell through my link to Ember as well as my body double, while charging everything I have into my flaming sword. We're finishing this right now. Everything you've got before it has a moment to recover. The enormous black dragon in the sky releases a wall of flames over twice the thickness as before, and my double charges in glowing white to explode at the center. I grin while swinging my flaming sword across my body and letting out a final slash with nearly every bit of MP left in me. A glimmer of the beast's glowing red eyes can be seen through the debris, and the crossing of both its purple swords appear in the trajectory of my attack. An earth-shaking clash rings out, and the two swords are shattered to pieces as my final wave of crimson and black mana Zan imbued fire slices. The final boss in two, simultaneously. It flies backward into Ember's wave of flames, and the destructive force of my double adds to the magnificent display. The same golden crack in its chest, like my previous strike, starts to form. But this time, it is followed by the release of a ball of energy that cracks the ground with a shockwave. I'm thrown backward by the blast, and everything within Arshimi Eaters of the monster is decimated. The streams of water are evaporated, and the ground below is dug out for many meters down in a huge crater. I still grip my dagger and sword tight, on guard for if anything happens next, but eventually see the dust settle and the burnt flesh and shattered blades all remain in a blackened pile. Ember flaps his wings slowly, hovering in the air high above it all, and I creep forward after confirming there is nothing left of the final monster. We did it, just like that, as the purple glimmer of the final key and a large purple stone make themselves known beneath the dissolving remnants of the beast. I let out a sigh and deactivate all my buffs. The immense fatigue and pain throughout my body that follows is far worse than I expected. I take a step forward to continue and collect my loot, but both of my feet feel as if boulders are tied to each of them. My shoulders droop, and my eyelids are so heavy that they shut on instinct as I drop to my knees and let the dagger and sword in my hands hit the floor. I cough up blood and grunt, but manage to stay conscious through the pain. It is just the side effects of my red Hydra's buff, but don't have Abby to heal me at a moment like this. Ember flies down to meet me by my side. The battle is over. You did well. I hear his voice in my head and want to keep my eyes shut and fall asleep, but decide to ignore my instincts and power through. It is not over just yet. There is one last thing to do. Pushing myself up off the ground with closed fists, I place my dagger and sword back in my item storage before walking over to the place where the monster was slain. The movements feel like I'm lugging around so much extra weight that my feet have to be dragged and my bones ache more with every step. But once I set my mind on what I need to do, I put myself into a tunnel vision trance, Dan-like state to get it done. I'm sure once out of this realm, I'll be able to heal myself without a problem. I tighten my grasp around the key and enormous stone and stare down at both of them. Ember's voice echoes in my head again. Let me take you to the tablet. The hard part is done. We can leave now, and you can claim your rewards. Turning to my right, I see his black-scaled wing and walk up to hop on his back. We soar through the air for a moment before touching down in front of the tablet with a final keyhole remaining. I pick up the two other stones from my previous fights. Then Ember lifts me up to eye level with the final hole to insert the key and turn it in place. With a click, the curved stone glows bright purple like it has many times before. This time, however, it stays glowing for much longer and doesn't go out after a single pulse. In this moment, my eyes don't have any trouble staying focused on the events taking place in front of me. All I see is the purple light grow brighter and brighter until it is almost white. As the light grows, the area around me starts to fade from view. Eventually, I begin to feel the same weightless sensation I felt when entering this rift for the first time. I hold my breath and look back and forth over both shoulders as we're transported back into the grassy and rocky Minotaur dungeon we initially came from like nothing happened. The moment mana fills my senses, I immediately begin to plunder it from the dungeon around me and activate my self-Zan regeneration skill to repair the small amount of mana fatigue I can manage. It helps a bit, but does not do much to negate the effects of this buff's aftermath. Regardless, I stare down at the Sen purple stones that still glow bright on the rocky dungeon floor. They range from the size of a small fruit I could hold in my palm to the final boss's crystal, being larger in diameter than my entire open hand. Each of them has their own unique shape, with jagged, glossy black edges, but their cores all glow bright purple with a hint of white light deep within. While fully consumed in these item drops, Wondering what I'll be able to do with these stones, Ember brings two other items to my attention. Off to my left, there is a small black key along with a ring of the same color. They both look exactly like they're made from the same material as my dagger, and they fell from the rift after it completely collapsed. Taking these Wu items, I store them all in my item storage to examine once I have a clearer head. Now, isn't the time to experiment. I may be tired, but the grin across my face confirms that this mission is complete after attempting to use lifesteal for extra HP, but it having no effect because I'm already at a full bar, as well as my hibernation skill, oddly giving me no messages stating there is anything wrong with my body. The only other option on my mind is to sleep. Without another thought, I hop on Ember's back and do exactly that. He flaps his wings and brings us high in the air above the dungeon's cloud line and out of sight. It feels like the natural thing to do before the sun rises. I'll need to be in better shape before I can hand in my quest rewards at the mercenary bar in the morning. Zian Zian Zian. Chapter Sen. Senba Zian Zian Zian. I finally open my eyes after a long rest and am greeted by Ember as I do. Good morning. You've gotten back into your habit of oversleeping lately. The white clouds and crisp air of the dungeon's sky brushes past my face at a calm speed. I stretch to rub my face, but the feeling of pins and needles all over my body makes my movements much more difficult. Even so, it is not nearly as bad as before I knocked out. Letting out a light cough and feeling the soreness in my abs squeeze tight as I sit up, I reply to Ember. How long was I out? Don't tell me it was longer than a day. The grumble of hunger from my stomach and dry mouth tell a different story. There is a chuckle from Ember, but he replies in a half-Zian serious tone moments after. Just over 3 days. That red Hydra buff is more dangerous than I thought. It may give you power, but if we're alone on the battlefield, you're going to have to use it only when absolutely necessary. These side effects aren't something you can afford to deal with on a whim. If I were to absorb one, I'd wait until my next rank up before even thinking about attempting it. I nod, biting my bottom lip. Ember has a point. His statement makes me rethink asking him to absorb the last remaining soulstone. If even he thinks it is too dangerous, I won't push him to do it either. Ember is naturally powerful enough without it. I'll have to save it for when he is ready and really needs it. Considering this fact, there are two other main things that are less urgent, but still lurk at the back of my mind. The first is my trip to Valor City is delayed. Although my hibernation was cut short, I did tell my teammates it'd take over a full week, so this detour actually evens things out. The second thing is I won't get to show off to the bartender that I cleared every quest in a single night. 3 days will have to do. It is probably far less suspicious this way, too. I smile at the thought. Then another comes to mind. The loot. With my eyes wide open in anticipation, I reach into my item storage and pull out everything that dropped in the demonic rift. Sitting on Ember's back, while clouds still pass me on both sides, I carefully examine the 3 obsidians and textured purple stones first, and place the small black key and smooth ring beside them to check out last. I use all of my perception skills, but not a single detail comes up. When activating my demonic energy manipulation skill, I feel an eerie pressure coming off each of them, unlike anything the regular non-Zang glowing black stones showed before. Even so, I can't absorb any energy from them, or even get a hint at what these rocks can do. Letting out a sigh, I open my link with Ember. Do you know anything about these gems? You mentioned each boss would drop them before, but I can't figure out what they do. Tier R demonic stones! What can you do with them? Huh, all sorts of things. My eyebrows raise as Ember goes on. That is, if you were a true demonic monster, I don't think you'll have the ability to fuse with these stones without giving up your ability to wield mana as your base power source. So, I don't recommend it. My excitement leaves me as fast as it came. But Ember keeps explaining. However, I have heard of master craftsmen fusing stones like these into armor and weapons, similar to your firestones and the Flame Emperor's sword. Certain demonic items are capable of being upgraded too. At this news, I activate my mythic grade crafting skill and reach into my item storage to pull out my dagger. Going through a process like this never occurred to me, but now that I think about it, my dagger can turn into a weapon like that Minotaur's swords. The moment these words leave my mouth, I activate my demonic energy vision in my left eye out of instinct and keep all my perception skills active in my right. Instead of blue text, I can see faint system messages popping up over the dagger in light purple text as well. It works all the same as the mana system. The actions happen in real time. The item in front of me is Reed Zan, named to the Midnight Dagger, and a series of options to upgrade it pop up. Just like with my sword, I pick up the purple stones, and just as Ember said, Tier R demonic stones pop up as their identity in the system. Upgrade item, the Midnight Dagger, additional raw imbuement material. Senex Tier R demonic stones, additional skill or special attribute imbuement. See available. Stat bonus, Jun, Shuwu units capacities. Complete. Yes, no. My eyes are glued to the text before me. I don't utter a word. Just read the system messages over and over to make sense of it. I click into see available, and the only skill that pops up is demonic energy manipulation. Seeing no downsides to this, I choose to accept here too. Then, pick yes. A flash of blue, purple, and white light glows bright in front of me, and the gems in my hands start to fuse into the dagger. I try to use my Aldzan seeing eye to understand the process. But even to my refined gaze, it just seems like energy is swirling faster and faster until it stops. Once it does, the white light dissipates, and all that remains is a weapon before me. It is different, but I like it. Grinning, I grip the new blade in my hand tight. It looks as if it has grown almost by center larger, and its black color is somehow even darker than before. I try to focus and find a pocket of demonic energy around to test it out. But to my surprise, there isn't a drop remaining in this dungeon. It all must have left with the rift. Even the small amount of energy I had in my core has dissolved away as I slept. Nevertheless, I still stare down at the new blade in awe, wondering how this rise in capacity will affect its use. I know the previous capacity was Wu units, and when I wielded it fully, it allowed me to battle with Luxia units total. Without the blade in my hand, my attacks and pool of demonic energy was a small amount less dense, making my use less efficient. With another boost of Shiwu, making its capacity Archer in total, that brings my full wielding capacity up to Tishirul units, the same as the Minotaur I just defeated. This leaves me with some questions. With this new weapon upgrade, will I be able to send out energy attacks like the demonic boss? If so, does this mean my strength while using demonic energy alone has increased close to the strength of that beast too? With these and many other questions racing through my mind, I still place the dagger back into my storage. There will be time to figure these things out later. My eyes fall to the key and ring next. I try a similar technique of using inspect and appraisal while activating my demonic vision on these items, but they don't show any signatures or readings back at all. I throw them into my crafting skill and still have no results either. After a few minutes of tinkering, I decide it is a lost cause and ask Ember after placing them both into my storage too. He responds, "The ring? I'm not too sure of. You may need to channel demonic energy into it to find out its power. That key, on the other hand, is definitely a rift key." A rift key? It is a sign that you've completed the demonic rift trial. If you hold on to it, that key may open up another trial if you channel enough energy into it. My eyes light up at the thought, but Ember shuts me down instantly. Don't even think about it, considering the strength of the one you just faced. The next trial will most likely be a Tiersen rift. You'll need to get much stronger before trying something like that. I've seen a few Tiersen trials in my day, but haven't met a demon capable of passing the test. Don't lose that key. I can only imagine what kind of loot it'll drop. This upgrade to my demonic gear and possibilities of future treasures puts a smile across my face. Both of us are in great spirits as we near the exit portal of the dungeon. Once we touch down, I open up my storage for Ember to enter. Then I step out through the blue exit portal with my next mission on my mind. I'll be handing in my quests back at the bar. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen, Senjiu Jian Jian Jian. I walk out from the dungeon hub square, and the early morning sun shines down on Solara. The guard outside gives me a nod, followed by a weird look as he doesn't recognize me. It is not unusual for hunters to stay overnight in dungeons. It is easy to assume I entered when he wasn't on his shift. He shrugs and continues on with his day. With this, I look out at the city with a brand new disguise, but still keep my red hood covering my face. My muscles are pretty sore, but I manage to still walk down the streets at a moderate pace without signs of any limp or slowness. If I were to jump back into battle right now, it would be a bit more painful, but I'd be able to fight at 500 Joshua power without much problem. Although I may feel a bit better, it doesn't mean I'm not exhausted for the time being. I drink some water and leftover food in my item storage on the way. It perks me up a bit. Minutes later, I walk through the front doors of the bar and see the same middle Zan-aged bartender talking to a few lowered Zan-level hunters at the side table he mentioned to me a few days back. The bar, once crowded with almost 100 hunters and tables full of multicolored cocktails and drinks with flashing lights and full of laughs, is now completely empty. As I walk closer, the man and woman turn away from the bartender at the side tables with a few handfuls of silver each and smiles across their faces as they pass me. A voice sounds out in the calmness of the morning. I recognize that quality of red cloak you've got there, son. You're the hunter that wanted to make his way to Valor City a few days back. I knew you were just messing with me when you said you'd show back up the next day with all the quests completed. He lets out a chuckle, and I play along while reaching under my cloak to grab the quest papers. Yeah, something came up. However, I do have them all completed for you now. 3 days wasted is still better than taking the train. I smirk and place the pile of papers onto the counter. His eyes widen with surprise, then tighten with suspicion. The Battle Zan seasoned bartender sifts through each of the papers one by one, reading them and doing math in his head. Yeah, right? These are quests for thousands of the highest Zan tier beasts in the city. It would take a team of our best fighters months to finish all these. There is no way Zan the tea. I begin pulling out the Minotaur horns first, stacking the black and red shimmering Zan grade items in a pile on the bar's wooden floor. It begins to creak under the pressure, and my thin smile grows the longer he is left speechless. The man keeps his mouth open in shock, but doesn't say a word until I turn and start pulling out piles of rat claws and turtle shells. I can hear wood splintering under the weight, and he puts his hands up. Jen, hold on a moment. Let me get some item boxes from the back. We can store and count these for you in a moment. The bartender runs into a back room and comes out a few minutes later with a handful of small item boxes along with a kid no more than 30 years old wearing an apron. The dishwasher came out to help with the extra work. We begin going through every quest from top to bottom. The highest paying ones, like the Minotaur horns and bulk mana crystals, pay out a few dozen gold each, while the middle Zan ranged quests pay tens of silver to a few gold coins. And lastly, some smaller ones are just a few silver. Both the bartender and the dishwasher can't believe their eyes as I continue pulling more and more items from my cloak to match with every single quest paper. It takes over Landsauscher hours to sort and count everything. But finally, I'm given a total for everything by the man. That is the final one right there. Your total after the Beifinger Solara government tax on large payouts is Yosenba gold and Sischer Armaus ilver. I nod, and the corner of my lips curls up as he starts stacking gold out from a silver safe with the Solaran government logo on it. This brings my total gold to just about Yo Wu Liun, counting the leftover I had stored away from previous quests and missions back in the Vice region. It is over halfway up to where I was before spending it all on those soul stones. This time around, there is no emergency, so I'll be sure to save and spend it wisely after purchasing the transport crystal. Also, the fact that I'm capable of clearing out the quests in any city I go to and make 100 gold a day if I please fills me with confidence. Maybe I'll do the same at the capital in Sector E. Great! Which way is the Solaran government office? I grab stacks of the coins and put them under my cloak and into my storage as the man responds, giving me directions. With that, I turn around and raise a hand in the air to wave. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll come back soon for some more quests. Then I walk out the door. Both the bartender and the dishwasher lean back against the wall with looks of awe, but also nervousness on their faces. I hear the kid speak under his breath as I turn the corner. Hey, boss. That was all the Zan grade quests the capital had to offer this month. The hunters aren't going to be happy about this. Who is that guy? He replies, but I only hear his last remark. Doesn't matter. Whoever hands in the quests will get the same commission. It is better not to question the actions of a man who can pull something like this off in just 10 days. I smirk and chuckle to myself. If only they knew I finished everything in a matter of hours. If there is any backlash from me, clearing all these quests, I'll be out of here before they even catch wind of it. Considering all the trouble this city has brought me, I hope I leave them with a little chaos. With a single coin being twirled around my fingers, I finally make it to the government office and walk up the long rows of marble steps before walking through the front blue glass doors that slide open. Chatter fills my senses as I met with the blinding whiteness of mana shielding on the floor and walls. City folks stand in lines behind CESS Epirat workers, sat behind a curved white marble counter at the back of the room to look like a semicircle. Each worker has a small booth with the same clear blue glass as the door, covering their upper bodies above the counter. Upon closer inspection, it is filled with mana too, similar to the walls, ceiling, and floor. Everything is protected by shielding in this office. White and green light pops up above one of the booths and a line moves forward. Once someone steps up to be helped, it changes to red just like the other three. I cross my arms and wait my turn. How can I help you today, sir? After less than 10 minutes of waiting, a young woman greets me at her booth with a smile. I reply, I'd like to purchase a transport crystal to Sector E Valor City, to be exact. Her eyes widen, then her mouth opens, but no words come out. She swallows, raises a finger, then looks down at a small silver tablet before tapping it a few times and looking up at me again. Of course, it is not every day someone comes here to buy one, but we still have a few left in stock. Usually people just take the train. She looks down at her silver tablet and taps it a few more times before turning it to me to show bold black numbers. The current going price is Arshasig Gold and Shemale Ilver. I reach into my storage and place the requested amount on the white marble table without hesitating for a moment. That is perfect. I'll take one. Zan, Chapter Sen Celine Zan, the woman behind the counter, takes my coins, then walks into a back room before finally coming back with a small white concealment case. She opens it up for a moment just to show the white crystal inside, before closing it quickly and pressing a small button on her workstation beneath the counter. A portion of the blue glass window slides open, and she pushes the rectangular case through. As I grab it, she speaks to me. I'm sure you know how these work. You don't need an explanation, do you? I nod while accepting the box, remembering back to the crystal I used after defeating the behemoth in the Vice City Labyrinth a while back. It transported me beneath the association building right before we headed off as a team to the Dark Continent. Of course, it is a one-Zan time-use transport spell. I just break the crystal and I'll be teleported to Valor City, right? She smiles and nods with a sparkle in her eye. Yes, exactly that. You'll be sent to a teleport platform right outside. Valor City is the city of commerce, so keep an eye on your coins at all times. Those without them very seldom leave, though I don't think I have to tell someone like you that twice. She gives me a thin smile and I give one back with a quick nod. However, the atmosphere slightly shifts, and a hint of sorrow shows in her eyes. Then, she gives another bright smile just like when I entered, making me question if I imagined her brief change of tone. Anyway, is there anything else we can help you with today, sir? I open my mouth to ask what she meant by that, but decide to brush it off. Keeping track of your money is good advice for anyone. This is all I need, thanks. Have a good rest of your day. I turn and walk out the door I came, then begin making my way down the marble steps. The morning sun is about to come directly overhead to mark the middle of the day as I step into a less crowded street and take out the white concealment case. Well, there is no reason not to go right now. I've waited long enough. After taking a deep breath in and out, the concealment container pops open with a light click, and I waste no time in taking out the crystals and crushing them in my fist. A white light takes over my body, and I feel weightless for a fraction of a second before my boots squeak against a glossy tile floor. The desolate desert city street around me fades, and the chatter of what sounds like a crowded train station fills my ears. Once my vision comes back to me, that is exactly what I see. Looking down, I'm standing on a large circular tiled surface about meters in diameter, with a large white sign above me on the wall just behind my head labeled Teleport Platform. In front of me, a subway system is moving like any normal city would. Everyone is dressed in much darker clothing here. The red cloak I wear sticks out like a sore thumb. My darker complexion also doesn't match the majority of much lighter skin tones of the locals here. My gaze travels over everyone, and I quickly change my appearance to match the average person in the crowd before taking my hood down. I slowly step off the raised platform and walk through the crowd. As I do, a small transport train pulls up, similar to ones used in the Vice region. Its brakes screech to a halt, and a flash of white light appears behind me as another man appears on the transport platform. Right where I left, a long moving staircase is visible off to my right about century meters away, and that seems to be where everyone getting off this train is moving to. I follow the crowd and ride it upward. The blue sky of the outside world comes into view as I step off the top of the escalator and breathe in the crisp and cold air while taking in my surroundings. There are small shops that line the streets, selling all kinds of items, not just hunting gear, but home appliances, food, and even children's toys and personal gadgets. Everyone that gets off the train below begins heading off in all directions. But again, most head primarily one way. I scan the streets one more time before deciding to follow the crowd. The sidewalks are hard, and the smell of food from nearby shops fills the air. People of all backgrounds line the streets. Some are beggars, others are busy salarymen, and a couple stand outside shops yelling out deals while holding up signs to try and get people to come inside. Most of the storefronts rise up E or R floors at most, and some even have apartments above them. Off in the distance, I see a few complexes rising up to Sewer Wu stories, but nothing is close to the high-rises in Solara. I murmur under my breath, is this really what they call the City of Commerce? It is hardly even as impressive as my hometown back in the Vice region. It is definitely interesting, but not what I expected to see from the Sodan called strongest and richest city in the Dark Continent. Still, I enjoy my time and stroll the streets, enjoying the sight of a new city. The crowds from the station start to disperse more and more to the point where I'm not quite sure who came off it and who is a native citygoer here. I decide to fit in as well and drop into a hunter's clothing store that looks to be my style. Although I could use my conceal skill to make a disguise myself, I'd rather not constantly think about and use up mana on something I could just buy cheaply at a store. Keeping my face concealed is more than enough of a mental drain. I'm greeted by a kind old man at the back of the shop with a wave as I walk in the door and begin browsing their selection. However, I'm soon disappointed by none of the items surpassing Arshid's and Bifenja buffs, even in their most expensive sections of the shop. This seems apparent on my face. The man who greeted me speaks up again. Is there anything in specific you're looking for, sir? You seem to be from out of town. That cloak is of incredible quality. I can see from here you may need to go into the city to find what you're looking for. I turn to him and raise an eyebrow. If it is that obvious I'm not from around here, then yes, I'm looking for something to substitute for this gear. But Dan, he finishes my sentence before I even realize it. But none of my items stand up to the buffs given by your current ones, it seems. He gives me a sly smile. Well, if you're just looking to fit in for the time being, I have something that may suit your fancy. He shuffles under his desk counter, and I walk over out of curiosity. This old man knows exactly the situation I'm in from a single glance, so whatever he has to offer must be worth a look. He places a small silver ring on the counter, and I immediately use my appraisal skill to see what it is. Silver Ring of Appearance v. Sidu? T-shirt Arfinger T-shirt R. My eyebrows scrunch, and I don't know what to make of it. The old man speaks again. You've never seen one before. You really are new to town, aren't you? I nod, but he continues. Now before you complain about wasting an item slot on your status, I assure you this doesn't count as an active item. It is already infused with all the mana necessary to do its job. He slips the ring on his finger, and his entire appearance shifts. The old man's outfit changes to a long black classy coat and formal pants and shoes to match. It looks just like what the businessmen in the crowds outside are wearing. My smile widens and I reply, a once and time-use concealment item. I think back to the time I wore contact lenses similar to what this ring does, but the fact that it is already infused with mana is another thing that catches my attention. And you said it doesn't count as an active item? It is already infused with mana. He takes off the ring and places it back on the counter. That is right. This model lasts 7-2 hours, and it comes in arsha different versions. This one is version 16. He smiles wide while pulling up a case of identical rings from beneath the counter. Feel free to try as many on as you'd like. Just don't wear them too long. I don't want future customers to have too much time missing. They're just a silver each, by the way. I nod while picking up the ring he just took off and sliding it on a finger. Nothing changes at all in my eyes, and when I check my status, nothing pops up at all. I move over to the closest mirror. And sure enough, the same black coat and outfit is on me now, fitted perfectly. However, less than a minute goes by before the 7-2 on the ring takes down to 7-2. I let out a sigh as I realize this is the customer copy he shows everyone. I roll my eyes, but then smirk as an idea pops into my head. Using my mana manipulation skill, I infuse a few dozen MP into the ring, and the bar turns back up to 7-2. I let out a chuckle and think to myself, it looks like I don't have to buy more than one after all. I reach into my storage and put a single silver coin on the counter. I'll take this one. That is all I think I'll need for my time here in Valor City. He quickly takes the coin off the counter but looks up to me with a concerned impression. You're really going up to the city. What business do you have there? I look back at him with an equally confused and concerned look. I thought I was already here? Zan chapter sen siyao Zan. The merchant looks at me with a curious gaze. What did you even come here for? It is not often people make their way this far north into Sector Yi by accident. I think to myself for a moment, but shrug and reach into my storage to pull out the silver card with an address from the guild leader on it. While showing the card to the man, I reply, I'm here to meet a friend. They said I could find them at this address. His eyes start to widen as he scans the card, and I can visibly see his skin begin to turn paler. After a few seconds pass, he points to the door and speaks in a low tone. Just keep making your way north. Once you make it to the walls, I'm sure you'll be able to find that guild. He audibly gulps and refuses to make eye contact with me again, but I still give him a smile while walking out the door. Well, all right, thanks for the concealment ring. There is no response as I walk out into the town streets and keep walking north as he said to. His strange behavior makes me become a bit more wary of my surroundings. Just the Solaran worker acting off when I mention Valor City is one thing, but now a second person gives me an odd look when I show him a guild address. The town goes on for another kilometer uphill, and I make my way through a few smaller districts of residential and green park, Zen-like sections with winding paths, small ponds, and healthy grass and trees. The soil is hard, rocky, and cold, but the wildlife seems tough enough to survive in this environment. Eventually, I finally get a peek at these Sodzan, called walls the man in the merchant shop was talking about. Once far enough north, the apartment buildings become less common, and I actually get a view of the landscape behind this settlement. What I see is shocking. As the city thins out, more green grass, winding roads and trails and wildlife come into view. There is a tall range of mountains behind the city with lively grassy green bases and snow-capped peaks. They go on for as far as the eye can see in the distance, and shadows of even taller ones lurk in the background behind the clearly visible ones before my eyes. The more incredible sight of all is the enormous city atop one of the largest mountains. It looks like its top was chopped clean off, and a city rests on an elevated plateau kilometers above this small town below. Silver walls surround it, making the height look even greater. And the only reason I know there is a city inside is because of the towering skyscrapers stretching out from the circular walls up high through the cloud line. My eyes are glued to the magnificent structure as I continue to walk further away from the town behind me and up the winding mountainous paths toward the city. Many others take the same routes. There are a few silver and red trolley carts that make their way up and down the main road to the city, bringing people to and from. But I decide to enjoy the view and crisp cold air to walk on my own. Quite a bit of time passes before I start to make my way toward the crowded base of the mountain. The towering silver walls look even more enormous now that I'm so close. It takes almost an hour to make my way up the mountain to the gate. There are hundreds of people standing in an orderly line, and to my surprise, there are only our guards in silver armor that match the walls. The line slowly moves forward as I prepare to come up with a disguise and pay a fee to enter. One of the masked silver guards speaks up. What is it going to be? Silver, gold, platinum, or the royal coin today, sir? I freeze for a moment, as these words don't make much sense. The guard senses my hesitation and continues. This is the City of Commerce. What amount of money will you be spending during your stay? Silver, gold, platinum, or the royal coin? I pause again, but clear my throat and reply, this time more aware of the question. Gold. I'll most likely be spending gold in the city today. He pulls out a small wristband and replies again while motioning for me to give him something. How much gold would you like to insert for starter credits? You may add to your total credits or cash out your credits back into gold at any given time at the credit stations all around the city. I pull out a small handful of gold and place it in the guard's hand. I'll start with Wu gold. Maybe I'll add more later. He nods and presses a few buttons on the small wristband before allowing me to place it around my left wrist. The moment it clicks into place, it changes colors from a nearly transparent coloring to now shimmering gold. A few thin black numbers show up on the underside right beneath my wrist. IDCA Yawarjo Babaring rank. Gold credits. Wuderninininun 10. There you go. Enjoy your time in Valor City. Just scan your wristband at the Golden Wall if you'd like to enter further into the markets today. You'll need to add more credits if you'd like to travel inside any deeper. To find the gates, just walk north from here. You can't miss it. The guard motions for me to walk through the gate, and I make my way into the silver walls of the city. High Zen quality densely packed stone makes up the streets, and the storefronts that line the streets exude prestige the moment I look. With white marble columns and glass windows displaying magical items and jewelry, I walk forward into the city with my eyes open wide. Everyone within this city is dressed properly in suits and higher Xian class items. I'm glad I bought the ring to change my appearance before entering. Even if my hunter's gear is worth a small fortune, it still looks rough on the eyes to these city folk. As I walk further into the city, the fact that there aren't people yelling out sales on the streets is rather soothing. It seems as though the shops just display what they have to offer, and customers either buy or they don't. My eyes sparkle more and more the further into town I get, using appraisal on every item I can. Some of the gear even surpasses Sishu Xian Bevenger Wusher buffs. If these are the items within the silver walls, I can only imagine what is behind the gold. This portion of the city looks like an upscaled version of the town I just left. There is not a single apartment, only storefronts and high Zan class restaurants line the streets. Further north in the distance where the guard mentioned the next wall was located. The skyscrapers I saw from a far tower above and look even more impressive than I previously thought they were. However, the further I walk forward, the more I feel as if I'm being watched. The high presence of mana in the air feels eerily similar to my all-Zan seeing eye skill, but I can't quite pinpoint where it is coming from. It is not abnormal for a city to have a surveillance unit, but I'm usually able to pick up exactly where it is coming from in a matter of seconds. Today, I'm not having such luck. It seems to be a very intricate system, though. I'm not breaking any laws or rules, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Another Arshafinjong Utes pass before I finally see the golden wall the guard mentioned to me when I entered. As I walk closer, I realize I never even asked the first guard where the mercenary guild was located. Hopefully, there is someone at this entrance that can guide me to it. As I approach, 2 guards stand in front of the tall golden wall in shimmering gold armor that matches it. The wall to this next inner wall isn't quite as tall as the one outside, but I can tell it is imbued with mana all the way through and would be much more difficult to break through than any seeds and grade mana shielding. One of the guards holds up a silver tablet, and I raise my wristband to scan it. As the tablet flashes green, the other golden armored guard opens the wide gate for me to walk through without a single word. I take this opportunity to ask one of them the question that has been on my mind. Hey, where exactly can I find the Galeheart Mercenary Guild? Simultaneously, I show them the silver card. The guard that scanned my wrist just stares down at the card through the small slit in his golden helmet before glancing at my wristband and shaking his head. Stop messing around and put away that card. The Royal Guild isn't something to joke about. You'll need Arbai times more gold to even think about stepping into the royal coin section of the city. His eyes dart around underneath the armored helmet like he is watching out for someone or something as he says these words. I take a step back to make a mental note of his actions, just like everyone else I've interacted with today. Third time's a charm, and this sets it in stone. Something is not right here, and I'm going to find out what it is. Jianjinjiant, Chapter Sensiar Jianjinjiant, I let out a sigh. My Wu gold in the credit system apparently needs to be Arbai times greater in order to enter this royal coin section of the city, making the necessary total E10 gold coins. Just Yao Lining gold is equal to a platinum coin. So this must mean a single royal coin is sure platinum. I've never heard of this currency before, so it must be a special region, Jian-specific one in this city. I'd have to clear out all the quests in cities similar to the size of Solara for the next sure day straight to make that kind of money. Is there any way I can contact that guild without entering the inner Jianmost wall? He lets out a laugh. This is Valor City, kid. No one cares who you are, and no one will believe a word you say unless you have the money to back it up. I don't know how you got that card, but I can guarantee you won't even get a smell of a single Galeheart Guild member unless you have the coins to enter their domain. Money is everything in this city. That is just the way it works. I nod, seeing he is not going to budge on this point. Is there anywhere in this city one can make money, or can we only spend it? I've brought quite a bit of gold with me, but unfortunately not enough to make it into that royal coin border. The armored man lets out a long sigh and points off back to the direction I came, then turns his hand to point to a portion of the silver Jian-walled city I haven't been to yet. This city stretches all the way around in a circle, so my walk here has hardly scratched the surface of all the sights to see. Go check out the arena. People from every rank in the city reside there to place bets and make money on the fighters that take on beasts. If you're feeling lucky, I'd say go check it out. Walk that way and you can't miss it. I take a look at the open golden gate, then turn back toward the direction the guard pointed with a firm nod. Thank you. I'll be back soon. The gate closes up and I head off in the direction of the arena without another word, leaving the inner city behind me for now. Considering the expression on the guard's face, even if I walk through the golden gates and even into the platinum walls, I won't be making my way all the way through without the money to back myself. This city doesn't care about your identity. If you have money, then you have power. I grin to myself with my arms crossed as I walk through the rows and rows of Haijian shops. Eventually, people in the streets start to crowd around and congregate to a single area off in the distance. I follow the crowds until a stone arena that looks similar to a coliseum comes into view. It is right up against the back of the golden wall, and it looks like one of the entrances actually allows people to enter from there. However, here within the silver walls, there are arching entrances with people flooding in. Outside, projected onto the stone walls above each entrance, there is a display of a blond man with a large scar over his left eye holding a long silver sword. He stands alone, gripping his blade with two hands, fighting against a massive cyclops. There is no sound coming off the projector, but as the beast opens its mouth, I can imagine the roar it lets out. The hunter and beast run at each other, but the creature is sliced to pieces in an instant. The ground around the hunter's feet rises and crumbles, making it look like he is an earth magic user. The view on the projector shifts to the rows of seats and cheering crowd. I can't hear a thing until I walk through the lightly humming archway of an entrance with everyone else and enter the arena. The cheers of a crowd full of hundreds fill my ears, and I walk up a few rows of steps to find an empty seat to watch. The sound of an announcer's voice rings out. Stage R is complete. The hunter Stonebreaker has defeated the Cyclops and has now decided to move on to the Sen-RD stage. He'll be facing off against a level Arsenine High Orc in the next round after the Wujian minute cooldown commences. Please feel free to place your bets. As I hear these words, a small blue window automatically pops out from my wristband. Hundi place bet. Hunter Stonebreaker, Edern Senwu X Monster, High Orc, Ardern Tito X. My mind races to do the math on these odds. I even try to use Inspect and Appraisal on the man's gear down below me to get an edge, but there is a mana-imbued protective dome that covers the main arena. It must be used as an anti-Jian cheat, but also protects people in the audience from getting harmed by whatever beast is fighting as well. Clearly, the hunter is the safer bet. By the sound of the crowd, he seems to be a regular. Some of the voices I hear around me double down on this notion. I'm all in on Stonebreaker. This orc doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, me too. He made it to stage Wu before quitting yesterday, so I'm sure he'll come out on top. Sure silver on Stonebreaker. I watch the odds of the hunter get closer and closer to Ederninine X, and the high orc's payout skyrockets past Schuderninine X. However, I'm in no mood to gamble. After a quick calculation, the house takes about Biffinger sure of all bets placed here. They win no matter how the fight goes. So, the more bets placed, the worse off I'd be. This is not where the money is made. The real money must be in the fighting itself. As I come to this conclusion, the announcer's voice echoes throughout the stadium again. Thank you all for placing your bets. You have Ifinjung Yut to finalize them. The Stonebreaker versus the High Orc match is soon to commence. If any of you are new to the arena and stopping by for the first time, this is how it works. I listen attentively, and many others stop their chatter as the announcer continues to speak. Every stage, the beasts that are captured by the Valor City Royal Guard are brought to our arena for your entertainment. Stage Yi begins with a monster between level Yi and Wusher. Stage 2. The monster is always above level Yobei Naombei and below Arbaishan. From here, the level range rises by Yobei every stage. Every round, the hunter may choose to proceed or stop and take their winnings. All of you are able to bet on the odds of our prized hunters. There is no lower or upper limit to your betting amount. However, every bet placed affects the odds. The announcer stops talking for a moment, and silence fills the arena. All eyes are on the hunter below as a large red timer counts down from sheer. Once it hits lean, the betting screen disappears. Let the battle begin. On the opposite side of the stadium, a red Zan-skinned high orc appears in a flash of white light, wielding two large silver axes, full of rage. It lets out a roar and storms forward, and the hunter runs at the monster with his own blade drawn. The ground rumbles, and the sound of metal on metal fills the area. But in less than Arshimiel's econs, the crowd is cheering and erupting with noise again. As the monster falls to the ground, and the hunter takes his victory lap around the ring, I chuckle to myself, sit back and cross my arms to enjoy the show. The next match ends in a similar fashion with the hunter taking a victory in stage Su against a level Sembai Arshimi Uten Wolf Zen-shaped monster I've never seen before. But he doesn't fare as well against the familiar enormous berserker giant. At level Sidane Wu in the Wu T8 stage, he is defeated by the monster in the ring and disappears in a flash of white light the moment he is torn to shreds. It seems as though they're using some kind of magical item to ensure the fighters aren't actually critically injured. The beasts, on the other hand, they're real and are really slain every match. The same cheers still ring out in the stadium as he is transported back to a small fighter's booth outside. The fans are here to see a show. They don't care who wins or loses. A team of Sen guards in black armor quickly subjugate the final beast that wasn't killed by the previous hunter. The announcer's voice echoes through the room again. After a quick intermission, our next fighter will take the stage. For anyone that would like to sign up for tonight's fighting slots, we still have a few available. If you believe you have what it takes to challenge the arena, please come down to the registration table at any time to talk with a representative and secure your spot. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen Si Sen. Jian Jian Jian, the announcer calls for a Sen Shi Jian minute intermission as the next fighter gets ready in the ring. In the meantime, I make my way toward the registration desk at the far side of the arena. There are two separate booths in the vicinity. One has bidders in bold letters above it, and the other says, Fighters. I walk up to the fighter's booth in full disguise to meet a blonde man in a white suit smiling brightly as I approach. The name's Mr. Wright. How can I help you today? Would you be interested in joining the event tonight? We still have time slots open. I nod slowly before replying. Nice to meet you. I'm new to town. Could you run me through the numbers? How does the event work in terms of fighters' pay? He glances at my golden wristband, then looks up to me to reply with a bright expression. Well, as I'm sure you've already guessed, the city takes a percent of all bids in the arena. This facility and the auction house in the Platinum District are the two main income sources for the Valor City government. It is what allows business in the city to run tax-free. I raise an eyebrow at his remark, but decide not to question it too much. As he said, I already did the math and know Bifinger's sure of all bids don't get paid out to the bidders, so that money has to go somewhere. As I assume you watched at least some of the previous event. Stonebreaker walks away with a few gold coins every showing, I'm sure of it. Stages Yi and Sen are what we call the beginner stages. If you pass stage E, the arena will pay you E-Mouse Ilver coin. For passing stage R, you'll receive Shimao Silver. And for stage Sen, you're awarded Censure. I tighten my lips and give him a confused look, but he replies, catching on to my disappointment. I can see you're already a gold rank guest to Valor City, so these silver rewards may not be very enticing to you. Stage Sid, the level sent by me, Onster Threshold, is where things get interesting. If you win your fight in stages Sis, Si, Wu, or Liu, you earn Bifinger Yi of all bids on the show. Just a single stage Si Futur victory on a busy night can set up hunters for life. What do you think? I smirk. What about the higher stages? How far up can it go? This seems like a good money opportunity, but also a controlled environment to farm levels and skills. The man behind the counter lets out a laugh. Yeah, right. If you make it past stage T, Bifinger Wool of the biddings goes straight to your credit account. But no one, other than one of our top fighters and members of the Royal Guard, can beat monsters like that. Here, walk this way with me. Let's do the registration test to see if you're even strong enough for the nighttime event. He exits the booth, and we walk around its right side. Against a stone wall, there is a rubber Zan-like padding that I can feel mana seeping out from. It is almost as dense as the shielding dome that covers the arena. At first, I thought it was just a protective measure for the people behind the booth. But now, upon closer inspection, it seems to be some kind of testing device. The man in the white suit points up at the digital screen above the large black square on the wall. I'll need proof of any elemental abilities you claim. Then I need a punch or a kick on this device to break Senbai points. The use of strength, Zan-boosting items or buffs is allowed. Use everything you've got. That is the baseline for late Zan Night Hunters. We want to make sure everyone can at least make it to stage Sige. I step forward with a nod, putting a finger in the air and lighting it with a dark red flame before putting it out a moment later and squaring up against the testing device. I'll be using fire and Senbai points. What exactly does that mean? How strong is a single point? Points are calibrated to the average strength per level gained. The baseline of a level Senbai Saoshi Unter strength is what we're looking for. I focus on the wall and slow my breathing while trying to tone down my power to just over what a level Senbai Saoshi Unter might be. To be honest, I'm not quite sure how to hit this measurement exactly, but I don't want to use too much of my power and cause any problems right now. So, I stand casually with both my feet in place and use a small fraction of my strength to release a punch while lining my fist with a small amount of mana, not to unnecessarily injure my hand. I imagine the strength I would use to send a level Senbai Saoshi Unter flying back, but not kill them. This seems to be enough strength. On impact, the entire black square ripples and flashes bright blue. I hear the stone wall behind it crack slightly, but luckily, as I bring my fist back, everything is still standing and still in place without a problem. My gaze turns to the Sen black numbers on the digital screen above that continue to rise while calculating my power. CT Joe points. I curse under my breath as the man that brought me out here lets out an excited sound from behind. Ha! Look at you! You must have some great gear on to push a number like that. Maybe you'll join the Legacy Fighters and make it past the Wu T8 stage. It looks like Valor City is in for an interesting show. He laughs again, and it only makes me realize how out of touch with my strength I am. With all my gear on, even if I hardly try, my strength is near what a base Dan level Elite Association hunter would be. Even so, it looks like this reading isn't going to be much of a problem. Whoever these Sodan called Legacy Fighters are, they seem to be on par or higher than the reading I just threw. This only makes me more excited. The fact that there really are monsters here available higher than my own level means I can't miss out on an event like this. I join in with his laughter before replying. Sign me up for tonight's event. I'd like to give it a shot. Money signs practically light up in the man's eyes as he walks back behind the counter. He picks up a silver tablet and begins tapping it a few times. Sure, let me scan your wristband ID and get you connected to the system with the number of points you just had recorded. With a reading like this, you're allowed to come by any time you'd like to participate. The limit is 1 entry per day. It is fully confidential, so we don't need your actual status level or any specific gear stats. But we would like to know your main combat skill that you'll be using and a stage name to go with it. I've already recorded that you'll be using fire, but what would you like us to call you? Flashbacks of my time in the underground fight arena back in Vice City pop into my head and I smirk inwardly before replying. My stage name. Call me the Flame Emperor, after a few more taps on the silver screen. And the smile across the man behind the counter's face growing wider and wider, he looks up to me. I like it. You're all set. The midday fights still have a few left to run through. Then there will be an intermission before the main events tonight. So, feel free to enjoy the show or explore the city for a while longer. A reminder will be sent to your wristband an hour before the night events. During this intermission, you'll have to come back here to be granted access into the ring and given the proper gear to prevent real injury during the show. Sounds good. I'll see you very soon. With that, I turn to walk out of the arena and back onto the streets. I'd like to keep up my appearances, so I weave in and out of item shops in the streets before I find what I'm looking for. A glossy black mask with the appearance of obsidian stone, but the weightlessness of a feather. The young lady at the front of the store greets me with a smile as I bring her just the one item. Just the mask? Are you sure there aren't any non-Zan ornamental magic items you're looking for today, sir? I shake my head. No, just this. All right, that will be half a silver credit. I put out my wrist, and she scans it with a small silver device. Before my eyes, the Wudian Nintang gold credits drop to Sidiern Jojo Wuding credits. I place the mask into my coat pocket, but it really falls into my item storage as I walk out the door. Thank you very much. Come again soon. Her voice trails off as I explore the city more. I keep an eye on the Golden Wall and think about entering the first layer of the inner city, but decide it'd be best to take things slow and finish up this event before I explore too far into this place. I won't even be able to get much further than the gold walls without putting every gold coin I earned in Solara into this credit system. I don't quite trust a digital system like this to hold all my money, so I'm better off earning as much as I can from a special event tonight and see how far that takes me. Before I know it, the sun starts to set slightly, and the sky turns orange overhead. My breath in the cold air comes out as frozen mist, and Manadzan-powered street lamps automatically turn on at every corner. As this happens, I get a notification on my wristband telling me the intermission has finally begun. And it is time for me to check in and verify myself before the main event. I put on the glossy black mask and make my way back over and walk in as crowds of people walk out to nearby restaurants and shops in town to spend their time before tonight's show. When I walk in, the place seems eerily empty, but I see the blonde man in the white suit waiting nearby the registration booth. He stands with a silver tablet in hand and see other fighters talk amongst themselves in a semi-Zan circle. He recognizes me even with the mask and waves me down from a distance and speaks up as I join the crowd. Very good. Everyone's made it here. The preparations can begin. Zian Zian Zian, Chapter Sensisi. Zian Zian Zian, as I walk up to the 7 other fighters. I can clearly see they're split into 2 groups. One group of 4, off to my right, is dressed in high Zian class gear, similar to what I'd expect an elite to wear. The first to turn their head is a slim, womanly figure in armor that seems to be made of stone. She has sharp eyes, dark brown hair, and holds a spear, but shows me an interested smirk as I approach and speaks up. Finally, some fresh meat that looks worth keeping around. They call me the Stone Maiden. I'm the opener for the Legacy fighters. But outside the ring, you can call me Sia. She steps forward to give me a handshake. Before I put out my hand, I decide to take off my concealment ring to show my fighting gear and other buffs. We shake hands and make eye contact while I take a look at her status to find she has an advanced earth magic skill and is level Wu Yel R. The buff below her status shows Rock Prison, but there isn't any extra information I can take away at a glance. I'm about to introduce myself, but a man in dark black clothing approaches from behind. He has 2 Blood Zan bonded swords on his sides that both have high strength and speed buffs surpassing Baifanji Bai. He looks me up and down, then nods. Sia speaks up for him before releasing our handshake and pointing a thumb backward. That is Ace, the swordsman of the Legacy Fighters. I quickly scan him to find he has 1 legendary Zan grade skill, Extreme Speed. He is level Wu Senyel and has a ranked Dan up buff called Divine Speed. A tall and heavy Zan set man comes over with a legendary Zan grade body Zan hardening skill next to greet me with a jolly smile. I see his level Wu Bai Sishabamiao status flash in front of my eyes, along with a ranked Zan up buff labeled Iron Body. He gives me a tight handshake, but I return the favor. He squeezes harder like he is trying to test me, but I don't give in until he lets out a laugh and releases his grip. Ha! You're the real deal. They call me the Shield. I'm a Legacy Fighter as well, but you can call me Max if that is easier for you. I'm not trying to hide from anyone. I nod slowly, a bit taken aback by their friendly gestures while scanning the rest of the contestants around me. The 3 others that stand alone, closer to the man in the white suit, are all below level 6N and don't immediately come up to me. And none have elemental or legendary skills, so I can only assume they're newer here or not top Dan ranked fighters like the ones that greeted me. However, there is a young man with a shaved head in an orange robe who stands still behind all the other Legacy Fighters. He doesn't wear any magical gear and has no skills or buffs at all. Even so, his level is higher than anyone else's here. It clocks in at Dujo C. I try to do a full scan to see what kind of base level mana control he lets out while in a resting state, but to my surprise, there isn't even a single MP of excess mana leaving his body. He doesn't raise an eyebrow or care to walk forward and greet me at all. This is the response I was looking forward to when meeting fighters of this caliber. Max catches me looking at him and puts a hand up, motioning not to get involved. That is Monk. We don't know much about him, but he has been here the longest out of any of us. He is the strongest too, so let's just leave it at that. I sit in an awkward moment of silence as all the top fight members here just openly told me their names, so I reply with mine. Well, thanks for the warm welcome. My fighter name is the Flame Emperor. For now, that is all I have to share. I turn back to the man who checked me in at the registration desk. Although I appreciate the introductions, people don't just become ranked Dan Up Battle DN seasoned fighters by smiling and playing nice. I need to sit back and observe more about this place to understand what is really going on. The man in the white suit finally speaks up and leads all of us behind the registration desk and down a flight of stairs to the training room beneath the stage. He goes over all the basic fight details and instructions that were outlined for us earlier. We're stood in a large, wide Zen, open white Zen, walled manads in shielded room, with a staircase that leads back up to the surface behind us, and a small isolated circle on the other end of the room that transports contestants into the ring. In between, there are punching bags along the walls, special black squares, just like on the surface to test powers, and even weapons and shields available for fighters to use in the arena as they please. It is all C-Dan rank gear and below, but it still looks like it would be useful for the average fighter during normal daytime fights. As we all get situated, a crowd of bidders and audience members enters above us, and a moving picture of the stadium, an empty fight ring is shown on a projector against one of the side walls for us to see. I hear Mr. Wright's voice echo through the training room once the seats fill up about halfway. All right, the first event is going to begin shortly. Everybody line up. I'll assign your fighting order for the night, along with setting up safety precautions. Everyone does as he says and gets in line as he takes out a small device to scan each member's wristband. My eyes wander as I see gold and platinum bands in front of me get scanned in by Mr. Wright's device. He speaks again while scanning my band. You all know how it works. If your HP goes under by Fenjashur, you'll be automatically teleported to our medical team to receive a full heal from one of our 2 healers on standby. Lost blood, missing limbs, whatever the injury may be. Given enough time, you'll be healed back to Baifunji Ibai before the next fight day comes around. Nodding as he scans, my bracelet, a small green plus sign with Baifunji Ibai, appears next to it. Beneath this, the fight Linin Ba shows up in thin black text as well. He continues, "We have Ba fights tonight, and I've staggered the legacy fighters in with the newbies as usual. Stone Maiden, you're up first for fight number Yi, so finish your warm-ups and get ready to board the platform. Let's put on a great show tonight and make some money." Sia, the Stone Maiden, walks over to the platform with the same grin across her face that she greeted me with and begins twirling her spear around. "Ready when you are. I don't need a warm-up." As the people outside pile in more and more, the same announcer's voice from Mid-Zen Day Fights speaks up in a loud and excited tone. "How are you all doing tonight? Let's make some noise. Our opening event is about to begin." Dian Dian Dian. Chapter Sensu Dian Dian Dian. The stadium fills up to its limit. The crowd that piles in is almost 3 times as large as the Mid-Zen Day Fights. From the projector screen below, I can see that every seat is filled, and people are attentively waiting for the night show to begin. With the dark star Zen-filled sky above, and mana Zen-imbued light sources illuminating the arena below, it is almost impossible to see the invisible protective dome between the actual fight ring and the cheering crowds ready for a bloodbath. Sia stands on the transport platform with her spear in hand and a serious look on her face. Then she disappears from the warm-up room and is teleported into the ring. Let's hear a warm welcome for our nightly opener. She has been a regular the past few months in the arena, with a standing record of Shishido Stage Wu victories and Sen Stage Liu wins. The Stone Maiden is here to put on a show for you all tonight, so get your bets ready and enjoy. She waves to the eruption of noise in the stands and takes a lap around the arena as the announcer continues to explain the event rules to anyone new that has joined for tonight's event. Soon after, the stage E-Monster is brought into the ring and bets are placed. A small white rabbit with a long brown horn on its forehead materializes into the ring, and the battle begins, but is over in an instant as Sia shows off with an overpowered spear throw, tossing her weapon across the ring while raising the ground beneath the creature all around it so it has nowhere to run or hide. It is defeated and explodes into pieces along with the rock wall display that held it up in an explosion of stone. Max smirks and walks up to my side with his arms crossed down below in the training rooms as we watch it all happen on the screen. She is just getting the crowd excited. No one bets on the first couple of fights because the odds and payouts are nearly nothing. Stage Wu and Liu is where the real money is at. Just wait and see. He grins and stares up at the screen as the stage is cleared and the next monster is brought in without a moment of wait. Stages are Sen and Sind in all similar results. Beasts of level Yo-Yo Ba, our Sijo, and Sen Liu are all brought in, and one Zen shotted in a magnificent display for the crowd to enjoy. This is why Sia didn't bother to warm up. The first Si fights are more than enough. I whisper under my breath. Now this is where the real fights begin. Sia takes the full Ufunjong Utes to rest in between this stage and the next before the announcer speaks up again. We have a monster that many of you witnessed take out our best midday fighter today, the Berserker Giant. A level-sitting Wu beast with impressive battle IQ and destructive power. Will the Stone Maiden face the same fate? Place your bets and find out. I grin as I watch the numbers on my wristband actually show some different odds. All of the previous stages there was not much movement on the bets, but now people are much less sure if she can beat the monster before her. I'm confident in her ability, and turn my gaze to see every one of the legacy fighters looking down at their wristwatches and placing bets. Max speaks again as he sees my confusion. You can bet on any fight you please, even your own. But you're only allowed to bet on yourself winning. Other than that, there are no rules against betting on other fighters. I raise an eyebrow at this. Apparently, insider betting isn't frowned upon at all. However, there is always someone deeper in with more information calling the real shots. I won't risk any capital until I'm in control of the fight itself. For now, I'll observe and enjoy the show. A few minutes pass, and the giant humanoid monster, with sharp teeth and green eyes, carrying a shimmering silver sword, is teleported into the ring. Bets are now closed. Let the battle begin. Sia uses similar tactics as her previous matches, but to my surprise, the monster isn't killed in a single shot. The spear hits and its armor is severely damaged with blood dripping out. But this is the first monster with mana control in the event that I've seen so far. She is able to break through, but just enough to injure the beast. It breaks out from the rock that creeps up its ankles and jumps toward the spear wielder with battled Zan crazed eyes and blood Zan stained armor. She activates her ranked Zan up buff, and I see two semi-Zan circles of stone materialize out of thin air on both sides of the beast. A loud thud sends ripples through the air as the stone crushes the life out of the monster. The crowd stands up and goes wild. Sia drops to a knee with a smile, then takes a victory lap to retrieve her spear and let the remains crumble from her rock formation. As she takes a break, the announcer hypes up the crowd again. A rare occasion for the Stone Maiden to take on the Lu T8 stage. You're all in for a treat tonight? Will she be able to take on the level Wu Bel Lufel Wudo Red Ogre, or will this be a one-Zen-sided battle? My eyes light up and are locked to the screen at this mention. A new monster at a level higher than anything I've ever seen in dungeons, other than a few extremely rare breaks in labyrinth boss fights. Yet, this city just lets people fight them like it is an everyday thing. The crowd starts to yell so loud. I can feel the entrance of the training room rattle, and people start to stand up in their chairs. The odds on my wristband are against the legacy fighter for the first time in this whole event. Based on what I've seen so far, my bet would be against her too, but I can't wait to get in that ring myself. Minutes pass, and the monster is transported into the ring. It towers above any creature I've seen in here all night, easily 6 times my own height, and carries an enormous black club. Its skin is dark red, and teeth are bright white. The silver chestplate it has on reflects off the Manadzen imbued light fixtures as it lets out a ferocious roar. At this, the battle begins. However, it glows bright gold and zips around the ring with agility far greater than the Stone Maiden attempting to dodge. She activates her stone prison buff that took out the Berserker Giant in one hit last round. But the Red Ogre smashes it to pieces with a single hit from its club. Sia is hit next and is teleported out of the ring as her wristband hits Byfinger's sure HP in a matter of milliseconds. The crowd roars louder, and the excitement in the ring grows even greater, while the Black Knights are sent in from seemingly nowhere to defeat this beast in an instant, while the arena is cleaned, and the announcer hypes up the next upcoming fighter. I murmur to myself, they sure do know how to open a show. My eyes stay glued to the screen, and I tingle with excitement. I can't wait for my turn in the arena to come. Zanzanzand. Chapter Sensido Zanzanzand. The next contestant is one of the newer fighters. He is a dagger user with considerable skill, making it past stage Si, unscathed, but losing in the Wu Th to a large snake creature with scales too hard for his weapons to penetrate. This event was a nice palate cleanser for what is to come next. The announcer speaks as Max walks onto the platform. I welcome the next legacy fighter you all know well back onto the stage, the Shield. The crowd perks up and starts to cheer just like they did in the first event, with Joshi stage Wu victories and Shirliu stage Liu wins. You're in for another incredible show. Let the fight begin. Max pulls a large warhammer out from an item box around his waist, then throws it to the ground by his side outside the transport circle before he is sent to the arena. I hear the whispers of one of the fighters behind me remind his friend that no item boxes or potions are allowed in the event. This wasn't mentioned to me before, but I take note of it now. I'll have to take all my items I wish to use out of my storage before getting on stage not to cause suspicion. Just like the contestants before, he does a lap to hype up the crowd before the event even begins. Once the battles start, it is a pictured Zan perfect version of Sia's run. The moment an opponent appears, he runs across the ring and strikes them down with his hammer. For stages, E through Su, every beast is killed in a single strike. The tank looks like he would be slow, with a heavy shield and massive hammer, but his speed and agility are no match even against a level Sistai Sende mutant Yeti in the Wu Ta stage. The monster's mana control looks fairly developed. But Max takes the beast out in Semyout wings, leaving the creature lifeless in a pile of its own blood in seconds. He gives the announcer the Gozen ahead to start the next round without a break. And the same thing happens. All the betting odds flip against the legacy fighter. It seems round. Liu is their usual limit. A huge scaled lizard creature standing on two legs is transported in. It wears light silver armor with various weapons strapped to its sides, and the creature carries a bow. The mana shielding around its body is visible to the naked eye, and it is clear the creature is imbuing its weapon with mana as well. It is a level Wu Sizhou lizard archer of some sort. It looks nothing like anything I've seen in any dungeon. The fight begins, and it zips around the arena with blinding speed. Although I thought Max was quick for his size, this creature is nearly twice as fast. The crowd goes crazy, and many members of the audience yell out in excitement and fury, contradicting each other and arguing about who is going to win this fight. Others just cheer and keep their eyes glued to the fight below, as it is a very interesting one to watch. The lizardman readies a shot, and for the first time, Max activates his ranked Zana buff, along with the silver coating from his legendary body hardening skill and a thin layer of mana shielding. He is just capable enough to conjure. The iron body buff he uses places another layer around both of the lower ones, including his shield and hammer, in a dark iron coloring. The mana Zan imbued arrow bounces off his shield and shatters into pieces as the metallic twang of mana being dispersed echoes through the air. Then another hits him from the opposite side, and the same result repeats itself. Over and over, the lizard archer zips around the dirt floor with incredible speed, firing off arrow after arrow directed right at the tank's vital points. They're blocked time and time again until the monster runs out of arrows completely. The moment it does, the monster throws its bow to the floor and grabs two daggers from its sides. Its battle IQ is off the charts. If I didn't know this was a monster, I could easily confuse its movements for a human's. The projector zooms in on Max as this exchange occurs, and a smirk can be seen across his face. Close downrange combat begins, and the lizardman begins to try slicing through the iron body defenses, but is struck with the same predicament. Its daggers are blown back by miniature explosions of mana every time it attempts to attack. And after half a dozen lunges in, one of its silver daggers breaks in two. This is when the battle completely changes. It is clear the tank can't follow its opponent's movements to the exact points of contact, but with his defensive abilities, it is not even necessary. Every time there is contact with his iron body, the tank spins around and attempts to land a blow with his hammer. It takes quite a while, but the lizard's movements are limited when it is surprised at the dagger breaking on impact. This small hesitation gives Max enough time to finally make contact with one of his hammer strikes and send the lizard flying in the air to hit the clear barrier of mana shielding high up in the ring's inner dome. Another small explosion of white mana erupts from the barrier, propelling the monster back as it makes impact, sending the creature flying toward the floor at double the speed it came up at. The lizard hits the floor, creating a crater, and before it can think to move, Max comes swinging down on it with his hammer to land a final strike. The crowd around the ring can't believe their eyes, and everyone goes wild as the announcer yells out, only to hype the crowd up more. Can you believe it? The shield? He has done it. Our first stage, Lufuta, Victory of the Night. Max raises his shield and hammer up in the air to celebrate. As he yells this out, the buffs and active skills on him deactivate, and he falls to the floor next to the lizardman because of a lack of MP. The announcer plays it off as a usual occurrence, and many from the crowd don't even seem to care that he is unable to move on. Everyone is still excited for the first event of the night with unexpected results. Some people that still bet on Max just made over 10x their money back. Before the hype is lost, another newer contestant is brought onto the stage to give the crowd a cool down again. People continue to talk about the results of the final match for many fights that follow, not paying much attention to the fighter that makes it through the CT round and gets defeated in the WTA just like the other newbie. Ace, the swordsman, takes hold of both his blades and walks up to the transport platform. He doesn't say a word, looking very serious as he is teleported onto the ring, and the announcer gives his introduction. Everyone welcome one of our newest legacy fighters, Ace. With a record of Shisi Stage Wu victories and Shisen Stage Liu wins, you're all in for one of the best fights of the night here. Make some noise. Ace stands still in the ring as each new opponent is spawned in and runs toward him. Stages E through Su's go by in a flash, as he raises a thumb after each match to continue without the rest period offered in between. After all, C of the starting matches, he hasn't even moved a foot out of place. The swordsman just waits for the monster that spawns in to attack him, and he swings a glossy black blade from his right side every time they come in range. There is a thin, white light that appears around the blade each time he swings it, showing it is imbued with mana. As Stage Wu Miao starts, I expect the fighter to act differently, but he still just stands still. However, this time, the swordsman grabs both of his swords and slices the level Sisalu creature into pieces in an X formation without batting an eye. Stage Liu comes around, and the betting stats are going wild when the announcer yells out that the same type of monster that defeated the Stone Maiden opener in a single hit will be his opponent too. A red ogre, the crowd fills with whispers, and the odds for the fighter and monster fluctuate greatly as mystery fills the Colosseum. Once the level Wu Liu Jiu red Zan-skinned ogre is teleported to the arena, the crowd starts to cheer louder and louder. Instead of the huge metal club the last variant had, this one carries a long black sword. Ace smiles and his eyes finally show a hint of life. Before the battle even begins, the swordsman shifts his stance and readies his blades. Then, the roar of the beast and its shimmering, glowing golden strength allow the battle to begin. The man dressed in black activates his legendary grade extreme speed skill and matches the impossible agility of the red ogre in an instant. There is a loud metallic clang and scraping sound that rings out as the two blades of the fighter collide with the ogre's. The moment they do, a blue light flashes around the swordsman's body, and he twists around the ogre's blade with ease. If my natural perception wasn't so high, I'd completely miss what just happened. I'm sure 100% of the audience did. The swordsman activates his divine speed buff and lands 2 clean hits on the ogre's torso before flashing across the area to prepare for another exchange. 2 open wounds appear on its front side, and before it even turns to see the swordsman facing its back, he already deactivates his buff and stands in a ready position to fight again. Consumed with rage, the monster runs forward, and following the loud clang of metal on metal, there is a small flash of blue light, and the swordsman is on the other side of the ring without a scratch on him. Meanwhile, 2 more open wounds cover the beast's chest. This repeats semi-or times until the ogre's movements start to slow down. Its body gets covered in a red veil of energy. I can't use my inspect or appraisal skills from here, but I can only assume it is a conditional stat Zan-boosting final move. The swordsman sees this and glows bright blue before their next exchange even starts. He starts zipping around the ring at speeds I doubt anyone here can even hope to perceive in their lifetime. In less than a second, the swordsman returns back to the position he stands in and turns off his buff while falling to one knee. In the same instant, the ferocious glowing red ogre falls into pieces, and the red glow fades as a crimson liquid stains the floor below it. The audience goes wild. They have no idea what just happened, but know the fighter won. Ace wipes his swords clean of the monster's blood while standing back to his feet and giving the announcer the go Zan ahead to push him to the next round. That is right, folks. Our second stage Liu win of the night. This brings us to our first stage Qi duel. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Sensi Qi Zan Zan Zan. Ace seems to be extremely strong. He just took out a monster many levels higher than himself with ease, using only his swords and mana, no extra combat skills. However, I can tell he is breathing heavily. That divine speed buff he uses in a flash of blue light looks like it takes a lot of MP out of him. Please, would you all begin placing your bets? The Royal Knights are preparing a level Liu CR mutant ghoul. Just by hearing its level, my mind is running wild. On top of that, its name is like nothing I've ever heard before either. They really do have unique and powerful monsters here. The crowd goes silent as they whisper to themselves and place their bets. When I look down at the odds, the favor is against Ace many times over. I sit and wait, hoping to gauge the strength of what this creature would be that is about to be released into the ring. Once the announcer closes the bets, a flash of white light welcomes the ghoul into the fight. I get a glimpse of its tall humanoid frame, just a head or two taller than the swordsman across the ring. It wears ragged clothing and has pale white skin tinted almost yellow in color. It has no hair on any part of its body. Its eyes glow orange and its teeth look rotted away. There is a light aura around it that matches its eyes, and the faint glow reflects off its two silver swords. On its left wrist, I notice a shimmering platinum wristband, but can't make out what it says on it or figure out how or why a monster would have one of those on them. In bare feet, the creature sprints forward at its opponent the instant it is teleported into the ring. Its body leaves the orange mist behind, and Ace reacts by activating his divine speed buff without hesitating at all. There is a loud clang less than half a second later as the two collide in the middle of the fight arena. It is followed by flashing orange and blue lights as the two match each other's speed without a problem. Seconds pass, and the blue glow around the swordsman weakens while the orange mist around the ghoul only grows denser. I can see the grin and sparkling eyes of the swordsman grow with anticipation after every clash they exchange. His eyes track the monster's blade, but with his ranked Dan-up buff slowly shutting down, it is clear he doesn't have much time left. Still, the swordsman is using every exchange as a learning opportunity. His reason for coming out to the ring makes a lot of sense to me now. He just wants to fight stronger swordsmen, monster, or human. I can only assume it doesn't matter. Right here is exactly where he can experience it every night. Win or lose, this is a successful match in his eyes. The blue buff completely dissipates, and as a result, the swordsman's divine speed goes away with it. In less than half a dozen more exchanges, the fighter is outclassed by the pure speed and battle IQ of this mysterious ghoul monster. Ace is transported back to the medical team once he hits 500 sure HP after a number of deadly hits. It didn't make a sound, and only mimicked the swordsman's battle style. Before I can study it anymore, a flash of white light brings the ghoul away from the ring as well. This isn't the normal way they're usually taken out of the arena, but the only thing I can think of is its wristband that I spotted prior to the brawl. Maybe it would be too difficult, or take too long for a guard squad to take a monster like this out. So, it must be standard procedure to teleport them to a safe containment chamber after the match. After this fight, there are a few cheers, but mostly whispers and small talk about the Red Ogre fight beforehand. Most people predicted the outcome of this match without a problem, and a lot of the audience couldn't even perceive what really happened. While the audience continues to gossip about Ace, the next newbie fighter is brought on and clears the first CS stages without much issue. He is able to defeat the Wu Tiet stage with a desperate move, but both him and the monster fall to the floor in the end. He is unable to move on to the next round. But fights like this are what the crowd loves to see. The excitement is coursing through the ring once again, especially in anticipation after the mention of the next fighter. Now, it is the moment you've all been waiting for. The main event of the night. Our longest standing legacy fighter. You all know who I'm talking about. Let's make some noise. The crowd's regulars start cheering loudly and stomping their feet to make as much commotion as possible. The new watchers that have come into the city for the first time all join in on the fun, and the energy in the air is ecstatic. Underneath the ring in the training room, there is only one other person left. Other than me, the bald young man in the orange robe. He steps onto the transport circle and is teleported in an instant. Welcome, Monk. With a standing win record of Senyolio Stage Wu victories, Ardeen C Stage Liu wins, and Yosio Stage T clears. Please make some noise for the champ. He appears in the center of the stage with his head down and his hands clasped. The crowd only goes more wild, but is calmed down after a few minutes once the announcer brings in the first fight, and everyone places their bets. A single green hobgoblin with a pair of daggers at level censure enters the ring and runs toward the man in the orange robe. The crowd goes silent as the man steps forward to put his hands up in a fighting stance. Still, there is no visible mana surrounding him or any sign of skills or magic being used. I'm thoroughly confused. As the monster steps closer, he does too, adjusting his hand positioning ever so slightly with every movement the hobgoblin makes. Once they're close enough to clash, the young man throws a punch at the monster's side while narrowly dodging its incoming blades. The punch sends the monster backward a few meters, and it lets out a shriek. But to my utter shock, the beast isn't defeated. It runs close with its blades at the ready again, and all the man does is dodge them just barely and throw another punch back. The monster is visibly hurt with some broken bones and much slower movements. But this doesn't make any sense at all. Monk is nearly level Bai, and he is not even able to one Zan shot a level Senshusaucher Hobgoblin. My eyes track the two opponents on the screen for another dozen exchanges until the monster's movements slow down more and more after every hit. After Shirley attacks, the hobgoblin finally falls to the floor in a bloodied and bruised state. The fighter is unscathed, and the crowd erupts into cheers. I, on the other hand, have no idea what just happened. I murmur to myself as the announcer begins hyping up the next stage. How is this guy the number Yi fighter in the arena? Zanzan Chapter Sen Si Ba Zand. Zanzan Dan, the next few fights that follow play out exactly the same as the first. Monk adjusts his speed and power to whatever opponent he is facing and takes them out in about Liangdao Senvenjong Yutes each time, dodging the incoming hits and only throwing normal punches at the monster's vital points. In Stage R, a level Yo-Yo Sen orc gets pummeled around the ring and is defeated in Shutsi punches. Next, in Stage Sen, a level Arwuyao Bloodhound gets circles run around it and is defeated in Shusid punches. After this, in Stage Si, a level Senbai Sishisausher, humanoid creature with 3 eyes and a heavy club is taken out in Shiwu punches. Every round that passes makes me question what powers this man really has more and more. He is clearly using mana in some way, but it is invisible to the naked eye. There is no shielding that covers his body, and not even a layer of mana over his punches either. I know there is a trick, I just don't know what it is. Stage Wu comes along, and he takes out an enormous mutant bear Zan-like creature with long white claws and a thick brown hide in just Shi-Sen Saosher. The man doesn't break a sweat. Every round that passes, the fights look exactly the same. Each time I think I'm going to witness him slipping up and showing a hint of mana or hidden ability, but I'm mistaken with every stage that follows. The Liu Tiet stage comes around, and the man gracefully jumps around the arena with ease, twisting and turning away from the same lizard archer creature that Max faced in his fight. Monk's speed matches the lizardmen without a problem, and the arrows seem to fly by him mere millimeters away every single time. After his careful dodges, he manages to get in close, and just like every other opponent, the monster is taken out in just shisu punches. My mouth is left wide open after this fight. I saw how fast and powerful these stage Liu Mi monsters were against seasoned battle veterans, even with their ranked Zan-up skills activated. For this man, he is using the same effort in this fight as he did in the first Hobgoblin's Brawl. This makes no sense. Although I may have this reaction, the crowd outside is going wild. Newcomers to the arena don't know what to make of his battle style and are hesitant to bet on him in these higher rounds, opting for the monsters, while regulars are betting solely on Monk every round and making a small fortune. This must be the real moneymaker of the night. Even if it seems predictable, there are always new people coming into the city to enjoy the show. My eyes stay glued to the screen as Stage Chi begins, and the exact same level, Liu Qiar Ghoul from the previous round against Ace enters the ring. Monk does a bow before the match starts, unlike any of his other matches. Then begins his fight with the pale Zan-skinned beast with orange energy, leaking from its eyes and pores. Because of the starting bow, I thought maybe this fight would be different. But the man just speeds up more, running around the ring with ease and punching the ghoul with lightning-fast fists when it leaves itself open after each sword swing. Without activating my perception buffs, it is almost difficult to track their movements. However, the fight just looks exactly the same. Dodge and punch, that is all this man does. None of his punches show any signs of mana imbuement. But an interesting phenomenon I see is every time he makes impact, the glow in the ghoul's eyes gets brighter for a fraction of a second. Then after, It dims slightly lower than before it was punched. Over and over. Shoo punches later, and the orange light in the ghoul's eyes goes out. The creature falls to the floor, seemingly unharmed on the outside, but devoid of energy remaining within. It is overwhelming speed and strength against Ace. The swordsman last round seemed as if it wasn't even there anymore. The creature in the ring seemed like it was helpless against just simple punches. Monk steps back and bows again at the spot where the remains of the monster once stood. It's teleported away and the crowd erupts in cheers. There you go, folks. Our one and only staged Tifuta Isictory of the night. What an amazing showing! That only begs the question, Monk. Are you ready to proceed to the Battier round? The moving picture display pans to the fighter standing alone in the ring. He crosses his arms and shakes his head. Still not ready yet? I see. Well, you'll all have to come back tomorrow to see if Monk will take on the undefeated Battier stage. Monk is transported back into the training room in front of me as the crowd cheers his name, and the announcer continues. Now, we usually end our showings on this stage Chifutu Isictory, but tonight we've decided to throw in an extra wild card that you're all sure to enjoy. The audience goes silent and begins to whisper among each other, trying to figure out what is going on. Monk gets off the transport platform and makes eye contact with me for the first time. I see an orange shimmer beneath his gaze for a split second, but can't tell if it is just his robe's reflection or my imagination. Either way, the announcer's words are my cue to get onto the stage. I reach into my item storage beneath my cloak and pull out the Flame Emperor's sword while smirking inwardly and whispering under my breath. Now, it is time for the real show to begin. The moment I step on, the transfer magic of the teleportation circle reacts with my wristband, and I'm sent into the fight arena with hundreds of people looking at me from every side. The blinding manads and imbued lighting fixtures make it almost impossible to see outside the ring. The only thing clearly visible is exactly what is in front of me. Welcome, the Flame Emperor. This is a fighter debut, with lean wins in any event so far. A true wild card, and an exhilarating event to end the night off. He could be defeated in Stage Sizz, or he could make his way to the Battier. We have no information on this fighter other than his signature elemental skill, fire. At this, there are some oohs and ahs from the crowd around me. Then a notification pops up on my wristband in blue text asking how much I'd like to bet on myself. I smirk and place a gold credit on myself as a starting bet to see how it all works. In the same instant, the announcer starts the show. The Stage E fight against a level Shitsi Horned Rabbit will begin in Sure, Joe. As he counts down, I hold my sword steady and point it forward where the monsters appeared in every event prior to this one. I have two options right now. I can take things slow and work my way up like Monk and Ace did, or be flashy from the start like the Stone Maiden and Max. Once the transfer magic on the other side of the ring begins to shimmer, and a fluffy white rabbit with a long brown horn appears in front of me, I activate my fire magic and run forward. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sensijo, Jian Jian Jian. Showing off my full strength from the start is not a good option. It wouldn't be an optimal move. Having the odds stacked against me in the later rounds would be the best strategy for potentially greater payouts from betting on myself. However, there is no reason not to put on a show and get the crowd excited. I get paid the same amount for the first 3 stages regardless, so I might as well build up some hype. With this in mind, I raise my left hand above my head and begin forming a ball of fire that grows larger as I approach the tiny rabbit. Just at the sight of my dark red flames, the crowd begins to cheer and become excited. Instead of swinging my sword, I throw the flaming ball of magic, about 5 times the size of the rabbit, down onto it, instantly incinerating the miniature beast. Plumes of fire erupt from the ground, and dirt and stone fly off in all directions. It was overkill for a small monster like this, but nothing so immaculate as to raise any suspicions that I'd be any better than any of the other newbies competing in the previous rounds. Fire magic may be a common elemental ability, but it uses up a lot of MP for the average user. Unknown to me, it is unusual for many fighters to use an attack like this in the first round. Dinda. A string of notifications pop up on my wristband. Congratulations! Yidan Yar X bet won on Fighter, the Flame Emperor. Your Yi Gold base bet has been returned to your account. Lindern Yar Gold credits have been added to your account. Stage Yi Fight Victory. Reward. E Silver credit. Lindern Nini Gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance. Wudian Yar Wuding Golds. Use absorption. May TP. Yaolin CS. No. I choose yes to absorb the small amount of mana control available. Before the debris even clears, the crowd is roaring with cheers, and some are even chanting my fighter name over and over as the announcer is already hyping up the next stage. I went from a nobody to a fighter to put their money behind in a matter of seconds with that flashy attack. I just need to continue building up this hype for the stages to come. The bets that really matter are on stage 2 and further, when the total amount won will be a percentage of the bets and not just a set win amount. I won't be able to do much damage with a Wu Gold balance. The stage R bets are placed, and I throw Sen Gold on myself because I'm much more confident in the system and outcome now. A Cyclops comes into the ring, and I decide to run at it this time to slice it in two with a single flaming strike. But make sure that the flames on my sword don't leave the blade until contact is made. While slicing through, I plunder every drop of its MP in milliseconds, bringing my own bar back up to full. The two halves melt with dark flames on them that don't go out until it's completely turned to ash. Congratulations! Der Nimba X bet won on Fighter. The Flame Emperor, your Sen Gold base bet, has been returned to your account. Lindern R Sig Gold credits have been added to your account. Stage R Fight Victory. Reward. Shu Silver credits. Lindern Yi Gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance. Wudian Silio Uding Golds. Use absorption. Nap CP. 915. Yes, no? Another win. Just like that. I take notes from watching the previous Legacy fighters and do a lap around the ring, raising my sword in the air and covering it in a bright flickering veil of flames until my Stage Sen beast is announced. Stage Sen will begin shortly. The Flame Emperor will be facing off against a level R Sitsi Bloodhound. Place your bets. At the sound of this name, my mind starts to race, thinking back to the time I faced a similar beast in a dungeon a few months back. A sly grin starts to come across my face as I think about it more and more while placing a Wu Gold bet on myself with Edern EEX odds. It is not the money that excites me. It is the potential for another powerful upgrade that makes the gears spin in my head. Once the ferocious Dan-looking dog is finally brought into the ring via teleportation, it runs toward me, glowing bright red. I run forward too, activating appraisal and seeing bloodlust in its active skills. The grin across my face only grows, and instead of killing it right away on the spot, I let the hound run by me and attempt to grab an arm. I dodge with ease and position myself for an attack, but then think about the possibilities of leading on the crowd right now. Making them underestimate me as much as possible will be beneficial in the upcoming fights. As the hound circles back again, I light up my sword with flames, but let the hound in close and allow it to latch onto my arm, flailing in the air as if it was unexpected. In the same moment, I ignite my left arm with fire magic and blow the beast that is latched onto pieces. Congratulations! Edern EE Tex bet won on Fighter. The Flame Emperor, your Wu Gold base bet has been returned to your account. Lindern Wu Gold credits have been added to your account. Stage Sen Fight Victory. Reward. Sensha Silver credits. Lindern Sen Gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance. Liudan Sen Yi Wuling Gold. Use absorption. ZP Centenu by Ling yes. No. Use absorption skill. Bloodlust upgrade. Legendary grade yes. Know the crowd explodes into cheers as the remains of the beast hit the Mana Din shielded barrier of the arena along with my eruption of flames. I stay on the ground for a moment, excitedly choosing yes to the Bloodlust upgrade and checking my status while using Self-Dan regeneration on my arm beneath my cloak. The extra MCP is absorbed as well. In the meantime, the announcer hypes up the crowd for the next round, allowing me to take my Wufenjong Utes of rest. Standing to my feet, I grip my sword and give the Godzian ahead. Next up, we have a special monster for you all in the CTH stage. As you all know, this is the round that separates the regular fighters from the fighters that face off in the main nightly events. To face the Flame Emperor, we found a formidable opponent known for taking out fighters well above its level Seno Lucia Wu rating. It is time to place your bets on the Mutant High Orc matchup, a sword-wielding monster with a fire aspect. The reaction from the crowd is mixed. Some describe the power of my fire, while others point out the fact I was taken off guard by a mere-level RCT bloodhound. I smirk inwardly while placing a Lil Gold bet for myself to win at a Yidarn Sen CX payout multiplier. Once the High Orc comes into the ring, I can feel the heat coming off of it immediately. The beast runs at me, wearing silver armor head to toe, wielding a long, shimmering sword with golden accents, and bursting with flames out of the armor's holes. It has a regular fire combat magic skill, along with swordsmanship skill. The same twinkle in my eyes from the previous round comes back to me, and I decide to put on a show for the crowd yet again. Even though my movements are clearly much more crisp and practiced, to the naked eye of a fighter below level Senbai, it all looks the same. This is most of the audience. As long as I get hit with fire and take longer than a few seconds to defeat the monster that is attacking me, to the crowd, it means I'm having trouble. Come at me. It looks like you're going to need to give me a hard time. I whisper under my breath while blocking a hit from its long silver sword and taking a fire blast from it, heads in on without even attempting to move away. My gear and natural fire resistance are so strong, it just feels like a warm breeze passing by to me. However, to the crowd, it looks like I'm being burned alive. The erupting cheers are ear-zan shattering. Through all the noise, there is one thing on my mind that is crystal clear. I'll be taking this audience for every bronze, silver, and gold coin they have to spare. Jian Jian Jian, chapter Senbai Wu Si, Jian Jian Jian, the plumes of fire clear. And I jump backward, igniting myself with my own flames to play the part. It is a cool, flashy power Jian up to hype the crowd, but also shows that I'm trying to mitigate the supposedly brutal attack that I just took head Zan on. For the fun of it, now that I have a natural veil of dark red flames surrounding my body, I activate my newest Bloodlust skill to see what improvements going from no grade to legendary grade provide. The aura that envelops me is much darker red than the usual Bloodlust buff, more so matching the darkness of my flames now. The surge of energy is not what I was expecting to feel at all either. The No Zan grade Bloodlust skill used to give a Bifenja Wusha buff to speed, agility, and mental strength. Now, when I look down to check my status, it says Bifenji by Arsha Wu buff on each of these options, and a Bifenja Wusha natural perception buff is added as well. I instantly feel like I just activated my final breath skill or my Red Hydra's rage buff, but immediately decide to turn it off because, in a matter of seconds, my MP bar almost falls down to half. It is definitely an intense boost, but the cost is significant too. This arena isn't the place to test its potential. I get up close to the High Orc by outpacing its movements and coming around to place a hand on its back. In the same manner it attacked me, I plunder all of its MP to bring me nearly back up to full, while blasting a wave of fire through its body and sending it flying backward in a similar fashion to the attack it just threw. Moments before its life force hits zero, I stop my attack and let the High Orc come running boxy at me while letting out a roar of pain and frustration. In seconds, the intensity of my flames will burn it to ashes, but I want to have a final clash to put on a show for the crowd. As our blades clang again, each of us releases a wave of flames at each other, and I jump back for dramatic effect as the orc is incinerated in the final blast. I fall backward and let the force of my own attack throw me to the floor, leaving my own flames burning on my body for a matter of seconds before putting them out. Congratulations! Yidarn Sen CX bet 1 on Fighter the Flame Emperor. Your Liu Gold base bet has been returned to your account. Ardare RR Gold credits have been added to your account. Stage Sifite Victory. Reward Shitsiderm Bajio Wuding Gold credits. Shitsiderm Bajio Wuding Gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance Arshaludan Sisenning Golds. Use absorption, CP, 12966. Yes, no, use absorption skill, swordsmanship upgrade. Legendary grade yes. No, I choose yes on both. Upgrading my swordsmanship and my questions about upgrading my fire magic skill are answered too. The advanced version of this skill is as high as legendary grade absorption will upgrade it too. For now, the new skill upgrade is great, but the fact that I just made over Arsha gold profit in a single match is the more exciting part of this string of notifications. It looks like the crowd agrees with me too as they shake the arena, and the announcer continues to yell out in an excited tone as I give him the thumbs up to move on to the next round. Can you believe it? The Flame Emperor has taken a hit at point Zan blank range and retaliated back to finish off the High Orc with a taste of its own medicine. That begs the question, will he be able to defeat the level Sipayel Volcanic Salamander King? It is not every day we get a fire wielder in the ring, so we're saving opponents like this for the special occasion. As the announcer goes on, I realize the fights being sent to me are not random. Thinking back even further, every fight in the ring today has been very selective. Sia had tough fights against opponents in the later rounds. She had no hope of beating to set a standard for how tough each event would be. Max got opponents he has a defensive edge against monsters he could barely beat. Ace had only sword wielders to battle in the later rounds. And now I'm getting solely fire element fights. Someone is pulling the strings and clearly not randomizing these monsters, but I'm not complaining. Finish your bets up soon. The match is about to begin in Sure. So, I lock in a Arshual gold bet at a Yidirm Wuzhou X multiplier. I'm still the crowd favorite, but the odds are beginning to shift against me. This is good. It's exactly what I want to happen. During this next fight, I need to make sure it looks like nothing close to an easy win. R-E-A Leun. A flash of white light brings the Crimson Zan-scaled beast into the ring. Its body is dripping with lava and looks exactly the way it did when I faced the same type of creature in a dungeon break way off in the desert of Sector Si. It has advanced fire magic and a body Zan hardening skill, two skills I myself already have at their maxed Zan out ranks. So this fight will be purely for the fun of it and putting on a convincing performance for the crowd. This may be the first monster strong enough to take hits from my attacks. If I go easy on it, that will add to a much more convincing display. With a smirk on my face, I run forward with my sword ablaze and my fire magic enveloping the red cloak. Its body glows orange, red, and yellow, producing more molten stone as I charge forward to throw down a low Zen density attack at its scaled armor. Legendary swordsmanship is automatically activated as I swing downward, making the movement feel even more precise and natural. However, this opponent isn't a weapon wielder, so I won't be able to test its full range of possibilities until another fight. The instant my blade makes contact, I feel its scales beginning to crumble and its insides start to burn. I let up on my downward motion and soon see its tail coming toward me. Everything looks like it is moving in slow motion, but I pretend not to see the tail coming and let it hit me and send me flying toward the arena's mana Zan shielded dome. I cover my side with a thin layer of mana before making impact. Once I do, all of the shielding I created explodes in a loud metallic twang, sending me flying toward the arena floor twice as fast as I was moving upward at the wall. I managed to turn my body to land on my feet, but the ground beneath me cracks, and a small crater forms. The audience erupts into cheers of madness. They all remember the fight with Max and the Lizard Archer earlier, and what is happening right now looks to be a repeat. The Salamander King takes the time I was in the air to its advantage to come down on me, spewing molten rock. I jump out of the way just in time and land another Lodzan-powered attack on the monster scales, making a small mark to show the crowd I'm not entirely powerless. However, I let the Salamander throw me around the ring a few more times to make a point. I land more small hits on it while plundering just enough MP to refill my bar, and using my lifesteal skill to drain the monster's HP at an even faster rate than doing physical damage. This restores my own health bar every time I lose a few points from bouncing off the mana Zan barrier above the ring. The crowd goes crazy, and the announcer begins describing the fight play, Zan by Dainzin play, to those who are watching as I narrowly avoid death over and over, just to land small hits each time. He has done it again. The Joe TH exchange between the Flame Emperor and the Salamander King. I can't believe it. Another escape from near elimination just to land a hit. I have to give it to our newest fighter. He is not one to give up easily. Half a dozen exchanges go by, and the arena itself is full of molten rock and covered in craters. In the eyes of the crowd, it is a miracle. I'm still breathing. But there is one thing that is starting to become clear. He is really going to do it. There is no way. The Salamander King's movements are really slowing down. After excess MP and HP drainage to restore my own, and many tough hits through the monster scales, the beast in the ring naturally begins to slow down. I start landing R to Sensaushire its each exchange instead of E, and in a matter of minutes, I release a final blow to the back of the salamander's head with a fireball to top it all off. He has done it. The winner of Stage Wu is the one and only Flame Emperor. The screams of excitement and cheers, along with anger and frustration, fill the air, and I fall to my knees to play the part with my head down. It may look like I'm out of breath and trying to stay conscious after such a strenuous battle, but in reality, my eyes are glued to the notifications popping up over my wristband. Congratulations! Idir Wujo Axbet won on Fighter. The Flame Emperor, your Arshawu, gold base bet has been returned to your account. Shu Sidirn Tiwu gold credits have been added to your account. Stage Wu Fight Victory reward Sen Shabadian eating Wuding gold credits. Sen Shabadian eating Wuding gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance 79 Arba Wuding golds. Use absorption CP 24,178. Yes. No. The smile across my face grows wider and wider as I see over Wusher gold coins enter my credit account. I whisper under my breath. Now, it is time to get serious and go all in. Jian Jian Jian, chapter Sen Wuyao Jian Jian Jian, to make the previous match even more convincing. I stand up and start walking with a limp before facing the crowd again and placing a thumb in the air to begin the next match. The announcer yells in an excited tone. That is what we like to see. At this rate, the Flame Emperor could actually do it. He could defeat the Lu T8 stage monster and become a legacy fighter on his first time in the ring. The crowd erupts with cheers again, but I don't like how positively they're taking things. I want them to have no confidence I can defeat the next opponent that is teleported in. At this thought, I cough and drop to my knees, holding my chest and let my sword hit the ground with a clang. This makes the announcer pause, and the crowd begins to whisper and talk amongst themselves. Still, I raise a thumb and slowly get back up to my feet while using my sword as a crutch. My wristband clearly states that I'm still at Baifanji Ibai of max HP, but I cover it up underneath my red cloak in case anyone in the audience has extra keen eyes. Unlike them, the announcer is not worried at all. His voice still rings out as enthusiastic as ever. Here in the Valor City Fight Arena, we don't hold back. Even if you're injured from the past stage, we won't go easy on you. Everyone place your bets. The Flame Emperor will be facing a level Wudojo Red Ogre Tyrant in the stage Luem matchup. My eyes widen at the announcement. The crowd goes silent too. My opponent in this next round is going to be the maximum level available for a stage this high. I don't know who is choosing these opponents behind the scenes, but it is like they read my mind. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. After the awkward moment of silence, the crowd begins to cheer again and rumble the stands around the arena and even slightly shake the floor itself. The odds that pop up on my wristband make me smile inwardly, but I don't dare show even a little bit of emotion before the match begins. For the first time in the event tonight, the betting odds are stacked against me. I stare down at the numbers, and it says Ardare Nutsi X for a bet on myself, and it keeps on rising. I make a slow walk around the ring, just to make sure everyone can see the sorry shape I'm in and the crowd's confidence toward me as the potential winner in this fight lessens more and more. The odds raise past Sendandinun X, and I hear a few people yell out in the front rows down to me. Forfeit while you still have your dignity. This will be the easiest money I've ever made. I'm going all in on the Red Ogre. Look at him. He can barely stand. That last battle was all luck. There is no way he becomes a legacy fighter with moves like that. The Red Ogre Tyrant is more powerful than any normal Red Ogre. He doesn't stand a chance. Even Ace lost to one of these last week. My bet is on him losing too. I walk back to the center of the ring after my full lap, and the announcer starts counting down for the fight to start. The match will begin shortly. Get ready in 10, 9, Bah. More and more bets are placed, and I peek at my watch to see the odds against me rise to Sidir Ardzio X. Ti Liu Wu. I enter Tsishiwu Gold into the betting notification and wait longer for every last bet to be placed. The odds keep rising, and I want to lock in my bet at the highest payout I possibly can. This opponent is going to be a higher level than me, but I've faced much more difficult monsters in battle before. I may have to pull out some more tricks, but I'm confident in my abilities to defeat it. Sen R. The odds that I'll win have fallen so low that the payout on me is now at Wudance CEX. I lock it in, draining most of my credit wallet, then finally standing up straight with a wide grin as my bet is now set in stone. Leon, let the stage Liu match begin. A blinding light transports an enormous red ogre tyrant into the ring. It looks very similar to the red ogres in the previous matches I saw, but this one is much more muscular with crimson veins bulging out from its silver armor. The beast lets out a roar as it begins to glow golden the moment it steps forward and swings a massive metal mace in the air. A thick chain that looks like it would hold an anchor to the seafloor connects a spiked metal ball as it swings it above its head. The sharp eyes of the beast lock onto me in an instant as I approach and activate my own extreme strength and berserker skills as well. As it swings the mace, a glimmer of pink mana starts to cover the entire weapon, and its two skills show up in my mind's eye. Extreme Strength, Legendary Grade, Combat Magic, Advanced Mana Manipulation. My gaze falls down to its ranked Zanup buff too. Ogre Tyrant's Dominance. It storms forward with incredible speed, and I jump out of the way using my full strength and speed to dodge. No more playing around. This fight is for real. I use wind magic to propel my movements away from the golden glowing beast and turn back to release a mana blade imbued with fire from my sword at point blank range at the ogre's back. The moment it is released, the instincts of the beast kick in, and it senses the shift in mana density that fills the air. Its shielded spiked mace spins back around to collide with the incoming attack, and an explosion of mana and flames instantly fills the entire dome. I activate my all-Dan seeing eye and sense the creature not taking a moment of rest. Through the chaos of the blast, it uses the plumes of flames as a smokescreen and runs at me to throw another hit. I swing my blade up to collide with its spiked mace. The physical weapons don't collide, but the dense layers of shielding around them do. Another mana Zan mana eruption blasts both of us backward, sending the ogre and myself flying into the dome's mana shielding, then into the floor below with two loud bangs. However, we got much closer this time around. Our energies colliding is close enough range for me to use my MP plundering skill, along with lifesteal, to take as much MP and HP as I can before we're both sent flying to opposite sides of the ring. The fire from our last attacks dissipates, and the audience can clearly see the next exchange. Just like before, the battled-in hungry monster doesn't take a moment of rest. Neither do I. We both run forward and clash again. I can feel an invisible subconscious pull, much stronger than normal, guiding my sword with precision. It is the legendary swordsmanship skill at work, but the movements that enter my mind like instinct are very different than my normal fighting style. I suppress the urge to try anything too new and risky right now. At this point in the battle, it's best I stick to what I know and observe my opponent. The speeds we're fighting at and the precision of each hit is far greater than what I'd assume most of the audience has the ability to perceive. But if there are any highly skilled fighters or ex-Dan hunters in the crowd, they'd see us both collide in mid-Zan air, fighting with waves of mana, trying to cut through the other's defenses, while regenerating our own before being thrown back from the excess energy. My flaming sword, covered in layers of pink mana shielding, collide with the shielding that surrounds its mace. We both have a mana manipulation skill, so the shielding being used is just being constantly regenerated by the mana within our bodies. The real test of strength will be who runs out of MP first. Pure level numbers suggest this ogre has higher MP stores than me, but each exchange we share drains its own stores and adds them to mine. Although it looks like an even match, it is really a matter of time before the tyrant runs out of MP and I can send a fatal attack that blasts through its weakened shielding. Another 4 exchanges pass, and just like the salamander in the previous round, I start to sense its movement slow. At this point, the crowd realizes what is going on to an extent too. A few angry voices start to stand out to me in between the next few attacks. The ogre and I send at each other. He was strong all along. Was this guy playing us for our money? There is no way he set us up. Could the ogre tyrant really lose? Boo! Half a dozen more exchanges pass and the audience has resorted to throwing things down at the ring. The mana shielding blocks anything from actually flying in, but the sounds of random items hitting the dome make me smirk. In the meantime, I can tell the red ogre tyrant is frustrated out of its mind, as it roars louder and louder after every exchange we have. Its eyes start to shift from the jet black they started at to now a crimson glow. After our Shuwu-TH collision, I'm almost positive I've stolen over half of its HP and MP. It has noticed and is making its move. The red glow that has slowly grown in its eyes begins to spread into the golden shimmer of its extreme strength skill. A shimmering red wave of energy surrounds its body, and I feel a shockwave vibrate through the arena floor. The air pressure shifts, and I feel most of the ambient mana from our previous clashes begin to gravitate toward the ogre at the opposite side of the ring. I use my own manipulation skill to attempt bringing it back my way. But the force at which it is being pulled in at the monster is significantly stronger than before. Even the dome around the ring starts to vibrate. It hums loudly as it tries to stay in place, but the new buff my opponent is using seems to be pulling in every spare mana particle in the area. This feels extremely dangerous, not only for me, but nearby audience members too. If this monster is doing what I think it is using its ranked Dan Up buff as a last Dan-ditch effort. Ogre Tyrant's dominance is being activated. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Sen Wu. R Jian Jian Jian. The red Ogre Tyrant's golden veil of energy starts to shift to red as its ranked Jian Up buff activates. The dome that surrounds us, protecting the audience outside the fight ring, is now rippling and bending toward the monster on the far side of the arena. I'm sure they fight monsters of this caliber very often, but none of the past monsters could have had a buff and skill combination like this. With the name Ogre Tyrant's dominance, and the absorption of MP it is taking in from all directions, I can only assume this rank Zan-Up perk allows the monster to take superior control over all of the mana in the nearby atmosphere, along with its only combat skill being advanced mana manipulation. My confidence in the barrier overhead to keep our dangerous attacks contained is dwindling. It runs forward at me with its spiked mace swinging in the air once again, this time around layered in a much thicker mana shielding, and I can tell its MP bar has raised far past full. The monster is wielding more energy than it did at the start of the match. I can sense mana seeping out from the shielding above our heads, aiding its next attack. Still, I grit my teeth and counter, activating the newly ranked Dan-Up legendary Bloodlust skill in small bursts to increase my speed and magic power. It burns through a lot of MP to use this buff now, but with the massive cloud of mana swirling around my opponent, the moment I get in close, I can easily restore myself to full. As we're about to clash, I sense my swordsmanship skill begin to activate, instinctually pointing me to swing in a different direction than I first planned to. I hesitate, and the feeling goes away. Our shielded weapons collided, and we're both blasted backward to opposite sides of the arena. Even with my new buff activated, I wasn't able to overpower this tyrant. Each time we collide, our shielding is nearly equal in density and strength, but the weight and power of its weapon is intense. The precision at which it swings won't allow me to get a proper hit in. Getting hit by that mace may mean the end for me. However, if I can get past it and land a good hit on the ogre, it would mean the end for this beast as well. Once I stand up off the ground, my mind races over the odd sensation I felt before our attacks met. It was like a subconscious pull, leading me to use my blade in a much different way than a regular straight Xandon attack. A roar echoes out through the ring again as the ogre charges at me. I run forward too, activating my Bloodlust buff again and hoping that feeling from my swordsmanship skill comes back. At this rate, I need to switch things up. Just colliding over and over, stealing a few HP every attack won't cut it. The shielding in the arena may give out before I can finish this monster off. As we're about to collide again, I feel the same pull and decide to give in to it and let my instincts completely guide my blade. I change directions in mid-Zan air with an air step, and a faint silver line that looks like a nearly invisible spider's thread shows up in my mind's eye, but projects itself into reality, almost like the system text has come to life and is showing me a holographic path to follow with the tip of my blade. It twists and curves, but I shut my mind off and follow. With every air step and curving swing of my sword, I narrowly miss the fast Didian spinning mace that constantly soars toward me. Even so, the end of the thread is in sight, and it ends right on the ogre's neck. The closer the thread gets to my opponent, the more it changes color. At the tip of my sword, it shimmers silver and glows almost white, but near the monster's vital point, the thread is stained blood red. I twist my body out of the way of the beast and come within a Wu-Zan meter range of the end of the thread. The creature's mace is all the way on the monster's side of its body. The world feels as if it is slowed down, and everything, except the thread and the monster that is my target, has been muffled out and faded from existence. My sword comes down with all my might in a graceful swing, and I slice through the creature's mana, shielding, along with a large layer of flesh, an eruption of mana explosion. Crimson blood and dark flames sends both of us flying backward, and reality creeps back into my senses all around me as I hit the back of the mana dome. The mixture of cheers and boos fills my ears, but it doesn't matter to me at all. I raise my sword in the air and light it on fire, letting out a laugh as the injured monster starts to run back at me, filled with rage. I grip my blade with both hands and smirk. To anyone in the crowd that could follow my movements before, they're already aware of the fact that I can use air magic, so there is no reason not to show a bit more of my hand. As I run closer, the instinctive feeling begins to grow more and more, but I activate my earth magic first to give myself an additional edge. With a simple thought, the ground beneath the ogre turns to liquid stone and begins slowing its footsteps. Every meter closer it travels, the more rocks form around its ankles and shins. Once it is close enough, the creature has to physically break free from the mounds of rocks on its legs every step. I jump in the air and search for the thread. Breathing in and out, the world around me disappears again, leaving just the shimmering silver line leading to the monster's neck and the slowed Zan motion mace spinning around in the air with a clear path before me, making it easy to dodge. In a graceful, fluid movement, taking Wu air steps in total, I get in close and release another full Zan-powered slash, slicing through the excess mana shielding around its neck, and also cracking the top portion of its chest plate, sending it flying backward, now dripping blood all over its silver armor. This time, mana, rock, and flames erupt into the air, but I still feel its life force pulsing strong. Once the debris begins to clear, the red glow around its body becomes larger and larger. Instead of running at me, it backs up and places its free hand against the shielding dome. The energy starts to ripple and vibrate more than ever before. The dome's inner surface looks like a thin layer of water being bounced around by the vibrating frequency of a powerful music playing device. The more volatile the shielding around the ring becomes, the more the red aura around the creature grows. The boos in the crowd against me begin to turn into whispers and frightened screams as people soon realize what is going on. I run forward, gripping my blade with one thing on my mind: finishing this battle once and for all. I decide not to hold back one bit. If this monster manages to take out the shielding around the ring, there will be many more problems than one. The audience wouldn't be safe. They may send in extra guards to subjugate the beast, and I wouldn't get my leveled Zan-ups or skill upgrades, and worst of all, the bets could be off. My chance to Wuex, my money, and fool the crowd would have all been for nothing. I need to kill this monster now. Without hesitating, I activate every single skill that will allow me to get closer to the beast as fast as possible, and keep it stuck in place to land a finishing move without any interference before any announcements can be made. With my wind magic and buffs on full blast, propelling me forward, and earth magic surrounding the creature at the far side of the ring, the distance between us is negated in milliseconds. Its legs are held in place by rock reinforced by telekinesis, while waves of intense intimidation are sent straight into its psyche. Meanwhile, my blade is being charged up to its maximum potential, and the world around me is fading away as a single shimmering crimson line of mana leads to the same unguarded blind spot on the ogre's neck. I jump upward and swing the blade with unmatched strength and precision. The head of the red ogre tyrant is sliced clean from its body and begins spinning high into the air before anyone in the audience can even blink. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen. Wu Sen Jian Jian, the edge of my blade, shortens the distance between the deep crimson red thread and the neck of the monster, threatening the lives of everyone in this arena. In an instant, using over 10 MP in a single strike, I release a mana blade while making direct contact with the monster's neck, and its head is sliced clean off in an instant. My boosted perception is so much greater than the world around me that even as the beast's head slowly spins in the air disconnected from its body, the wide eyes and mixed reaction from the crowd seem so slow that they're not even moving. The severed head collides with the rippling mana shielding dome and instantly splatters into indistinguishable parts. Congratulations! Wu Dianxi axe bet won on Fighter. The Flame Emperor's Your Tishuwu gold base bet has been returned to your account. Senbai Senshidan Tiwu gold credits have been added to your account. Stage Liu Fight Victory. Reward Liu Shabadian Sisu Wuding gold credits. Liu Shabadian Sisu Wuding gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance. Sidirn Tiba Sibadinin Platinum. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Use absorption CP. Tenin Senshisi. Jiu Baling. Yes, no. Use absorption skill. Extreme strength upgrade. Legendary grade yes. No. The moment the ogre tyrant's head leaves its body, the red aura that fills almost half the rings dissipates in an instant. However, the vibrating and churning mana shielding that makes up the arena's dome gets more and more violent following the explosion of the ogre's head. I jump back and land on the floor, choosing yes to all the notification options that pop up and excitedly look at my wristband as it shifts in color from golden to a shimmering platinum glow. My eyes dart around the ring at the dome. I assumed it would calm down the moment the ogre's skill dissipated. But the turbulent nature only grows worse as the seconds pass and the crowd erupts into cheers, yells of anger, boos, and frightened screams. 4 flashes of white light come into my peripheral vision for a fraction of a second, and knights in black armor teleport in on opposite sides of the inside of the dome. I turn my head to try and scan one with my appraisal skill. As they all place their armored hands on the vibrating shielding, wisps of gray and white energy come out of their gauntlets, and the violent, unstable nature of the ring ceases, leaving the stable humming mana shielding in its original form. The sith of them disappear along with the corpse of the monster I defeated before I can even blink again. The only reading I manage to see from one of them leaves my mouth wide open underneath my mask in a state of confusion. Elv? E? Access denied active items. Access denied active skills? Access denied buffs? Access denied. These readings look eerily similar to the odd black armor of the Sector R leader I defeated not so long ago. The announcer finally speaks up, quieting the crowd down. At this disturbance, my natural perceptions of time begin to go back to normal. We have a winner. The Flame Emperor? Give it up for our newest legacy fighter. Can you believe it? From an unknown name to a man that beat all the odds. What do you say? Will you be taking on the TTS stage? I'm in quite the daze after what I just witnessed, but still slowly put a thumb in the air. Almost all my HP and MP were restored after that final blow using Plunderer on the body and excess energy that escaped from the shielding in the ring. Although it wasn't a walk in the park, I was far from being in real danger while facing that monster. If anything, the audience was in more trouble than me. It seems the announcer isn't going to bring attention to this fact at all. They did have safeguards in place just in case any events like this were to happen. The sounds of the crowd aren't the excited screams that were rattling the stadium earlier, but the quick thinking of the announcer changes their minds. You all know we have only had one contestant get anywhere close to beating the stage. T-Ghoul in years. This is another major step up from the stage low fights. Even if the Flame Emperor finally showed you all his full strength, we know that is part of the fight game. You can't hate the player. The angry words and whispers start to change their tone, and I hear a few members of the crowd speak up. Instead of all hatred, I'm beginning to get mixed reviews. He is right. The rules of the arena never said any bets were fair. No kidding, I'm glad I took the risk. I can't believe it. I bet on him as a joke, and just woo-XD'd my money. I lost everything. I hate the Flame Emperor. He'll get what is coming to him in this next round. You're right. Monk is the only one I've seen beat that ghoul monster in the TTET stage, and I've been coming to this arena for years now. There's something really off about those monsters. Pure magic power, or even superior skill, never seems to be enough to kill them. I bet my whole wallet on that last round. I'll be kicked out of the city if I'm still here at midnight. Huh, then you better leave now. This is a gambling area. What do you expect? Never bet what you can't afford to lose. By the time the announcer speaks up again, all hatred has left the crowd's mind, and they're all fully consumed with the next round. Everyone, place your bets on the next stage T-App at Chup of the Night. The Flame Emperor will be facing off against a level Liu Bacho mutant ghoul. The crowd completely flips tones again. As the betting odds pop up in front of their faces, and they're consumed with greed, I take my slow lap around the ring as the announcer continues on and on, hyping up the fight more. This time around, I'm more confused at what the purpose of this arena really is. The man at the registration desk did say it is one of the main income streams of the city, along with an auction hall in the Platinum District. But after that display of power from what I can only assume is the Royal Guards, something isn't adding up. Why do they really have a fight arena in this city? And where are they getting all the incredibly Haidzan level monsters to teleport in, like it is easy? Who are the legacy fighters? Why does no one seem to care about anyone's true identity here? And why did my teammates agree to come to this city in the first place? For some reason, all these questions start to hit me at once, as the announcer counts down the betting timer as the show is about to begin again. Sure? Joe. Bah. I take a deep breath in and out, then shake my head while staring straight ahead to where my opponent will be standing next. Then, look down at my wristband and see the odds for me to win are still stacked against me, but much less so than the round before. People seem to be more confident in my abilities after that last display of strength, but the prestige of the final event in the eyes of the crowd is still a very tough challenge. The payout on me winning is Arder Nim Joex. This will most likely be my last event in the ring. A level Luba Basha Jo is far above my own level, but it is still within reach of an opponent I can potentially defeat. I've taken on a demon of a similar level, and a demonic minotaur recently of strength that may match it. T. Liu. Wu. I'm going to have to plan for this to be my last event. I need sure platinum coins to make it into the final gate, so it is all or nothing right now. Sen R. The payout raises to a Ardirmwi Axe multiplier, and I bet Sibai gold credits equal to Sib platinum coins on myself to win. Liun. Let the stage T match begin. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Sen Wu. Si Jian Jian Jian. As the announcer's words fade away, I grip my blade and get ready for the real fight to begin. From my understanding of the crowd's reaction and the words echoing through the arena, close to no one is capable of defeating this ghoul monster. The fighter known as Monk is an anomaly to this rule, even with the display of strength I showed in the round before. Defeating a monster at the peak of stage low, the crowd is confident enough to place their bets against me still. I showed nearly all my skills in the last event. My hopes are that I'll be proving them wrong once again. I have a few more tricks up my sleeve, and I may have to use them all in this next upcoming fight. The transfer magic lights up a small portion of the arena near the backside where the opponents are usually spawned in. A familiar Zan-looking pale Zan-skinned figure appears, with orange glowing eyes and rotting yellow teeth. A mutant ghoul locks its gaze on me in fractions of a second. Its height is similar to mine, possibly half a meter taller than me at most. This variant of mutant ghoul only carries one long silver sword, and its body is barely covered in clothing. They're more like rags that are held on by threads. Its eyes pulse brighter. Then the beast runs forward at me without making a sound. I activate all my buffs to try and scan the creature for any extra information while lighting my sword on fire and positioning myself for a counter. Its status throws me for a loop when it shows up in my mind's eye. LV 689 active items. Enchanted longsword 200% strength, 200% speed, 200% agility active skills. None buffs. Curse mark of the Lich King's eye. All it has to its name is a single sword and a mysterious curse in its buff slot. To my surprise, there aren't any active skills either. Something is very off about all of this. Nevertheless, I hold my sword up to position myself for a block to test the monster's strength. It falls for the bait without hesitation for a moment, and there is a loud clang that echoes out in the arena. It is the sound of pure metal on metal, a noise I haven't heard in quite a while. The moment its sword touches my mana-shielding barrier, an orange glow surrounds its own and the two barriers of energy pass right by each other without reacting at all. The swords meet, and our strength is nearly even. The oddity of the creature just slipping through my defenses without any resistance throws me off guard, and I take a step back, but soon decide to activate my Bloodlust and newly upgraded extreme strength skill to counter before it pulls any other moves on me. The moment the crimson and gold lights begin to shimmer around my body, I feel MP being burned at an immense rate. The buff percentage rises on my extreme strength skill. Instead of just a 500% boost at its normal no-grade ranking, it has risen to 500% at legendary grade and shimmers so bright golden white it almost looks platinum. It is worth the burned MP. I lunge forward and swing my blade across my body to propel the ghoul away from me, air-stepping back and deactivating my buffs to reassess my situation. At the same time, I try to use my Plunderer skill to siphon some MP off my opponent to restore the mana used in my buffs in Clash. Also attempting a minor lifesteal to weaken it as much as I can from a distance. But my heart skips a beat at what I soon realize. No mana and no health points either. The ghoul in front of me doesn't have a drop of MP in its body, despite the glowing orange aura that now covers its sword, arms, and is slowly expanding to engulf its entire body. It also has no HP to be stolen either. This monster may have unfathomable defenses, or some way of masking its inner mana control, but all my senses are pointing to something else. Its buff, the curse mark of the Lich King. I have keener senses than any hunter or monster within hundreds of levels. There is no way I could visibly see an energy source and not be able to sense any of the mana flowing through it. Not even my Ald-Zan seeing eye can pick up the presence of even a bit of flowing energy. The only reasonable explanation in my mind is its buff, giving it some type of power source that isn't mana. It is using energy I'm unable to manipulate. It runs forward and we clash again. The sound of metal on metal echoes, but this time I use my buffs much more conservatively while straining my senses to attempt to find any more clues. 3 more equally powered exchanges take place, and already over 500% of my mana is used up, and I'm as clueless as I was when I started examining the ghoul. This next attack, I'm going in for some blood. As much as I want to understand what makes this creature tick, winning the battle is much more important right now. Instead of the equal exchanges we had earlier, I start charging my footsteps with wind magic and strategically activate my buffs as I move and turn to use them as efficiently as possible without draining massive amounts of MP, and get in line for my swordsmanship skill to slowly active. 8. As my flaming blade gets closer and I run around the ghoul in circles, dodging its blade, the thread finally begins to form in my mind's eye, attaching the tip of my sword to the ghoul's midsection in a winding, shimmering line. I take a deep breath and begin to follow the path. After half a dozen sweeping motions, I lunge in close after multiple near misses from its own sword before mine makes contact with its upper torso. The searing sound of my fire magic, melting its flesh and tearing the monster clean, in half lasts only for a fraction of a second before I'm raising my blade in the air for the audience to react as 2 pieces of the ghoul rest behind me covered in flames. Cheers of joy and boos of hatred don't come as I expected at all. The crowd doesn't react at all, actually, minus the few intoxicated bettors yelling out loud. Most of them just point straight at me with devious grins or wide-eyed in horror. It isn't until too late I realize they're not pointing at me, but at the two halves of the ghoul I just cut down, crawling back together and reforming its burned tissue and skin in the areas where it was sliced. The orange glow that surrounds its body and now pours from its gaze grows brighter and brighter as my confusion grows at the same rate. I turn to the monster, and my conclusion that its buff is giving it power becomes my number one theory. The only time I saw its kind defeated was Monk beating it down with nothing but his fists. However, I never saw that man use a hint of mana either. One thing I do know, by the end of this fight, I'll either be broke and out of luck, or know exactly how the arena champ defeated a nearly leveled Tsibai creature without a hint of magic power. Zin Zin Zin. Chapter Sen. Ooh, Zin Zin Zin. A monster with no MP and no HP. It can survive my advanced fire magic, and also can reform and regenerate without any skills or extra visual energy exertion whatsoever. The only clue I have of how to defeat this thing is the single encounter I witnessed of Monk punching the ghoul to death every time his fist would impact the monster's body. I clearly remember its eyes glowing brighter for a fraction of a second, then the glow of the entire beast becoming dimmer every time. Whatever this life force or energy is, most likely provided by its curse, it needs to be extracted from its body slowly, and the monster will die once sucked dry. The real question now is, how? I'll have to figure this out fast. The ghoul comes running at me again, without a moment of rest, with its silver blade glimmering orange and leaving a trail of its residue behind. I'm struck with a moment of clarity as I use my strength buff to counter the incoming strike of the ghoul and send it flying back again. The faint cloud of orange mist that trails behind it looks eerily familiar, and things are beginning to add up. Not completely, but enough for me to comprehend what is going on to a certain extent. Soul energy? I'm just unsure how and why this works, but Therese, a high chance I'm dealing with the soul energy of a Lich King. It is orange energy reacts to the air, just like the red aura of the Hydra's soul energy I'm able to use. Our weapons clang against each other again and again, and I begin going down my list of skills one by one to see if anything works other than the one thing I'm hoping I don't have to do. After trying to intimidate, plunder MP, lifesteal HP equivalent exchange health, and even attempt to use telepathy, nothing seems to be getting through to this mindless battle machine, and my MP falls down to about half as I sporadically use my buffs to keep up with the monster. It doesn't slow down at all. The movements of the ghoul are as precise and clean as the moment it was transported into the ring. Even after slicing the ghoul in half semi-or times, the crowd only gets more excited every time it gets back up. The announcer begins to egg them on to start getting rowdy. After the last match of manipulation, the crowd deserves to have a nice win. However, my mind is running at 1,000,000 beats per minute trying to figure out a way to injure this monster, or replicate the way Monk drained its life force. Even if I had demonic energy on hand, I've found that it doesn't even react with soul energy either. The only way I'm going to be able to fight on equal grounds with this monster is to use my own soul energy buff. Its side effects are brutal, but weeks of work in gaining money are on the line here. If I lose now, showing off all these powers to tons of prying eyes would have been all for nothing. I'll do a single hit, put my all into it, keep it quick, and if this fails too, then there is nothing more to do tonight. I'll have to grind in the arena for a few more days regardless, or find another way to make money and get into the inner walls of the city. We run at each other once again, and moments before our blades collide, I activate my buff again. Red Hydra's Rage. The less time I'm activated in this state, the better off I'll be afterward. The shining orange eyes of the creature in front of me pulse brighter and brighter as a veil of red energy floods out from my chest and covers my entire body in an instant. My perception boosts drastically. My speed and power increase at an alarming rate, and my strength increase is so immense the ground beneath me starts crumbling away with every extra wind-imbued step forward I take. Our swords begin to collide, but the moment they do, the crimson energy surrounding my weapon finally reacts with the orange glow around the ghouls, disintegrating it on impact. A chain reaction like lighting fire to tissue. Paper travels down the contact point of our swords, and the red Hydra's energy completely destroys the orange light that envelops the ghoul in milliseconds. For the first time in our entire match, I hear the monster screech. Before it can retaliate, my sword slices straight through its own, sending the two silver halves of metal flying off in opposite directions. Right after this, the edge of my blade slices the ghoul in half once again. This time, obliterating every bit of orange energy and letting the two halves of the ghoul finally fall to the ground with lifeless eyes. I plant my feet and come to a halt on the other side of the ring, looking back and confirming the ghoul is really defeated before deactivating my buffs and all my skills. Congratulations! Ardir Wu Yi X bet won on Fighter. The Flame Emperor's Sibai gold base bet has been returned to your account. Looting Su gold credits have been added to your account. Stage T-Fight victory. Reward 171.3 gold credits. 171.3 gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance 5,708年 Chariot Platinum. Level up, 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 level up. 1,114 mutant ghouls defeated as I deactivate my buff. The extreme fatigue hits me like a rock, as usual. But I didn't have to use as much of my skills as I thought I would. The adverse effects aren't as extreme as after defeating the demonic minotaur a few days back. A single night of rest will heal me up just fine. Even now, I'd be able to fight at least 500% of my fight capacity, if needed. As the announcer yells out the final results of the match, I still manage to stay on my feet and stare down at the odd text displaying a number of ghouls defeated. It itches at the back of my mind, but I soon forget about it and become more consumed in the sure levels gained and the fact that I reached my money goal in a single night. I'll be able to see my teammates very soon. The echoing voice of the announcer continues in the ring. The Flame Emperor. Will he be taking on the Ba TH stage of the arena tonight? I ponder to myself what kind of monstrosity they possibly have to offer that is between the levels T-Bai and Bop-Bap. But before I even get to make a decision for myself, the same 4 Black Knights enter the ring, moving so fast without my buffs active, I can't even see them. The only reason I realize they're here is because one stops no more than Woomy Eaters in front of me, and I see a pair of sharp eyes completely orange peer through the slit in the black helmet. I activate my Aldzan Seeing Eye and buffs, momentarily to see the other 3. An echoing noise similar to a telepathy skill sounds out in my head. Drop out of the match. The Chi T8 stage is as far as you will go. Before I can even think to respond, the Black Knight is gone, and its other partners with it. I'm left in a state of awe and disbelief, wondering what that was about. And if Monk had the same thing happen to him each time he makes it to this point in the competition, I gulp and decide to take my winnings while I'm still up. Crossing my arms and shaking my head, I look exactly like Monk did declining the man's offer. Another pass on the unbeatable Ba T8 stage of the arena? Maybe one day, we'll get to see our 2 new champions have at it and see who can defeat the Ba T8 stage first. Next time, Zan, the announcer goes on. But I'm teleported back to the underground training room in the same moment. Facing me with looks of awe on their faces, less than Shumi Eaters from the teleportation platform are sent out of the Sil Legacy fighters. Max, Sia, and Ace. Don't say a word as I step back onto the white glossy mana Zan shielded floor. Status updates. Ting, pre-arena. Status open. Name, J Soju level. Wu, Liu R HP. 2815分之2815 MP 2815分之2815 Strength 1491正2803正2058正746正1491正746正746正2237 Speed 1625正975正1625正810 13正1625正813正2438 Agility 1733正780 正1733，正2080，正867，正1733，正867，正2600 defense 1260，二正1401，正1262，正1742，正631，正1262，正1893。Mental strength 1787，正1072，正1787，正2716，正2109，正1430，正894，正1787，正894，正894，正2681。Skills absorption, legendary grade swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced fire summoning, inspect special grade, enemy detection body, hardening, legendary grade self-regeneration, special grade spatty. Isle, magic item storage, plunderer special grade, telekinesis appraisal special grade, conceal special grade, berserker dungeon walker special grade, intimidation, dagger mastery. Ow? Legendary grade. Bloodlust, equivalent, exchange combat magic. Wind summoning, all Dan seeing eye extreme strength, dual wielding special grade telepathy. Legendary grades, final breath, special grade, comba. Ta, u, ji. Magic, advanced earth summoning, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation, lifesteal special grade, hibernation. Special grade, combat magic, advanced demonic energy manipulation. Combat magic, advanced ice, summoning body double special grade lie detector. Legendary grade, hush, legendary grade craftsmanship. Mythic grade items equipped. Shar slots available post. Dian, rank up, current items equipped. High Ogre King's Ring, 60%. Mental strength, the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 111%. Defenses, Dark Elf Boots, 60%. Speed Serpent King. Say, Aid Tomb, Scale, 45%. Agility, 45%. Magic Resistance Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 100%. Mental Strength, the Flame Emperor's Sword, the Advanced Fire Aspect, 100%. Strength, 100%. Mental Strength, 100%. Defenses, 100%. Speed, 100%. Agility, the Wind Tyrant's Dagger Set. Wind Aspect, 100%. Sensitivity Strength, 100%. Archer Agility, 100%. Mental Strength Berserker King. Sa, Ane, Armor Set Blood Bonded, 100%. Sensiba. Defense Salamander King's Cloak, 100%. Basher. Mental Strength, 100%. Basher. Fire Magic Resistance. Greater Demons. Core, 50%. All Stats Arch Demon's Core, 100%. All Stats. Midnight Dagger Buffs. Berserker, 100%. Strength,加 Mental Strength. Bloodlust, 100%. Speed 加 Agility 加 Mental Strength. Extreme Strength, 100%. Strength, Final Breath, 150%. All Stats exact. Will vary. Conditions, high to circumstances. Apply permanent buffs. Rising Emperor's Domain. Hidden ability passive Red Hydra's Rage's Soul Bond attribute active Sutin post arena. Status open. C. Name J Soju level 576 HP 2885分之2885 MP 2885分之2885 Strength 1526正2899正2090正2091正763正1526正763正2289 Speed 1665正999正1698正833正1665正2081正2498 Agility 1773正798，正1808，正2128，正808。17正1773，正2216，正2660 defense。1295，正1437，正1308，正1800，正648，正1295，正1943 mental strength 1822，正1093，正1822，正2806，正2150，正1458，正911，正1822，正911，正2278，正2278，正2733 skills absorption legendary grade swordsmanship, legendary grade combat magic, advanced fire summoning, inspect special grade, enemy detection body, hardening, legendary grade, self-regeneration, special grade, magic, item storage, plunderer special grade, telekinesis, appraisal special grade, conceal special grade, berserker dungeon walker, special grade, intimidation dagger mastery stek. How? Legendary grade, bloodlust, legendary grade, equivalent exchange combat magic, wind summoning, all Zan seeing eye extreme strength, legendary grade dual wielding special grade, telepathy, legendary grade, final, breath special grade, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation, lifesteal special grade, hibernation special grade, combat magic, advanced demonic energy man, manipulation combat magic, advanced ice summoning body, double special grade lie detector, legendary grade hush, legendary grade craftsmanship, mythic grade items equipped. Sure are slots available. Post. Then rank up current items equipped. High Ogre King's Ring, 6mental strength. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 111defense. Dark Elf Boots, 100 and 110 知正60 Speed Serpent King Scale, 45 agility, 45 magic resistance, Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 100 mental strength, the 1T Flame Emperor Sword, advanced fire aspect, 190 strength, 154 mental strength, 101 defense, 101 hat, wanting, what, waiting, 102 speeds, 102 agility. The Wind Tyrant's Dagger Set, Wind Aspect, 137 strength, 120 agility, 百分为爱神之正118 mental strength berserker King's armor set. Blood bonded 139 defensive salamander. King's cloak 180 mental strength 180 fire magic resistances. Greater Demon's Core 150 all stats. Archdemon's Core 100 all stats midnight dagger buffs. Berserker 150 strength 加 mental strength. Bloodlust 125 speed 加 agility 加 mental strength 150 perception. Extreme strength 150 15 strength final breath 150 all stats exact 40 will vary. Conditions, circumstances apply permanent buffs. Rising Emperor's Domain hidden ability. Passive Red Hydra's Rage Soul Bond attribute. Active Team Dian. Chapter Sen Walwilo Dian. The first fighter to walk forward is the friendly face of the shield. Max. From being on the verge of death less than an hour ago and completely exhausted, it looks like they healed him up nicely. You're more of a fighter than I thought. Are you from the Royal Guard? A country leader in disguise or something? He lets out a laugh, but I don't respond. I'm very fatigued from the use of my Red Hydra's buff, and the majority of my energy is being used to scan the room and keep myself from limping or looking hurt in any way. Max stands next to Sia, and Ace is close behind them. Far off in the back of the room, Mr. Wright talks with a few of the newer fighters, logging in their fight records and signing them up for future events. Monk stands by in the back of the room silently staring at me but doesn't move forward. Sia speaks up as I take a step off the platform. You were really something out there. What is the trick? How'd you beat the T-Tat stage? Monk will never tell us how he kills those things. You have to let us in on the secret. I smirk inwardly beneath my mask, then finally respond. I'm not sure what the trick is either. I'd love to ask that man the same question. I get some confused looks back, but that doesn't stop Ace from walking forward and putting out a hand. I didn't know you were such a skilled swordsman. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I nod and shake his hand. No problem. Your speed and precision in the ring is some of the best sword technique I've seen myself as well. I'm impressed. We release our grip, and Max interjects again. You know, we're going to get dinner in the Gold District tonight. I'm sure you won more than enough to afford a nice meal. He chuckles. Would you like to join us? I shrug and think to myself, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea. Picking their brains and asking normal hired Zantir City goers about the inner workings of this place could be exactly what I need to do right now. Every one of us has a platinum wristband after tonight. Considering the amount of money-making potential in the ring and their fight records, I'd imagine they have well over sheer platinum too. However, no one wears the color of the royal coin. For some reason, no wristband changes color automatically, like it did back when I hit over Yelbang Gold. This and many other things confuse me about the city. Sure, a meal in the Gold District would be great. I'd love to join. We all begin to walk over to the back of the room together just as the newbie fighters leave, and we're met by the man in the white suit. Each fighter lines up single file without him, saying a word as they register and log their names for the next event, scheduled tomorrow night. Once the single file line comes to me, he looks me in the eyes through my mask and speaks up. You put on quite the show there, kid. I'm glad I put you last. I knew you'd be a fun wildcard performance. However, you certainly outperformed by expectations. His eyes look up and down a silver tablet in his hands before looking back up to me. Would you look at that? Over sure platinum in a single night? Not bad at all. So, what do you say? Are you interested in signing up for tomorrow's showing too? I'm not so certain you'll be able to fool the regulars in the crowd for such incredible odds like you did tonight, but you can see the earnings will be considerable. I stay silent and think about the offer. Coming back into the arena again would be a money machine, even if the odds are always in my favor. Just on the percentage revenue share the event provides, I'll still be earning hundreds of gold per night. However, I need to stay focused on my mission to get to the center of the city. I'm sure there will still be a slot open for me in the morning, right? I'm going to need some time to think about if I'll be coming back. He lets out a light sigh, tapping the silver tablet and looking up at me with a curious gaze. Of course, come by any time. I'll be looking forward to seeing you fight in another late Zan night event. At this, he turns around and walks up the stairs, waving goodbye to everyone. As usual, wait a few moments before you all leave. You know better than I do how fans get sometimes. I'll open the Golden Gate entrance for any one of you that would like to use the stadium's Zen-only pathway. If I don't see you until a later date, I'd like to say thank you for visiting Valor City. The coattails of the white suit disappear up the steps, as we're all left in silence together. Ace, Max, and Sia all start to slowly climb the stairs, but I turn my head around to still see Monk staring at me with a serious look on his face. It is not an intimidating gaze. It is more one of concern mixed with curiosity. Once he sees me turn to look at him again, he begins walking over to me in a slow and calculated fashion. The young bald man stops less than Naomi Eaters from me and bows, just like he did in the ring, then whispers under his breath in such a low tone that it is nearly impossible for me to hear him. I boost my senses momentarily to make sure I understand what he says. Thank you for the help. You have set them free. Yayal down, Baba Liu to go. Be careful who you side with, even the strong can fall to its curse. This city is not what it seems. At this, The man comes up from his bow and walks up the steps past the 10 other legacy fighters, patiently waiting for enough time to pass after following in Mr. Wright's footsteps. I myself am frozen in place trying to figure out what Monk possibly meant by those words. It is clearly a warning relating to the opponent I just faced. Yao Sigul's defeated is the exact message I received for taking out one of the monsters, meaning he receives a similar message when defeating them too. The mention of a curse is related to the Lich King's curse on the monster's status. But how would he possibly know this without some kind of appraisal skill or seeing the buff on their own status? I want to open my mouth to ask him more, but before I shake myself out from the slight daze, he has already left the ring and disappeared into the crowd. Letting out a confused sigh, I wait on the steps racking my brain for ideas before Max finally speaks to break the awkward silence. All right, that is enough waiting. Let's head to the Golden Gate and get some good food. I'm craving barbecue. How about all of you? There is 2 replies from Sia and Ace as they walk up the stairs to follow. Works for me. How about Ellen's place? Can't go wrong there. They all nod in agreement. I follow close behind, pushing Monk's warning to the back of my mind and focus on extracting more information about the city itself during our upcoming dinner. Zhen Zhen Zhen. Chapter 10. Wu Ti Zhen Zhen Zhen. The stadium is almost empty now, and the shielding that lined the large dome in the middle of the arena is shut down and not buzzing with power at all anymore. We walk over to the far side of the ring together, near where the announcer's stand is, and just like on the far side of the ring, there is an exit back into the city. However, instead of regular stone arching doors that lead out to the Silver City section, there is a single golden gate with Mr. Wright standing nearby, typing in a code on a small tablet next to the door. All right, everyone just scan your wristbands here, and you're free to enter the Golden Gates. I'm sure you can all afford to stay out late, so there is no point in warning you. It is getting close to midnight. Max is the first to scan his wristband. The golden door opens with a click. Then Sia and Ace proceed to do the same before walking through. I bring my wrist to the silver tablet held by Mr. Wright, and he gives me a nod as I follow them. Once the golden gate closes behind me, I murmur under my breath. That was surprisingly easy. At the same moment, I reach beneath my cloak and take the ring of concealment I bought from out of town and place it on a free finger. My appearance changes in an instant, and the dark black suit and formal wear cover my body. I even take off my mask but leave my concealment skill activated in order to shift my face to be a generic version of a city Zangoer in the area, but keep my black hair the same. Max turns back as we walk forward into the town. He pauses for half a second before replying, as this is the first time he has seen me without my gear on or a mask, but doesn't comment on it. He directly answers my question of why it is so easy to enter the inner walls of the city. Technically, we're all independent contractors. As fighters, our security clearance is much more lax than the average visitor. I nod to myself as this makes sense, and take in the view of the shops and crowds of new people that go about their nightly shopping routines. Under the bright manads and imbued streetlights that illuminate the town in a soft yellow glow, it almost feels as if we're inside. The lights perfectly balance with the outside ambience, making it easy to forget that the dark sky and twinkling stars are above us. A light hum sounds in my ears as we walk closer to the shops, and I immediately see what is causing it. The sidewalks on both sides of the Middlestone Road are moving on their own. Many businessmen, women in Haidzang class dresses, and established hunters in phenomenal-looking gear stand on the moving walkways, examining the items visible through crystal-clear glass windows in the shops. At closer inspection, I use my appraisal skill and see items in every single shop window that could easily be sold at the Solaran auction house as a top sure item. Every store in this section of the town has small fortunes for sale and up for display. By the looks of many wristbands that glimmer gold and platinum as the Sioux of us board one of the nearest moving sidewalks. Everyone walking these streets has the capabilities of buying the items in the passing shops. What a different way of life this is, I unconsciously whisper under my breath. Sia leans in with her arms crossed, but her eyes are pointed at the glass displays of the passing buildings. This is really your first time in the city, isn't it? You may dress the part, but you're definitely not from around here. I gulp softly but reply honestly. There is no reason to lie. Yeah, I've traveled quite a way to get here. I'm looking for a few friends. There's a good chance I'll be able to find them here if I look around for long enough. She laughs. Well, I won't pry, but we owe you one. I'm sure after tonight's performance, there will be many more high rollers coming out to watch tomorrow's show. Ace smirks and turns around. True. I made quite the killing tonight. After that performance you put on, I wouldn't be surprised if the average betting size doubles tomorrow. Dinner's on me. Sia slaps him on the back in a friendly way. All right, that is what I'm talking about. Max points across the street as the moving sidewalk rounds a corner, and he steps off onto the solid road. We're here. Welcome to the Moon Bar, Ellen's place. As we all step off and approach, faint calming music begins to play through the street, and it only gets louder and more beautiful as the red doors of an exquisite restaurant come into view. A woman in a red robe with white skin and white hair walks out to greet us, and Ace is the first to put out his hand with his wristband up in the air. A table for Sue. I'll pay in advance for the premium service. A transaction of Arsha Gold credits takes place between the two platinum wristbands, and the woman nods, gently with a thin smile. Very well-esteemed guests, welcome back. Please follow me to your table. She turns and walks through the red doors, and as soon as we follow inside, I can feel a shift in the air pressure. The mana density in here is far greater than outside. As I activate my all-Zan seeing eye, it is clear as day the air is full of pure dense mana particles, and they're passing through everyone. The restaurant is large inside with floating orbs of red, white, and purple light in the air. Each table seating is far enough from each other the noise does not travel between them well. It is at most a muffled chatter. The air feels crisp and relaxing. At the level of skill and mana control I'm at, even without consciously attempting to absorb MP, the environment around me naturally reads and ups my bar to full and constantly fills me with a rejuvenating feeling. A premium booth with your personal tree of life. Order as much as you'd like. The bill is already covered. A circular red booth, the same hue as the doors, comes into view, and behind it, a faintly white glowing tree no more than semi-eaters tall. It is purple blossoming branches curve over the top of our seating, and the feeling of fresh rejuvenating energy entering my body becomes even stronger. With my perception skills all still on high, it is clear that this tree is what is putting out about 1,000 MP into the air every minute from the flowers blooming on its branches. As we take our seat, I sense other trees on opposite corners of the large open room doing the same thing, and other guests are spending their night here too. The moment we sit, blue menu screens pop up in front of us from our wristbands on the table. Simultaneously, other screens with options for drinks and other items and services pop up. Each of them has the option to X them out at any time. Most options are already paid in full by the premium service fee Ace paid in advance. However, one of the largest screens catches my eye. It isn't a screen to buy anything. It is one that looks more like free entertainment or the news. My eyes widen as I realize exactly what is playing on the screen. It is a picture-perfect display of my final fight against the ghoul in the fight area from less than an hour ago. I watch my black blade covered in a red aura slice right through the ghoul's silver sword and disintegrate its orange aura in slow motion over and over again. Each time, the angle shifts and the final strike is examined from every possible side. The program flashes to a man with a charismatic smile as he begins to go over the fight, play-by-play for an audience. Like this is a nightly sports reads and cap program. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen. Wu Ba Jian Jian Jian. The three other legacy fighters start tapping the blue panels that pop up, ordering food and drinks at a rapid rate. I'm too focused on the moving picture display of my fight being analyzed on the nightly Valor City news program, like it is no big deal. After a few more seconds pass, the images shift again, and one of the sword moves that Ace used to defeat his final opponent shows up on the screen. He chuckles and turns to Max. Hey, look at that. My finishing move of the Red Ogre made the news. Max crosses his arms to reply. Not bad, not bad. He turns to me, and I'm still staring at the blue boxes that float around my vision in a dazed state. What? You're not going to order anything? He leans over to look into my status view, and the only thing playing now are the fight matches. I reply in a low tone, still captivated by the screens. I'll get whatever their most popular item is, and Zian a few of their strongest drinks. Max lets out another laugh, opening his own menu boxes up again and pressing some on the item options. Sure, I'll throw in a few orders for you. Did you Zian? Sia leans over too to see what I'm looking at, finishing Max's sentence. Did you not know the event was being recorded or something? She pauses. Hey, that does beg the question. How'd you use all those skills? I know your main element is fire, but the ground clearly moved beneath some of your opponent's feet. I know better than anyone that is earth magic. Ace jumps in too. Your buffs also come from a skill too. That red and golden glow? It is the same as the Bloodhound's speed buff and the Red Ogre's strength. Max finishes off the sudden array of questions in a hushed tone. You're a multi-Dan skill user, aren't you? I let out a long sigh, turning my head from the screen while Xing out the remaining blue boxes. Meanwhile, I'm thinking whether or not coming to dinner here was a bad idea. I assumed I'd get an unfiltered conversation while everyone was drinking. But the heavy questions have already started, and we've hardly been sitting down for half a minute. Instead of completely outing myself, or resorting to violence like usual, I decide to just deflect the question with a few additional details and hope that is enough to curb their interest for now. It is complicated. You're right, though. I had no idea it was recorded. I would have probably fought differently had I known prior. How many people see this news program? Sia smiles and looks at me with a very curious gaze. Everyone in the city, of course. A few thousand people minimum. I'm sure you caught some attention from the investors and guild members in the Platinum District. I raise an eyebrow and reply, what about the royal coin sector? Would anyone there be watching? There is an awkward pause, then Sia replies. Well, I wouldn't know that. Max replies too. Not our business. Ace shrugs and doesn't say a word. His eyes dart around for a moment, then the awkward silence continues. I'm at a loss for words at their reaction, but the calming sound of a woman's voice cuts through the air to alleviate the tension. Welcome back, Legacy Fighters. You all put on quite the showing tonight. Please, enjoy your stay as always. A woman with smooth white skin and long white hair to match walks over to us, with many circular golden trays of food and bottles of drinks floating around her in a slow Zan moving circle as if she has a telekinesis skill. She looks very similar to the woman that greeted us at the door, almost as if they're related. The only difference is her eyes are much sharper and her curves are far more mature. The woman wears a red dress and points her finger down toward the table in a gentle manner as our orders find their way in front of us before she turns to leave and disappears into the darkness of the restaurant's privacy before anyone can say a word. The moment she does, it still feels like her eyes are staring right through me. Her image is burned into the back of my mind. I'm left speechless, but Max hits me on the back in a friendly way while grabbing one of the bottles to pour us all a drink. That is Ellen, the owner of this place. Kind of her to stop by and say hello? I haven't seen her in ages. Ace and Sia take their drinks, so I do too. We clink. We tap our glasses together and begin to enjoy the meals. Any thought of the previous conversations about my skills and the question about the royal coin are in the past. The only thing that fills the table now is laughter, drinks, food, and talks of what kind of matchups they think will be in the Wu TH and Lu TH rounds tomorrow. Apparently, there is a pretty normal rotation of Sen or Simi monsters per stage, meaning there is a limited amount of dungeons they capture the monsters from. I take a sip of alcohol, but just like usual, my poison resistance passive ability kicks in and it is negated instantly. Still, I keep up with their drinking speed and slow my speech while widening a smile to play the part and not sour the mood. Once I take a bite of the premium cut meats, an incredible cooking, however, the euphoria that hits my body and mind is one that I can actually feel. Light plumes of mana flow through every bite, and a notification pops up on my status window once I finish the first plate. Congratulations! Ellen's dish consumed. Temporary buff added. Sentia minutes. 5%strength. 5%mana regeneration. I smile at the sound of this. If it was harmful, my poison resistance buff would have negated it already. The woman that came over earlier Must have some kind of mana imbuement abilities. It makes sense why this restaurant is so expensive. Maybe I could pull something like this off with my crafting skill if I tried. The serve us drink and eat for about Sisherwumi minutes. An interesting phenomenon I find is that every time a new dish is finished, the Senshi Jian minute buff timer is reset. The buffs don't stack as I initially expected they would. I turn to Sia as Max starts pouring a Senrd bottle out into glasses. Each of us drinks a considerable amount. Could you tell me more about this city? As I said before, I'm pretty new here. I'd like to know as much as I can if I'm going to be here for a while. She smiles and responds as we all clink our drinks together again. Well, sure. What do you want to know? This is known far and wide as the City of Commerce, but in reality, it is the city of gambling. The only ones that make any money in this place is the city itself. She looks around and whispers under her breath, until you land a commerce contract, work for the Royal Guard, or live in the monastery, there is no way of walking out of this city with more money than you came in with. Ace keeps his mouth shut, staring up at the shimmering purple and white tree with glossy eyes and a smile uninterested in our conversation. Max, on the other hand, overhears what Sia has to say and jumps in. It wasn't always like this, you know. My father used to work in this city as a merchant before the... He gets in close to me just like Sia did before whispering again. Before the Mercenary Guild came to town about a decade ago. He leans back up to sit straight. The city used to run just like any other, with taxes on merchants and relaxed security that let citizens of any financial class explore wherever they pleased. Ace finally turns to us with his arms crossed. That was before our time. Who cares about the good old days? We're succeeding in the system that exists today, so it doesn't matter. Max shrugs and lets out a sigh, then decides to pour another drink. I guess you're right. I just think it is sometimes a bit unfair. People are lured in by the shiny walls and stripped of every dollar they have before they're thrown out. Most of the gear, services, and items here are overpriced. But the only other places to find stuff like this would be in Sector Si, to a certain extent. For real luxuries, they would have to go outside the Dark Continent. That is not an option for almost everyone here. Clink, we say. Cheers and the strong liquid, consumed shifts the conversation in an instant back to a more mundane topic. Another Senshifinjon, youths, or so of the fight arena, talk in meaningless gossip about their lives. Outside Valor City goes by. Their laughter gets louder, and their words get slower. Now is the time I'll get to start asking some much more serious questions. As I'm about to interject again, a ding sounds in my head and a blue text box pops up in front of my eyes. By the reaction of everyone else at the table, they have received it too. My heart skips a beat when I read the message. Lean Dan, Midnight Tax, Golden Gates area. E-Gold credit has been deducted from your account. Jianzhenjian. Chapter San Wutsu Jiu Jianzhenjian. What is this? A city tax. I thought there were no extra taxes in this city. That is what the fight arena is for. What is going on here? Sia turns to me. The citizen tax is standard. It is only business owners and city officials that are exempt from paying it. However, even for visitors, it is not mandatory. The tax can be avoided as long as you leave the city before the local time hits midnight. Whatever wall you're standing in, you'll get taxed credit of that specific coin. Max sighs and replies under his breath. It is another one of Valor City's new rules. He leans in closer. They've really been cracking down since last year. There was a big shift in the way the Royal Guard protected this city. It seems like every year they want less and less people coming closer to the inner walls. This tax definitely keeps people away. Ace talks for the first time in a while. I agree. The guards have been getting way too close for comfort in the last few months especially. He pauses, staring up at the shimmering purple and white lights for a moment before speaking again. You know what? This all started when Monk beat the first stage T-Meonster. I don't want to point any fingers, but I never even saw a single guard pass the platinum walls until then. Now, they're watching matches in the silver gates. Sia laughs and responds. It is true, but you weren't even a fighter in the ring at that point. Were you really paying attention to all this? Hey, I was studying the arena for a while before I entered. He crosses his arms and sits back in his seat, fading out of the conversation again. I speak up. How strong were all of you before you started fighting in the ring? You're all pretty young at levels of strength most could never dream of achieving. Max replies, I could ask you the same thing. He smirks and continues, we were all under level Sibaiwensauscher, and we started. We could hardly pass the CTH stage. Sia and I started around the same time. Then Ace joined from the crowd, like one of the newbie fighters we saw in the ring today, and rose through the ranks pretty quickly. I turned to Ace, expecting an eye roll or a snarky comment back, but he is checked out. The swordsman either doesn't care or really wasn't listening to Max's remark. Max continues, there are no dungeons free for public use within over 100 kilometers from here. I grew up in one of the villages near the border of Sector E and Sector R. It is easy to grind levels and make money from the unregulated dungeons out in the wilderness, but not many of the smaller village dungeons ever pass more than level R by or so for mobs. It is known that if you have the talents, you have to move to Solara and use their dungeon hub to reach your full potential here in the Dark Continent. Everyone that passes level Senbai Gonteam is trained in that hub. It is well known. I nod, replying again, so why aren't there any public dungeons here? Wouldn't it be in the city's best interest to let people farm them? Just using the monsters for the fighting ring seems like a pretty wasteful use of materials and energy. Max shakes his head. It used to be that way. The mountains this city was built on used to be inhabited by farmers, miners, and hunters that respected the land, and many men like my father got wealthy off the rich resources. I reply, remembering what he said earlier. Then you said a mercenary guild came in and took over. That is right. Some businessman from outside the continent came in and teamed up with Sector R and waged war on the monastery atop this mountain, and took control of all the dungeons and raw resources. Instead of the people in surrounding villages getting resources at premium prices, for the last decade, everything is farmed solely by the Royal Guard, and all resources are shipped off to Sector R to be crafted into magic items and gear sold around the world, even outside the Dark Continent walls. My eyes widen at this statement. Unless they have a team of craftsmen working under the Sector R leader, my recent escapades may have unknowingly halted an ongoing multinational trade deal. I gulp, but keep asking questions as Max pours out the final bit of alcohol from the table's CH bottle. Okay, this is all starting to make a bit more sense. The only thing that confuses me is the monastery you keep bringing up. What is this? Sia slips into the conversation to answer this. It is where Monk lives. I'm sure of it. Max laughs at her remark. Yeah. I've never actually seen him go in that place, but it would make sense. I raise an eyebrow. What place? What do you mean? There is a huge temple in the Platinum District. It is on the opposite side of town to the auction house. People say it is the remnants of the old monastery that stood on top of this mountain before the walls were put up. But I was too young to remember what it even looked like. He shrugs. Then we clink our glasses together and take a final drink for the night. The conversation shifts back to what gear they'll get tomorrow morning, or where sales are for collecting mana potions so they can all work on their mana control training like usual before the matches. Then it just falls back to friendly arguing over who is going to beat the TTS stage first, out of all of them. Even Ace joins back in to duke it out. A long time passes as I ponder to myself about the information I just heard. The deeper I dig into this, the more complicated things are beginning to become. Max, finally, is the one to let out a long sigh and pull up a blue text box on his wristband status. All right, it is starting to get very late. I say we turn it in for the night. We have to be well rested for the big matches tomorrow. At the click of a button, the slender white sand-haired woman that greeted us at the door appears from the darkness surrounding our booth with a thin smile. Her soothing voice replies to the summons. I'm glad you all enjoyed your meals here. Please follow me. I'll gladly escort you to the resting quarters if you wish to spend the night. The three of them all stand up from the table and stretch their bodies before following the woman. So I decide to do the same. We walk to the back of the restaurant, leaving our table behind. There are a few customers still finishing off drinks, smoking, and relaxing as the calm music continues to play in the background. However, almost 500 Josher of people have left for the night. The white, tan-haired woman brings us to a black staircase. As she moves her foot onto the first step, it glows light red to illuminate the walkway. Every step upward lights up red under her feet, too, and the lighting slowly fades after she makes it a distance away from it. We all follow up and are given access to separate rooms with a large, comfortable bed along with a shower and a view of the city. There are paintings on the walls, and everything is accented in black, red, and gold to keep the theme of the restaurant. The woman that brought us upstairs leaves as fast as she came, speaking the same final line as the bedroom door of each of us closes. Please notify us from your wristband if you wish for any further goods or services. Your premium membership extends until tomorrow at noon. The air in the room feels just as rich with manna as the restaurant below. I look around for a moment, scanning the walls to make sure there are no listening or recording devices present. Then, once I'm content the place is clear, I take a long, hot shower and go to bed with all the new information from tonight's talk on my mind. Jian, chapter sen nu sen jian. Only a few hours pass before I wake up feeling great. The morning sun is just peeking through the windows, and it is clear I've only slept a few hours. But it feels like I've been resting for an entire day. Even with the use of my Red Hydra's buff in the arena last night, the constant rejuvenation of mana in the air heals me up, good as new. Another interesting phenomenon I've noticed recently is that the higher my overall mana control increases, the less food and sleep I need to recharge back up to Baifanji Bai. Although, after intense battles, I need a long rest. If I'm just going about my daily life without any physically or mentally exerting challenges, I can go almost 10 times longer without food, water, or sleep than I would have been able to a few months back. My eyes read and examine the extravagant room. Then I hop out of bed and walk out into the hall to make my way down the steps. The black stairs still glow red under my feet, but the general lighting of the restaurant is much brighter now, slightly lit up by the morning sun. As my feet hit the bottom step and I walk onto the main floor, a woman's voice echoes through the place. I hope you enjoyed your night. My eyes dart around, but I don't see anyone. In response, I activate my all-seeing eye to spot a figure at the far side of the room waiting for me to walk closer with no ill intent. So, I continue to make my way past the empty tables and light purple glowing trees. The concentration of MP in the air is strong, but nowhere near as intense as it was last night with all the guests here. Once I'm within Woomy Eaters of the exit, the store owner appears in front of me, popping out from behind the closest crimson red bar booth. Instead of her tight red working dress she wore last night to exaggerate her curves, the woman wears a black one that contrasts even more against her snowed-in white skin and hair. I didn't get to fully introduce myself yesterday. My name is Ellen. I watched your match and was very impressed. It looks like there is a new top-tier legacy fighter in town, Mr. Flame Emperor. The corners of her lips curl as she says my fighter name. My gaze narrows, and I finally get to use appraisal and inspect the woman that disappeared from my sight last night. A few readings pop up in my mind's eye: LV Senses C and Mana Imbuement. Legendary grade. The mystery of how she is able to add buffs to food items, and most likely the trees in this place too, is explained in an instant. There is nothing too special about this woman, but she is clearly a competent businesswoman and respected by the locals. On top of that, she is interested in me, so I'll play along. I respond. Oh yeah, you watched the matches. Do you usually introduce yourself to all your premium customers? She takes a slow step forward. Not all of them, but you spike my curiosity. I've never had a customer consume more mana than they paid for in a single night. I keep close track of the energy in this establishment and can't fathom where it is all gone. Her eyes lock with mine, and she comes to a halt less than a meter from my face. I let out a sigh, thinking this was going in a different direction. So what? You want me to pay extra or something? She smirks. No, it wasn't much. Just the cost of doing business. You're welcome back anytime. Just know, we offer many other goods and services here as well that may come in handy for a hunter like you. The two most popular ones would be temporary buff enhancement pills or discreet housing to disappear and heal with no questions asked. How much for one of each of your strongest buff enhancement pills? I'd be interested in that. Nothing else is necessary right now. The tension of her elusive arrival and my attempt for a sneaky exit descalates as I purchase Shumao small red pills that boost all stat points by Bifenja Censure and increase mana absorption rate by Bifen. Just Wu for Sensaushire hours. I transfer Wu gold credits over to her wristband and place the pills into my pocket. But underneath my disguise, they go straight into my item storage. According to Ellen, they can't stack. Each time a new one is consumed, the Senzin hour countdown just resets back up to full. I'm interested in examining these later and trying to recreate them with my crafting skill. Making a quick deal with her here may also put me in better faith for future business. It is better to be remembered as the new legacy fighter that is ready to do business than a spoiled young man that comes in paid for by a friend and absorbs as much mana as they can. I nod and turn to leave after our quick interaction. Hey, if the other legacy fighters ask where I've gone off to so early, just tell them I'm off to continue looking for my friends. Maybe I'll show up to the event tonight, but if not, that just means I've found what I'm looking for. She gives me a nod. Of course, I look forward to seeing you again. Likewise, maybe I'll see you soon. At this line, I walk out the door and back into the city within the golden walls. The first step I take, there is a moving sidewalk nearby and small golden arrows with shop names guiding City Dan goers to any specific place they wish to travel to. As I round a corner, one of the pathways on the opposite side of the street sports a small platinum Dan-colored arrow. I hop off this one and get on the route that will take me to the entrance gate of the platinum walls. The streets are much quieter right now than they were last night. Almost no hunters, businessmen, or high Zan class shoppers are on the street at this time of day. I assume most of them left the city last night to avoid the tax, or are sleeping in still from the long night. Artifacts, gear, and magical items line the shopping windows as I continue to pass them. The price tags range anywhere from sheer to upward of Yell by Gold. I even scan a few items on the way past to see a few break by Finji by buffs. However, the pricing is a bit unreasonable. I can easily farm gear like this for free or craft even better gear once I have the raw materials ready and a moment free to relax. Right now, I only have one thing on my mind, using the money in my balance to make my way into the inner wall. I have just over sharp platinum. It is barely enough to make my way in. Spending exorbitant amounts would not be a good idea even if the gear looks incredible, which many of them do. Finally, I make it to the platinum gates, and just like the silver and gold, there are two knights in shimmering platinum Zan-colored armor standing in front of it. I hop off the moving sidewalk and raise my wristband in the air. Immediately, one of the knights steps forward and moves a tablet close to my wrist to scan me in. It goes off a light dinging sound, and the reflection of a green light is visible in the glossy armor of the knight. Simultaneously, the platinum gate opens slowly behind them, and the knight that scanned me in steps back into his previous position. Neither of them say a word as I slowly walk through the open doors. Zan, Chapter Sen, Liu Yao Zan, the platinum doors close behind me, and I look up at the skyscrapers towering over the outer city. These are the tall buildings visible from a distance, but it was hard to tell whether they were in this district or one deeper when I was in the Golden Walls. As I take a step forward onto the single moving walkway that begins to give me a tour around the city, I take in the view. Blue text boxes automatically pop up from my wristband, naming each tall building that passes. The buildings are mostly business centers and privately owned real estate. There are options to set up appointments on some, and others just display the name of the company that owns them. And I can see personalized guards outside each one. My stomach drops when I turn my first corner and see two guards in black armor standing in front of a skyscraper easily Sishermouse Tories tall. The guards look just like the black knights in the arena that told me not to continue to the Bati H stage. This is the Royal Guard. I can't read any of their stats. They all have that appraisal Zan blocking armor on. I slowly move past on the moving sidewalk, and the guards don't even bother to turn their heads my way, so I decide not to overthink it too much. As more privately owned buildings pass, it becomes more common to see anywhere from R to Ba Royal Guards standing outside each one, depending on how many entrances there are. and how extravagant they are. More guards stand on duty. Half of the buildings have silver knights that seem to be private security, and others just have businessmen out front. But upon closer inspection, the casually dressed hunters are of high levels, mostly between level Senbai Wujin and Sibylline. It is possible anyone higher would be hired by the city, but that is only a theory. The further I travel around the slow Zan moving circle of the city, the more I get an understanding of the way things work. Before I know it, a building that looks unlike any other in this district comes into view. It has white marble pillars and a long staircase up to its front entrance, no more than Wu S stories high, but in a wide concert hall Zan-like shape that takes up the full corner of the block. I can see a few people walking up the steps and others loitering around at the top near the entrance. This is the first time I've seen anyone other than the guards in this district at all today. Out of curiosity, I wait for the moving stairway to bring me near and step off to make my way closer to the stairs. The moment I place a foot onto the first step, a ton of blue text boxes pop up from my wristband. Welcome to the Valor City Auction House. The morning auction will begin in Isaoshi. Our and Senshi Yifenjong. Would you like to reserve a seat? Yes, no. The midday auction will begin in Sisaoshi Rs and Senshi Yifenjong. Would you like to reserve a seat? Yes, no. The nighttime auction will begin in Shisaoshi Hours and Senshi Yifenjong. Would you like to reserve a seat? Yes, no. I X them all out and take a step back from the towering structure and decide to hop right back on the moving stairway. The auction house is the last place I want to be right now. From the lack of people in the area, it seems like the night showing is the more popular event. At least I know where it is for visual reference. I can attend here when I have more money to spare, or possibly something to sell. Everyone within these walls has over Yi platinum coin in their wristband ready to spend. I'm sure the high rollers in Valor City make Solaran bidders seem like lower-class citizens. I hop back on the moving sidewalk and recall the conversation last night I had with Max. He said the monastery is on the opposite side of the Platinum District to the auction house. Before making my way into the innermost walls, I might as well check the place out to see if it is worth investigating later or not. The moving walkway takes me past more of the tall silver towers that are built up high in the sky. Every few buildings that pass have a wide open road with small black arrows on it that curves off the central path and leads toward the inner walls. If I squint, I can see the tall black walls in the distance at these few open arena turning points. But everywhere else, the buildings block out the view of any scenery. The closer into the walls I travel, the more compact the city becomes. Taking another half loop around the entire city on this moving walkway takes less than Arshifenjong before I find the structure I've been searching for. The moving walkway stops in front of a wide open lot of land, similar to the auction house. There is no tall skyscraper or extravagant temple like I was expecting. In reality, there is a small pyramid Zan-shaped structure made of glossy black stone, eerily similar to the coloring of the walls that I'm trying to reach. The structure has CSIDs and stands a few dozen meters tall. There is a small rectangular opening on the side facing the walkway that is ended at the side of the land lot. As I take a step forward to see if any status notifications pop up like the auction house, two robed figures step out from the dark open doorway. I don't recognize either of them, but they wear the same orange clothing as Monk wore in the arena. Both of them have shaved heads and seem to be younger than me, or the same age as me at most. Sia's words earlier of her believing Monk lived here are starting to add up. I put a hand up in the air and wave, but get no response back. The two figures cross their arms and stare at me with indifferent gazes as I walk forward and use my appraisal and inspect skills. My eyes widen as not a single number or stat shows up in my status when I try to scan them. I activate enemy detection, and to my surprise, they do show up in this reading. Not as a number, but as the presence of life, and that is it. The only other time something like this happened to me was when I used this skill on my teammates. When they were trapped in mana, and negating cuffs beneath the city of Solara, I stop my steps forward with a tightened gaze, examining the material this structure is made of more, coming to the conclusion it is much different than the armor of the Royal Guard. After taking a deep breath, I finally speak up with the most friendly look on my face I can muster. I come in peace, I was the other fighter that made it to stage Chi, just like Monk. There is no response from either of the young men that stand right inside the entrance. I think about taking another step forward, but it is clear they have no intent to engage with me and also don't wish to cause a problem. I'm the one making a commotion here. I let out a sigh after attempting to scan them in the structure Wumi ore times, but failed to get any different results. No readings come back at all. I decide to turn around and leave. Well, I'll be heading off now, I guess. The reason I came is to ask your top fighter how he does that soul energy trick. I'd be happy to show him how mine works as well. With a shrug, I leave and step back onto the moving walkway. The moment the black pyramid gets out of my line of sight, the two figures that stood guard at the open door entrance turn around as well and walk back into the darkness. I stand in silence, trying to wrap my mind around all the oddities that I've encountered recently. As the sidewalk brings me to one of the roads that leads to the Royal Coins Gate, I hop off and start walking toward the enormous shadowy wall in the distance. My perception skills are on full blast, scanning everything in sight. Even the shimmering black wall that approaches falls under the gaze of my all-Dzian seeing eye. It gives off an odd energy signature, similar to the armor of the Siblak Knights that stand in front of the gate. All of their status windows pop up in my mind's eye, but are still scrambled by whatever powerful enchantment these armor sets have. I raise my wristband, and one of the knights takes a step forward to scan it with a tablet. A small red light reflects in the shine of its armor. Then it takes a step back and doesn't say a word. I gulp, thinking to myself if maybe that guard at the Golden Gates made a mistake with his math and the royal coin is really Yelbane Platinum, or if there is another reason this isn't going as smoothly as I thought it would. Is there any reason I'm not allowed in? There is no response from the guards, on both sides of the Black Gate. Our of them stand with silent professional stances. I wait a few seconds before asking again, looking down at my platinum wristband, then back up at the guards. Do I not have enough money? Are there some other requirements I haven't met? Still, not a single guard bats an eye. They all stare straight forward and pay me no mind as if I'm not even here. Zanzanzat, Chapter Sen, Luar Zanzanzan. I have to meet with the leader of the Galeheart Mercenary Guild. Please, tell me what requirements must be met for me to pass. I get no response. Eventually, I resort to waving my hands up and down, as no words I say seem to make it through to the Sir Royal Guards standing outside the final inner wall. Without the gray mist activated, these black armored suits seem much less intimidating to me. I witnessed a few of them activate in the fight arena earlier, so I'm almost positive that these are the exact same armor suits worn by the prior Sector R leader. I let out a long sigh after standing in front of them for another few minutes, then reach into my item storage and pull out the silver card with the Mercenary Guild address on it to show it to the closest guard's vision. I need to get here. I was invited. There are a few people I need to meet. Finally, I get a response, but it is not the one I was hoping for. The closest guard takes out his tablet again and turns it toward me, displaying the flashing red message that popped up before, but he didn't care to show me. User ID CC Yawar Jobabalin, unregistered. Royal Coin District access, denied. Reason, no formal invite. An electronic static voice comes out of the man's helmet. It sounds just like the Sector R leaders did. The awkward pauses in between every phrase are replicated as well. Please, scan an ID with your full name and picture. You may be on the green light list. My eyes scan the tablet for a moment before I respond. I don't have an ID on me to share. He puts away the rectangular piece of technology again and takes a step back before looking forward off into the distance, not acknowledging my presence at all. To this guard and the entire city, I am just an anonymous visitor. If the inner city is really Invite Zan only, this explains why they're treating me like this. However, if I were to give them my real identity, that would open up a whole new box of issues I'm not interested in entertaining just yet. I'm supposed to be captured and dead to the world, along with my teammates handed into the association. Showing my face inside a secure city filled with guards isn't the right thing to do. Even if my name would get me inside the inner walls, letting any rumor of my existence out might not end well. I nod and slowly back away from the guards, thinking over my predicament. There may be a way to get into the city without showing ID. I could build a reputation up in the fight arena, or maybe start selling and buying very rare items in the auction house. Both of these will surely bring attention to me, but may have their downsides too. The biggest one being time. I don't know if my teammates really consensually followed the leader into this place and are just waiting for me to arrive, or if they're stuck behind these walls in trouble. Putting my index finger and thumb to my chin, I turn around and start to walk back to the moving walkway. This is going to be tougher than I imagined. I need to think. As I take a step on, a familiar voice sounds from nearby from the side of one of the unguarded buildings. I turn to see who it is as their words trail closer to me, following me onto the moving platform. What business do you have with the Galeheart Mercenary Guild? Whose side are you really on? To my surprise, I see the fighter from the arena that I've been most curious about ever since I left that place. It is Monk. Gracefully and silently, he comes closer to me with eyes full of curiosity, but with movements not showing any malice at all. The orange attire he wears contrasts the dark gray tones of this portion of the city. He has a small backpack on now that he didn't wear while fighting. The man sticks out like a sore thumb, but somehow I didn't notice him until now. He must have been following me for quite a while. My first instinct is to do a full scan of his body and skills. But it instantly comes up the same with a level nearing Tsibai. No skills or buffs, and oddly, still not a hint of mana in his entire being, I respond. There are some people I need to meet behind those walls. I don't work with the guild if that is what you're asking about. He crosses his arms and nods, staring off into the distance where we're headed, in the direction of the auction house. There is a pause for about Schulmel's econs, where neither of us say a word, but I speak up. So I assume you heard my proposal before I left the monastery? You'd be interested in sharing techniques? His eyes look around up in the air and around the tall buildings. Then he brings an index finger to his lips. I let out a sigh and look around in a much slower and less careful manner on the verge of boredom. Just like everyone else in this city, he is acting sketchy too, like someone is watching or listening. Monk responds, "Come to my home, then we'll talk." Sure. I shrug and agree. I planned on trying to enter before. Now that I have an invite, it'd be rude not to come over. We stand in silence for the rest of the walkway's ride, passing tons of skyscrapers, the auction house, and even the exit back into the Golden District before wrapping all the way back around to the Black Pyramid, Zen-like temple made of mana Zen-negating stone. Once both of us step off the moving platform to make our way to the dark hallway, I spot two men in robes disappear into the darkness again, after they make eye contact with Monk and bow. My perception skills are back on full blast as we get closer to the structure. I'm less than steps behind Monk as he leads the way. Before I know it, I take a step onto the black stone material and enter the doorway. The moment I do, all of my skills cease to function. It feels just like the cuffs I had on that blocked, all my skills. I don't feel tired or weak. I just can't sense or manipulate any mana in the air. Any and all mana from the city around us disappears from my mind's eye. Even the wristband around my arm powers down and returns back to its natural transparent state. I see Monk's wristband do the same, but he doesn't slow down his movements at all. The young man continues walking down the long dark hallway and I question if it is a good idea to follow. Zanzanzan chapter Seno-sen Zanzanzan, I stopped my forward motion for a moment, looking back at the sunlight behind me. What is this place made of? I've felt material like this before. It blocks me from using mana. Is this Monk turns around and placing a finger over his lips again? Motions for me to walk further into the dark hallway? Hold your questions a little longer. I try to activate my status window to see if anything works. But the only two things that seem available to me right now are my demonic energy manipulation skill and my Red Hydra's rage buff. None of my items are giving me any buffs, and even my base stats from leveling up are negated completely. I feel just like I did in those cuffs a few weeks ago, weak like a normal human. However, the exit is near, and I'm not restrained. The fact that some skills that don't need mana to operate still function is a little bit of a relief too. I continue to follow him down the hallway. Whatever he can tell me would be the biggest lead I've had yet. So far, no one wants to say a word about this city. Even the legacy fighters were pretty tight Zan-lipped while drunk, or they just didn't have the information I was looking for. We make it to the end of the single hall, and the two younger men that stood at the front of the open door, previously now stand in front of a solid wall. It is the only thing this place leads to. They both step aside as Monk presses his hand on the black wall and pushes it forward. A white light pierces through the darkness on all edges as we step through, and the door closes behind us. Fluorescent lighting that seems as though it is not powered by mana at all hangs from the ceiling, giving off a small amount of heat and filling the small room with light. The walls and floors are still made of the same black stone, but now I hear chatter from many people. The sound of music, and even laughter, sounds like it is coming from below me. The only thing in this small room is a handrail on both sides that leads to a hole in the floor spiraling downward with a narrow staircase. Monk doesn't slow down one bit. He just begins walking down the stairs and finally speaks. We're contained now. We may both talk freely. No one but us can hear or record us. I scrunch my eyebrows at this statement, and am about to ask who exactly we should be worried about here. But the sight in front of me as we take steps off the spiral staircase makes my eyes widen with awe. Easily Wushimian, all between Shuba and Senshi, are in a large open room underground. Every one of them wears the same orange clothing as Monk. There are about a dozen circular tables, and many of them are eating food together, reading books, and sharing conversation. Half of them wear transparent wristbands, deactivated just like mine. Others don't even have wristbands on at all. There are many rectangular Dordzian-shaped slits in the walls all around the room that look like they could be pushed in, just like the one Monk pushed forward to bring us down here. He walks forward through the crowds of people. Some of them stare at me for a moment, but look over to Monk, and their expression changes. Most smile or bow as we walk by and go back to minding their own business. One very young man comes close and bows very low, speaking in a relaxed voice. "Welcome back, Elder. Your travels have concluded faster than expected. Shall we continue mid-Zande training without you as scheduled? Or now that you're back? Do you have other plans?" Monk pauses and smiles at the younger teen, while I contemplate why he is calling a man no older than Arshawu an elder. He responds, stopping his steps and clasping his hands. "Yes, continue training without me today. I believe I'll be busy with a private session for quite a while." He continues walking forward until we make it to the back of the room. The man in the orange robe places a hand on one of the rectangular doors and presses on it with an open palm to open it up again. Just like before, it opens slowly and another narrow hallway appears behind it. I follow him through and down the hall again before he turns to another door on the wall. "This is the last one. Thank you for being patient with me." The door opens silently, just like all the other ones, and we walk into what seems to be a training room. It is almost as large as the recreational dining hall we just passed, but this area is almost completely empty. On the left side, I see some wooden spears and metal weapons. Some of them look Jetsan black, as if they're crafted from the same stone this fortress is made of. By all the gear, there is a table and a few comfortable Zan-looking chairs too. Monk walks over and sits down in one on the far side of the long wooden table. "Please, take a seat." I do as he says, sinking into the chair and looking out at the dark black open room dimly lit by the white lights surrounding the gear and over the entrance door. There is a long pause of silence before I break the awkwardness. "I understand you've brought me here to be much more discreet and out of the eyes and ears of anyone listening. But why? What have you brought me here for? Is it the soul energy technique? Is it because I brought up the mercenary guild to those guards? Is it another reason?" He looks at me with a curious yet indifferent expression again, before responding. "The simple answer is, I've come to ask for your help. Your soul energy is not your own, yet you're able to control it with ease to take down soul-bound opponents. It is power like this that may help us finally defeat our enemy." I raise an eyebrow, thinking very carefully about what he just said. This enemy is who? The Galeheart Guild. He pauses again. The room is eerily silent. Yes, but no. The man you are trying to meet with, Lith Galeheart, is the reason we're in this situation to begin with, but he isn't my main concern. I gulp, but Monk continues. "Technically, they're the ones we've opposed ever since they took our land and built this fortress on the mountain, but the Mercenary Guild is not the enemy I wish to ask for your help to defeat. If anything, they could be an ally in the battle that may unfold." There is another awkward pause of silence. Everything that was just said makes no sense. It seems like Monk knows much more about the inner workings of this place than any of the legacy fighters knew. So I might as well dig for more and give him some information about myself in return. From what I understand, Monk has no reason to harm me. He is the one asking me for help, I finally respond. I don't know much about this city, but I do know from talking with the legacy fighters that things have changed a lot over the last year, or even a couple of months. Monk nods as I continue. I only came here originally to find my teammates. They're supposedly in the inner walls with the leader of the mercenary guild. I lean in and whisper under my breath. They're also able to wield the same soul energy. If that makes things any clearer for you. His eyes widen. He covers his mouth with his hand and thinks to himself for well over half a minute before responding again. If this is the case, I believe the guild leader already knows you're here and chose not to put your ID on the green list for the inner walls. Your showing in the arena made you a direct threat to our common enemy. Just like me, you have a target on your back, and Lith does not want to jeopardize whatever he is planning to publicly allow a soul energy user into the inner walls. I respond, so, who is the enemy? Jian, Chapter Sen, Liu Si, Jian. Well, to explain this, I'll have to recall some events that go back about a year. I nod as Monk continues. My monastery here and the Galeheart Guild came to a reasonable agreement ages ago. They have overwhelming power in numbers. So in theory, they could wipe us out in a turf war, but many of their men would die as well. It would make us both too weak, and the land beneath our feet is far too valuable to leave us vulnerable to attack from a third party. We thought if we worked together, we'd be strong enough to keep anyone from attacking. So you have an alliance? More like an agreement. Monk stands up from his seat and starts pacing slowly along the back wall with the weapons lining it. Lith gives us work sometimes to farm or subjugate dungeons, and in return, he allows us to live rent-free in the city behind many layers of defenses. I nod slowly, sensing this isn't the root of the problem. Although many in our group resent this city, others are grateful that we still get to live peacefully as we once did in the changing world. Almost all the animosity has gone away. That is, until earlier this year when the Dark One attacked. My face lights up with curiosity. The Dark One? He nods and continues. Yes, ever since the abyss in the center of the continent began to grow. Many dungeons in the area have been breaking constantly. Every few weeks there is a new surge that needs to be taken care of. Monk's eyebrows scrunch and his jaw clenches as he says his next line. Usually, my team was more than enough to handle any breaks within Yobai kilometers of this place. The population in Sector Yi is fairly spread out, and even though this is the capital, there aren't many people that stay for long as their money gets eaten up and they move back to the surrounding villages. So what happened? Was there a labyrinth break or something? There are no labyrinths in this sector, only a few very strong dungeons. We often code them with the Outer Continent's grading system. There are many C and B class dungeons deep in the mountains, and quite a few that have formed beneath the city itself from constant tourism. This is how the arena we fought in earlier easily farms, level Wubai, and higher monsters with ease. However, the day the Aidzan class dungeon broke was the day we lost our freedom. There is a long silent pause, then I speak up. So what happened? Was there a break in the city? Everything seems fine to me. Someone must have handled it. Something handled it. There is another pause before he continues again. You remember that notification you received after defeating the stage T-Ghoul in the arena? Right? I nod slowly as he keeps speaking. That is one of the monsters from the Aidzan class break. In the almost year-long process of hunting them down, there have only been Yoyose defeated, including the one you killed in the arena. They cannot be killed with mana. None of my disciples are strong enough to take them on solo just yet. They need training outside the city or would have to fight in the arena like me. Allowing more attention to come on my people as the only soul energy users in this city would be a fatal move. My desperate attempt of fighting in the arena to slowly knock down their army is risky enough. This is why I ask for your help specifically. I stare at the man in the orange robe with another thought on my mind for a moment, then decide to let it out. These monsters are middle B class at best. How is this an Aidzan class break? Wouldn't a royal guard just handle them? How do they keep them contained in the arena and let people fight them in the first place if they're so hard to defeat? Wouldn't it just be best to kill them as fast as possible once they're contained? Monk shakes his head. The ghouls are just a tool for the Dark One. That being is the true monster that came out from the break. It leads an army of Yiten ghouls, and they follow its every order. It may be a monster, but it is highly intelligent, smarter than any human by far. I never got the chance to fight the leader myself, but this may be a blessing in disguise. All the strongest elders before me with far more power were all defeated in a single battle, after both my troops and many of the Galeheart Guild's highest paid mercenaries were defeated entirely. The Dark One made a deal with Lith in his weakened state and took over the city, just like he did with you. So you're saying there is a secret leader to Valor City? Monk nods. Similarly. However, the real intentions of the Dark One are unknown to me. All I know is the Royal Guard is controlled by that creature now. It is not in human hands. Still, even though it is an entity that came from a dungeon, the select few that know about the break refer to it as the Sector Yi leader. Others are in the dark. Many think all the recent changes in the city are because of the Galeheart Guild. In reality, this is not the case. It is the Dark One, the strongest entity ruling the economy and trade deals of the Dark Continent, as well as some stretching into other far Danoff lands. I remember back to seeing the eyes of one of the Royal Guard glow orange through the slit in its mask, and theories begin to creep into my head. I respond, now thinking about the Lich King's curse that was on the ghoul's buff slot when I fought it. You mentioned to me after the fight that even the strong can fall to its curse. What did you mean by that? Monk stops pacing and stares at me. All of the elders and paid mercenaries that were defeated by the Dark One were killed and turned into undead puppets. Every one of the current Royal Guard is not a human anymore. They're monsters in disguise, being manipulated by the soul energy of an unbeatable undead king. I've never felt soul energy as powerful as it's in my life. That is, until I saw the power you wielded in the arena last night. He walks over and sits back down at the table with a hand stretched out to meet mine. If you unlock the power of your own soul energy, I believe you may be the key to saving this city. Please, allow me to train you. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen, Liu, Jian Jian Jian. I let out a long sigh, looking down at Monk's outstretched hand. Save the city. Fight a monster that has killed thousands of men stronger than you. The only reason I came here was to get my teammates and leave this place. I'm always up for a good fight, but it has to be winnable in some capacity and have great rewards afterward. Do you expect me to just agree to help because it is the right thing to do? There is a pause and a moment of silence, but Monk doesn't move from his position. I speak again. What is in it for me? What kind of training can you provide? And what other information do you have on this Dark One that may be useful to know? He nods, still keeping his hand outstretched. There are no conditions to the training. You may take any gear or materials you need from our monastery if you wish. That includes knowledge. Ask me anything. If you don't think you can win the fight, then there is no reason for you to put yourself in harm's way. However, I have a plan to lure them out of hiding. I'm sure you want to fight more of those ghouls if you could get the chance to, right? I think about it for a moment, then reply, yes. If you say there are nearly Jobai of them left, the level gains could be very profitable. I'm just unable to use my soul energy for very long. 1 or 2 long battles at most before I need to take a long break to heal. Monk's gaze tightens. Then he looks around the room. It is only us in here. Whatever you tell me will never leave my lips. I need to know as much as I can about the soul energy you used during your match last night to help with controlling it. On my ancestors, your secrets are safe with me. He looks me in the eyes and continues to speak, explaining that the rate at which high Zan level fighters, mercenaries, and even strong travelers that come to this city are disappearing the moment they're put in a very compromising position. The new midnight tax has taken many good people's lives, turning them into tools for the Dark One. At the rate the city is changing, the deal with the Galeheart Guild for protection will be meaningless, and the Dark One's army will force them to leave or fight very soon. In response, I decide to give a rough explanation of how my teammates and I came to obtain the soul stones, bonded with them, and how they work. Of course, excluding the parts about many of my unique skills and our past affiliation with the association, but there is enough information for him to fill in the blanks. Very interesting. So it seems borrowing the power of a monster with soul energy, even after their death, has major side effects and limits to the user's body. I've only ever seen manifested soul energy like this from the top elder who passed last year and the Dark One itself. Monk pauses again. I'll teach you how to wield your own soul energy. Well, in its base form, when not linked to a user, we call it chi. The soul energy that is linked to the system reacts with mana or certain rank zen-up processes. Some buffs, like the one you have, allow the user to manipulate chi along with the mana manifested essence of a creature, just like the Dark One. However, chi itself does not react to the system or mana at all. It is the power passed down from the originators. He looks down at the floor, stomping lightly 2 times to show me he is pointing at the black material itself. Chi can't be learned naturally. It needs to be shared, either from a person that awakens another, or through powerful deposits like the soul stones you mentioned. I'm sure if you used those stones enough, they'll either run out eventually, and the buff will stop working, or you'll unconsciously absorb some of the energy it grants you and awaken yourself. That would take quite a while, though. My mind races at this information, thinking back to some of the explanations Ember gave me when I asked him about the soul stones and the monsters that rank up again at higher levels. Pairing this knowledge with the fact that this Dark One is most likely a monster that ruled an Adzan class dungeon, we could be dealing with a monster over level E10. If what Monk is saying is true, chi is another power source, like mana or demonic energy, though it seems not to be rooted in the system, at least not for anyone below Adzan class. Just like demons and demonic energy are a mystery to most of the world, this seems to take things a step even further. I take much longer to think about my response, but finally do. I'd like to learn more. If you're able to teach me this power with no strings attached, I'd gladly accept. Monk smiles and I see his eyes sparkle with excitement. We shake hands, then stand up from the table and walk over to the center of the black sand-walled and glossy sand-floored training room. I speak, very excited, but pretty nervous at the same time. Let's do this. I knew coming in here he would have a proposition of some kind for me, but I didn't think it'd be this intense and secretive. However, this only makes it more intriguing. If I can learn how to wield this new energy source, stronger than both mana and demonic energy, without the bodily harming limits of the Red Hydra's buff, I could be unstoppable. Monk instructs me to sit down on the floor with my legs crossed and close my eyes as he places a hand on my back. Ready, I nod, and Monk explains to me I need to stay still until he speaks again. It may feel unnatural, but that is part of the process. The moment I take a deep breath in and out through my nose, I feel a warm energy in the shape of an open palm leave Monk's fingertips and enter my back. It immediately spreads through my shoulders and down my arms. Simultaneously, it flows down my spine and into my hips to trickle through my legs. After just a few seconds, it feels as if my entire body is full from my toes to my fingertips. It feels like warm waters flowing through my body, but there is no weight to it at all. It just feels as if a liquid is constantly flowing through me until Monk releases his palm from my back, and the stream of more warmth stops. After a few seconds, my fingers and toes start to get colder. The warm water flows away from them, and it all begins to settle near my stomach. There is no weight to it, only warmth. As the energy leaves my hands and feet, then even my arms and legs, I feel Monk's palm fall onto my back again. The flow of warm energy crashes in like a calm ocean wave, filling my body entirely, just like the first time, before it even got the chance to settle in the invisible resting place in the center of my being. He releases his hand, and the warm energy goes through the same process, eventually trickling back into my core and leaving my extremities. Then, again, Monk does the same thing a third, fourth, fifth, and finally a sixth time before finally stopping. At this, all of the warm energy leaves my body and finally settles in my invisible core near the bottom of my stomach. This leaves me shivering as if I just walked out of a hot bath without a towel. Monk's voice calmly speaks to me. You may open your eyes now. You have an impressive amount of energy capacity. Even without any formal training, I can tell your natural talent will be incredible. I open my eyes and take a deep breath, still shivering. The more I move, the colder I feel. But I manage to stand to my feet and face the man that just shared his power with me. I feel disoriented, but the sensation of being powerless and systemless while making contact with this Manadzan negating stone is gone. I can sense something in the air. There is definitely energy to feed off of here that I couldn't sense previously. Monk speaks as we make eye contact. You took the instant exposure very well, too. Most people can't move for hours or possibly days after an awakening like this. My vision is doubled, and it looks as if I should feel dizzy, but my mind is actually crystal clear. My body just needs to catch up. A moment later, my vision focuses, and I see Monk Bao in front of me with clasped hands. Let us spar. We don't have much time, and you have much to learn.